Good morning and welcome to day 3 of the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. We are here at the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic, and we have the longboarders lining up for the round of 16. JR Esquivel from the Philippines. The Inuis, they're there to support Tucker, who will be coming up. Men's action starting this morning, and reigning world champ Kai Salas, he'll be out in the first heat in a number of minutes. The marine layer starts to settle here at Huntington Beach. We welcome in Carla Zamora, joining myself, the Waxhead, on a beautiful day in Surf City. Good morning, Carla.
Good morning. I'm so excited to be here. I'm really excited for these morning heats. I think it's going to be really thrilling, and we're going to see some excellent surfing. We
got our Sambas on for the morning show, and you guys are going to have a great day of surfing. We're kicking off with men's action, then moving into the women's round, and the waves, well, they look phenomenal. It's on. We know that. There's always waves here at Surf City, Huntington Beach, and that's what we come to expect. But yesterday, quite a few changes throughout the day, and momentum really was the key in those heats.
Yeah, and it was important to kind of keep tabs on what the surf was doing. It changed throughout the day. We had some epic lefts in the morning, and then things kind of turned onto the rights, and we had some excellent scores, some hood ornament 10s, and it was pretty exciting.
We also had a lot of power surfing, and Taylor Jensen is down with AJ McCord on the beach for the morning call. What's the conditions like, AJ?
Well, who better to ask than this guy, Taylor Jensen, coming up today in heat number 5. Taylor, we've been watching the waves for a little bit. Talk me through what you're seeing out there.
Yeah, there's tons of little peaks today. This is probably the best looking morning so far of the event, so we're on, get underway, and yeah, watch this tide fill, and it'll just get better and better.
Well, and you're coming up in heat number 5, so what are you expecting from yourself today?
I'm hoping the right kind of turns on under the pier bowl. Tide's coming up. I'm going to be kind of on the border of whether that turns on or not, so just wait and see, but I'm just excited to get out there and have fun.
Excited to see you out there. We'll send it back to you guys to get things started.
Thanks, AJ. Look forward to catching up with Taylor. He's done really well at Huntington over the years. He's one of the most experienced surfers in the lineup, and it's going to be a great day of surfing considering the swell that we have on offer as well. You can see a lower tide. You can see yesterday the surfers were pretty much taking off not too far out from where that lifeguard truck was parked.
Yeah, we've got south swell, kind of a modest south swell coming out of the southern hemisphere. Definitely going to have some cleaner conditions this morning with that kind of calmer wind, and then that onshore will turn on later today, but I have no fear. I know these girls and guys are going to, pull out the tricks, and they're going to show us their stuff.
Of course, with the longboard surfing, we'll be taking off today, round of 16, finals day tomorrow, and moving into the Challenger Series on the Wednesday. You see a lot of those surfers returning back from the Olympics. It's action galore here down at Huntington Beach. You can just see it beautiful. That marine layer starting to move out onto the horizon. As we take a look at the Surfline forecast, the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Carla, as you said, we have that contestable moderate south swell, but we had a little combo swell yesterday, and it's still in there today. We're moving into Tuesday as well. We can see that those pressure systems are moving, and you can see as we go from Cabo all the way up the west coast of the US, a lot of swell action. 3 to 4 feet faces today. It's going to be a little bit onshore in the afternoon, but as we saw yesterday at Huntington, it's still super contestable.
Yeah, there's plenty of peaks. You got that left and right kind of scenario. It'll definitely be contestable throughout the entire day and the weekend. I think we're going to be getting some bigger swell for the finals this weekend for the Challenger and the series, so that'll be exciting to get those guys in there, and they'll really be exploding.
Well, last week the Wednesday forecast was looking to be something around the 6 to 8 feet range, but that's dropped back down to 2 to 4 feet, a lot more conducive to traditional longboard surfing, which is what we're here to view on day 3 of the Lexus US Open of Surfing. You see the Challenger Series competitors practicing, doing their reps, and JR Esquivel coming in. He'll be getting his rash shirt ready to paddle out for that second heat shortly. Kevin Scavana making his way in. We'll see him up in the second heat. A goofy footer affair. But to kick this one off, we have well, not so much the local, but the SoCal local, Richie Cravey from San Diego, taking on reigning world champ Kai Salas.
Yeah, Richie's been a name in the surf community here since he was just a kid. I've seen his name in the scoreboard and in the results for a number of years, participating in those coalition contests that we spoke about yesterday. And then he's up against Kai Salas here, who's world champ right now. He's a big force. He knows how to put it all together. So we'll see how Richie's able to kind of stand up to that.
Yeah, Kai actually had some first round jitters, ending up fighting his way through the elimination round yesterday, and he did fantastic. One of the highest heat totals of the day, and really looks to kick off where he left last year, taking the win at Malibu.
Yeah, he's somebody that I think when you pull him in a heat, you're definitely kind of going, all right, I got to figure out my strategy. It's not just about surfing well, but you stick it right there in the opening wave for Richie Cravey.
Wow. Well, if you're going to beat the best, or be the best, you've got to beat the best. And Richie kicking off this heat in the opening 20 seconds with a upright hood ornament hang 10 in classic Richie style. He'll be sniffing out those lefts, which there's a lot of today. And he's, we should say, down the beach a little bit more, where we saw a lot of the action for the goofy footers yesterday. So not your classic Huntington left that runs into the pier. He's a couple of 100 feet to the south. And Kai Salas is up on the pier bowl as he's waiting to see some dolphins in the rip current out past Richie as well. So lots of marine life down here at Huntington. It was in the rip over to the left-hand side. Caught the cameraman off guard, but in that murky water up there, I did see a couple of dolphins. But
here we got
this one.
Here's that replay here. He gets up to the tip and he just nails that tight 10. Long 10 too. I love the hands, brings the hand down, shows he's in control, makes it look easy. Nice whipping it back into the curl. Gets that last bit of 5 in there. That wave can't be much more than 8 inches high, but really nice work from Richie, a good opening ride.
And Kai Salas will be looking to open up his account shortly, and throughout the day we have some special guests joining us in the booth. Of course, we'll have Kaipo, Strider, Felicity and Rosie Hodge, but we'll also have Devin Howard joining us for Heat 7 and 8, and Cassio Medor as well. So 2 of longboarding's most iconic surfers. And there's those dolphins, or is it a whale? No, it's a dolphin. Yeah.
The true surfers of the sea. I had the opportunity many, many years ago of surfing Zuma, and I had one drop in behind me. And you think of, we had a show back in the 60s called Flipper, and you think of Flipper that was just sweet and cute. And when you surf next to one, you realize they're solid beasts.
Yep.
And you wouldn't want to get in the way of one.
No, they are. You're right though. They are the world's best surfers as well. Constantly surfing a wave, and that's how they glide through the water. And a lot of our surfboard designs have been taken from tuna fish and marine life. A lot of the fins that the surfers are riding out there, would you believe, were directly influenced from the tuna fish, courtesy of George Greeno. The way that the fins would move through the water and accelerate and load up and spring forward. That's what we have on our surfboards now.
Yeah, Greeno was definitely a genius when it came to fin design and foils and whatnot. That Greeno 4A fin is a really popular fin that, you know, really maximizes speed, but yet gives that turn, you know, good fluidity in the turns.
And it's set the precedent for shortboard fins too. They pretty much remain unchanged since the emergence of the thruster in the early 1980s in terms of the outline. But these surfers here, they're riding longboards over 9 feet in length. And tell us a little bit more about the equipment that we'll come to find today, Carla.
Yeah, for the most part, we're seeing a lot of the competitors using that traditional single fin. Many of them are having a bit more weight. You've got a traditional kind of rail. Some of them, they've taken that rule out about the edge, right, in the tail. So some of them may have kind of that edge that runs through perhaps the tail and up through the, you know, bottom half of the board. We've got different varying rockers, you know, which is the bend from nose to tail. Some have V, which is that rather like almost like a V in the bottom from rail to rail, kind of in the tail. That helps with the transitioning in your turns, making them more fluid. I remember back in the day, Don Peterson, he loved the double barrel concave. He had this thing called the double barrel concave. And I couldn't tell you what it did. It always sounded really cool.
Well, what it'll do is it'll add, it comes from the emergence of the V. So we talk about bottom contours and surfboards, and I look forward to getting into this later. It's convex bottom, but when you add the double concave, it's two basically tunnels in between the V. So to create lift, and it can create some maneuverability as well. When you get air under the board, it creates maneuverability. But what these surfers are riding are that convex bottom, which will slow them down to get on the nose in the pocket of the wave. Longboarding was superseded by the shortboard in the late 1960s. Had a resurgence in the 80s, but it hit popularity even more so in the last decade. And that's what we're coming to celebrate here at Lexus US Open of Surfing with a new breed. And this is the new generation, the hot generation, you could say, of today's surfing. Kai Salas in the water right now, 2023 world champ, is a surfboard manufacturer. He sponsors some of the best up-and-coming surfers in Waikiki, and he is a major reason why that area is so dominant. And Richie Cravey, the 6 in his opening wave, comes nice on his backup, finds a little chip shot through this section, hanging 10 through the whitewash, that roll bottom board looking fantastic as he steps forward for momentum and kicks out of that. That's going to be a great backup color.
Yeah, he's going to be really pleased with himself right now to get those 2 decent scores on the board. But we got red, Kai up and riding.
First wave, nice hang 10 for Kai, levitating for a moment, goes down in a rippy pier bowl right.
Yeah, it looked a little bit disjointed for me. You could see those steps, those initial steps, kind of were almost rail to rail, and they're a bit tip on each side. The nose ride was key, but I think that's what kind of flubbed things up perhaps for him in the beginning, just not feeling quite that balance and that smooth.
Tell you what, Richie's activated right now. No nerves. He's come into this event as a regional wildcard for this event wildcard. Last year, he won the qualifiers, so he was on the tour the whole time, and he missed out narrowly on the final 8 in Malibu. Talk us through this one.
Yeah, here's the replay here. We got really nice clean 5 right off the bat. He hits another one. It's pretty critical there. He comes through that whitewater, pulls it out, brings it back to that section. You can see how it slows down on that inside there, so you kind of have to get that last turn in there and then just hope to kind of hold on. And then you see Kai here, another replay here. He gets that off the top but not able to stay kind of up above the board. He gets his body kind of off to the side, which then throws him off.
Looking at Richie's turn, he's different body shape to Kai. He's you know, a lot more slender and taller, and he's got long arms as well. It's just interesting the way he does this turn. You can see this angle here. So he gets up to the nose, Carla, goes to the 10. Now, the ability for him just to read this next section, steps forward into trim. Now, I want you to analyze this next turn after this nose ride. So it's not a rail carve, it's not necessarily a pivot, but he uses his arms in this functional manner to cut back. See here, you and I both being smaller in stature. See, he sort of like staggers it a little bit.
Yeah.
A smaller surfer would have fallen off there.
Well, you had to kind of use well, here we got Kai here.
So stronger in frame. Kai Salas, the Hawaiian, hanging 10 in that section. Nice flow on this wave. It's a nice carve. Shuffles forward. Tries to keep that nose down, that forward momentum, and he does well to get through the bumpy section there, hoping for something on the inside. With a dead low tide. May not eventuate, which it doesn't, but a successful wave there for Kai, and that'll be a good backup as well.
Yeah, Kai will be happy to be able to get another score on the board. He opened up with a 3.17. We'll wait and see how that next score drop. Richie Cravey opened with that 6 and then followed up with a 5.33, so he's sitting in a really nice place right now. Here's the replay for Kai. He gets that tip time there. He's going to scooch it up there for the 10. Redirects it back into curl. You can see those hands come up too, a little power, and then this is kind of where the wave ends. Not a lot happening here, just a bunch of white water, a bunch of soup riding.
And soup riding, that's that middle of the board trimming is something Mickey Dora popularized throughout the early 1960s. One of my favorite things on a longboard, Carla, is to come from behind the section in the middle of that board and accelerate forward. I enjoy that more than nose riding, actually, because you never know if you're going to make the section.
It's funny you say that. I kind of agree. Since I've honed my switch foot, being on the front hand, being able to aim at those sections, bring it down and round and through, it really feels exhilarating and accomplished almost.
Yeah, you think the wave's finished, And I mean, surfing is just like life. You don't know what tomorrow's going to give you. We don't even know if there's going to be a tomorrow. As a surfer, that's what we're waiting at. Kai's got 20 minutes to get a 626 right now. He doesn't know if that wave will come, but he's going to trust his instincts, work with the ocean. You take off, you think this is the wave, and it breaks in front of you. And that's that excitement, living in the present, trying to accelerate forward. Shortboarders can go up and over, they can do aerials and go through it. But on a longboard, often we have to utilize that trim, and that's the glide, right?
That's the glide. That's longboarding. That's kind of the epitome of longboarding and why we're riding these 9-foot-plus boards, because we really want to. I feel like with longboarding, you really feel the ocean. You feel all those little nuances that shortboarding you almost are speeding past.
Yep.
And we get that moment to kind of really be one with the ocean.
Carlo, I used to drive a lot of classic cars and play with motorbikes, and I'd often go to these car shows, and everyone would be so ecstatic to have made it there with their classic cars through the journey, the road trip. And longboarding is like that as well. When you get a good wave and it's a bigger, challenging wave, just to finish the wave is such an accomplishment, let alone do all the maneuvers on it as well. And I feel like there's a lot of correlations with Southern California surf culture with cars and people who tinker with things and on their craft. And this is the penultimate venue for it. This is the World Surf League Longboard Tour, and these surfers are so intricate. And Kai, a shaper, putting his boards to the limit. Imagine how that must feel. I know your husband, Ian Zamora, must feel the same way.
Yeah, shaping boards is it's a craft. It's an art. Here we got Kai.
Up on the nose, hang 10. The Hawaiian opening with a 507 on that back up. Wrapping that one in. Nice drop knee carve there. That 9.6 moontail. Looking strong. Similar board to what he had in Bells Beach. He won in Malibu last year on a 9.10. So this board just a little shorter, just to fit in the pocket a little bit more of the tight walls of Bells and Huntington. Richie just catching up at the end of his wave. We'll get a replay of that shortly. But Kai starting to build some momentum as we reach the halfway mark of this heat.
Yeah, a little bit of a sleepier heat, it feels like, for Kai. He is kind of waiting for things to kind of pick up for him. Richie a little bit more busy on that left over there. Can't help but feel like the conditions, the bit of that bump, the left is a little cleaner. I like what I've been seeing from Richie. Kai, though, putting it together just as well. We're going to wait for some of those scores to drop. Got scores each for Richie and Kai. Kai working with a 5.07 and a 3.17, looking for a 6.26, and here's that replay. Gets right to the tip with the 2 steps, right to the 10, brings it back. It's going to be a pretty solid wave for Kai, I think. A nice, clean cut back. Showing it easy. I like the style there and the flare. And then he's just going to try to milk it into add some milk to a soup here in the soup section. And then Richie here, we didn't get to see this one. We were watching Kai, gets that quick tip. Nice turn. Little hit the lip there. Oh. Another nice, really turn. I like the turns. I love the way you see the board flowing in the wave. Really a lot of dynamics there.
And we're going to go down and catch up with Strider, who's down there on the sand.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, down here on the beach. Well, we're checking out the Surfline app. Actually, it looks like we got a wave coming in right now. Let's take a look at that. Oh, wow. Nice tip time right there. He's hanging out up there. Comes back, steps back, does a nice little carve into the inside. Wow. That was a beautiful ride right there. He's not done yet.
Oh.
Jumps off the end there. Well, right now we got a little bit of a lower tide, so that's why we have those beautiful sections for them to get that tip time out of it. I'm on the Surfline app checking it out. Tide's coming up until 11:14. We got a 4.1 tide. We got a good little mix of swell out here. We got a south swell coming in, a little southern hemi, as we traditionally have at this time of year. And then we have these little bit of west wind swell, which is making these rights come off the pier that we just saw Kai on. So, you know, we're having some really fun waves. I think as the tide comes up at 11:14, we'll see that inside kind of section fill in, and we'll see a little bit of the shore break work, but it's only a 4.1, so we're not going to see very big shore break, but we will have some fun on the inside for the longboarders today.
Great update. Thank you, Strider. And we've just seen those conditions really playing a big part of a lot of the progression for the surfers yesterday. Heat by heat, it was turning into a left, turning into a right, and those surfers, I think it was Sam Christensen who said when he made it through his elimination round yesterday that you really just got to check it the heat before and make a decision. So if you try and forecast it too much, it wasn't going to work out that way.
Yeah. This place changes too much throughout the day depending on how the sands shifted, how the tide is hitting it. So really at each increment almost of the tide, you might be dealing with a different scenario. So it looks like Kai came in at a 5.13 on that last wave. He had a throwaway while Strider was up there. So we got a 5.07 and a 5.13. Now he's needing a 6.2. Cravey's still working with the 6 and the 5.33. 15 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. Kai looks like he's taking a peek here.
Kai's being supported by his Tenori crew and, of course, his team riders. He's got Carniella Stewart down there and Khalees Kaliopata. And he'll have Kiani Canulo supporting him down there as well. His daughter Coral is here as well, supporting, and she's going to be a force to be reckoned with in the future as well, one of Waikiki's finest.
Yeah, they're all surfing queens right there. It's a great wave out in their Waikiki. Here comes Cravey.
Ooh, stretching out there, critical and under priority, just keeping really busy. A 7-point ride on his wave before last. Kai Salas now needing a near excellent wave to go back into the lead, and from the get-go, Richie's really put the hammer down. A 6 and a 5.33 to get things started, backing that up with a 7. The 2023 North American champ is looking solid.
I really like what he's putting together. I think he's in it to win it. I mentioned it yesterday. Last year, I misplaced the person, but Richie had an unfortunate experience last year against JR and got knocked out relatively early, but he was on fire for that. I know he was super disappointed, so I feel like he's kind of burning with that fire from last year, and he's like, I'm not going to let this happen again. He's sitting over at that left. He doesn't have Kai who wants to challenge it, so that makes it a little bit easier. Where, you know, last year JR was challenging. They were all in the same peak, so I think he's feeling the fire, and he's definitely taking advantage of it. Here we got Kai.
Kai Salas stretching out on that nose ride, goes down, didn't feel it right now, and he kicks out, and it was actually very unfortunate for Richie. He ended up with an equal 12th finish last year, and it wasn't enough to eclipse victory to make it into the final 8. Wow, projecting through that section. Richie's feeling it on these beautiful lefts.
It's the hair toss, check my nails. He's feeling himself for sure. Stoked for Richie.
Morning routine.
Yeah, he's on it, and a bit uncharacteristic for Kai. You know, this is not really what we're used to seeing for Kai. It's just maybe not his morning, maybe a little rough sleep last night. We're all getting a little older. It's a little harder to kind of get these early morning wake-ups, get in the water first thing. To be the first heat of the morning is definitely, you know, a challenge. It's always nice to kind of have a couple heats go through so you can kind of see how things are going, how the judges are scoring. But that's not the way it is. But here's this replay. You guys are going to see a pretty epic nose ride. I really like the criticalness of this. He really waits for it, and then he just stuffs it in there. The angle from that other side kind of showed a little bit more criticalness, I feel like. But I can really appreciate that.
And paddling again, rapid fire, coming from behind the section. A great barrel rider coming from behind. That's exactly how you set up a tube as well. So Richie, stepping back into that section, carving it around. San Diego surfer looking confident down here against the reigning world champ. And he's going to try and go one better than his result last year. Well, we'll wait for that score to log in. We're going to go to a break. But stay tuned for the remainder of Heat 1 of the round of 16 of the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
it all comes down to this, the entirety of the season on the line.
Soleil taking the first wave of the set, and she is just planted on the nose. And Soleil Erico brought to tears as she's won her 3rd world title. Kai Salas, the veteran, and he is showing why he's one of the guys to beat.
This is exactly what we wanted to see. Doing it at an elite level. Let's hear it for this Hawaiian, a master craftsman, and now a world champion.
To add my name to that list of Hawaiian world champions is a dream come true.
Let's give it up. Your 2023 world champions, Kai Salas, Soleil Erico.
Out in the water right now, it's the wild card, Richie Cravey, who's bringing it to the 2023 world champ, Kai Salas, currently in the lead, up and riding with a little head dip, a little style and panache, and he finishes that wave with control in his feet. And Kai, straight back behind him, extended 10, and really struggling to get ahead. The 2-for-1 combo, and he goes down, and perhaps some nerves at the 9-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, what a ride that was right there from Richie, but then you got that 10 that we saw there from Kai, not really able to finish it quite the same that Richie seems to be able to do. I am loving the creativity that I see from Richie, that little head dip slash kind of cover up. You don't see that a lot from our longboarders. I've been pushing pretty much anyone that I work with to kind of find these new opportunities to do something exciting. And thank you, Richie. I love it.
Yeah, it comes from riding a lot of different surfboards for Richie as well. He's a known candidate for anything from 1 to 10 feet plus. The guy's got a diverse quiver of surfboards, and drawing unique lines is right in Richie's wheelhouse. And that's surfing a 7 and a 6. He's just getting started, and we look at replay of Kai's hang 10.
Yeah, he gets that 5 right to the 10. Really nice perched hang 10 there. When he comes back around for the cutback, but then it's that redirect, hit the white water. He's not really able to keep it stuck there, digs the rail. But then Richie answering right there, he's got that nice tight 5, and then I love the little head dip, kind of gets tucked in there. Sweet cutback. I just love the body English that he offers. And then the little rebound off the white water. Really well put together wave. I believe he gets a 6-6 on this wave. Here's another angle. Just having fun. Really not taking it too seriously, but seriously enough to lay those scores down.
And interesting that Kai Salas answered back with a 6.5, even with the fall. The judges appreciating that. Kyle takes some comfort from that nose ride. He thought he was down and out, and you could see trying to do a 2-for-1. That was never going to be. He knows that on that board, you cannot stand on the tail and toy around and hot dog on a big 9.6 moontail. It was something unusual to fall like that, but to get a 6.5 despite the fall, it could be a really exciting 7 minutes remaining.
Yeah, he's definitely feeling a little bit better about that. You could tell in his body language after he paddled out from that. He was kind of like, crud, you know. But the judges rewarded him for that critical nose ride, and he's going to try it again here with 6 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. He's looking for a 7.1.
Here he goes, fading into this, straight up to the nose, bending, twisting, and he goes down. You'd have to say on that previous wave without the fall, he may have actually got that score or close to a 7 because the merit coming from that critical 10. Richie's waves behind the section, maybe not as extended in the nose ride, but the critical nature of the positioning is where he's getting those points. But Kai's surfing a shorter, faster right. Richie's surfing a longer, drawn-out left. Usually it's the other way around here. The longer lefts create the longer nose rides, but the right's a more critical nose ride. So,
yeah, I think whatever that the direction, I didn't look at the exact direction of the swell that's coming in, but that south swell that's coming in is just elongating those lefts a little bit more and letting them stand up. Here we got Kai.
Still a bit of combo swell. So Kai, pier bowl right, gets a 10 in the pocket. Middle of the board now, steps him back into that gouging carve. This time, stays in his feet. Searching for a 7-1-0. Doesn't feel like it is going to be the score, but it's going to be a keeper. It may eclipse the 5-1-3, who knows? May even better the 6.5. But the best wave of the heat, Carla? I'm not sure.
I don't think so. I think Cravey is still sitting kind of high with that 7-0. It's been difficult, I feel like, for Kai to find the wall that Richie's kind of finding on those lefts.
And with nearly 5 minutes remaining, Kai isn't feeling it either. We'll see where that score comes in at.
Here's a replay. We got Kai up and riding. He gets up to the tip, gets that 10. The wave just doesn't have quite that same speed. There's a little bit of a warble in it. He gets a nice turn, and as you said, he stays on his feet. But then there's not much on offer, you know, after that point.
A 5-7-3 comes in for that score. Still searching for the 7-1-0. We have that next heat coming up. Two goofy footers, Kevin Scavana on the screen right now. And he'll be looking at the lefts that Richie's taking off on right now, as will JR Esquivel, sitting there with Coach Ian. And that's going to be an exciting heat. Both surfers, very similar skill set, and the confidence soaring for both of them.
Yeah, Kai dropping a 5-7-3. You're right on that. Definitely gets rid of that 5-1-3 he was sitting with. So he's got that 6-5, 5-7-3, but he's still looking for a 7-1-0. There's only 4 minutes on the clock. Things are winding down. You can see Cravey looking for a time check.
And just under 4 minutes remaining. Those surfers going to, and now you see Richie with the priority, moving across from the left to the right to sit on top of Kai. A bit of gamesmanship there as we take a look at the recap of the wave. So this was Richie's 7-point ride, actually backdooring that section.
Super great flow coming from Richie. He's got his eye on the prize. Here's another one here. I think this was the 6-6-0. Gets that little tuck. I love this wave. I've just been waiting to see somebody get a little more creative. Shows us a little flair. Finishes it off with that rebound on the whitewater. But then we got Kai. Kai's got that signature 10. Throws it in there nice and locked in. I believe this is his 6-5. Nice rebound. Doesn't able to stick it there, but he backs it up here with a 5-7-3.
You'd have to say missed opportunity on that 6.5. Kai completing there on the 5-7-3, but still a little bit of juice left on the score where he fell. But 3 minutes to go. Anything can happen. You can see the crowd starting to make their way down to the beach. A little sleepier than the Sunday. Of course, Sunday morning, everyone had off yesterday, and we had hundreds of people down here to watch day 2. The Huntington Beach Longboard Classic, and here goes Kai under priority. This will be his 11th wave, keeping really busy in the first heat of the morning. Richie pulling the trigger. Pier bowl left, heading into the pier. Will he shoot the pier? We'll have to wait and see. I think he might. Carving that one around. Ooh. Nearly losing the board. No leash. And he decides just to play it safe, and he'll paddle out and put more pressure back on Kai Salas.
Yeah, you can see how he used that priority there to hold Kai off. He knows Kai is able to get a big score on not a very big wave. So I think that was a smart move by Richie. I guess you just have to hope at this point, with 2 minutes remaining, there isn't the bomb set that comes and offers Kai what he needs. But this might be it here.
That's it. He's searching. He's going to try and fade into this. He's forward, and it doesn't break. Wow, the wave dispersing and fading away with power. A minute 40 remaining. Priority is going to go back to Kai Salas, so he still has another chance.
Yeah, biting, nail biter right here for Kai. I'm sure all his home camp up there is really hoping something's going to come through for him. He doesn't want to end his journey here right now. But Kai is in priority. Here's the replay. Not able to get into that wave, which is unfortunate. I think that could have been possibly a score he could have pulled that 7 on.
And coming off a 3rd place in Bells Beach, this right now would be a 9th place finish, which is not a keeper result when we consider the year, and we want to try and head into the final 8 in El Salvador. And you want to try and be a top seed.
Yeah, it's he's worked already so hard. He's a world title holder. I know he wants to do it again. So he's going to do everything he can to pull out all the stops here with 45 seconds on the clock. It's interesting how the different angles kind of show the wave much differently. Here we go, Kai.
Up on the nose, dolphins in the background, frolicking around, but Kai Salas channeling his own energy, stepping into that carve, displacing some water. The final 30 seconds, a Hawaiian Gets a lip line float, and he carries the momentum forward. He looks up to the judges. He does get the completion, and he's still going. Might try and find some more scoring on the inside, but majority of that wave score is going to be on the outside section. 10 seconds remaining. Carla, initial thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's unfortunate. Like you said, the majority of the scoring potential was all at the very, very beginning of that wave, and that didn't give much at the latter part of it. I don't think it's going to give him the 7-1 that he needs. It's unfortunate, but I won't jump too soon, but it's, you know, congrats to Cravey in making it into quarterfinals.
And with the highest single wave score yesterday, Kai was looking super strong. This is a replay of that hang 10. And you just see him finishing off here with that slash, but a little bit more on the end, Carla.
Yeah, he's get that little hit on the end there, but then it just kind of fizzles out. He's milking it as best as he can to try to see if he'd get that other, you know, nose ride on the inside section. But I don't think it's gonna pull. It looks like it comes in under. And yeah, taking that heat, Richie Cravey.
5.5, not enough for Salas. And that'll be the end of his campaign. He'll leave Huntington with a 9th place finish, so a massive upset to start the day. Event wildcard, Richie Cravey taking out the 2023 world champ here, the US Open of Surfing. Don't go anywhere, Heat 2 coming up next after the break.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by the all-new Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Hurley, born from water. By Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League. By Eventbrite, on or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. And by Rad Power Bikes, the official e-bike partner of the US Open.
He is their Heat winner, Richie Cravey. Event wildcard taking out reigning world champ Kai Salas in an upset to get things started on Heat 1 here of round 16. A chase leader, fellow American, and that's the camp supporting Kevin Scavano. They've got the USA flags flying high to compete with the Filipino flag. And Richie will be stoked. Moving on to the quarterfinals, which we'll see tomorrow, and 2 goofy footers in this heat, casting our attention to Huntington. These guys will be looking for left, so you're going to have to say Carla in the booth. Carla Zamora, a goofy footer from a little further up north, but you've had a lot to do with both these surfers throughout the years, and we see Kevin trying to open up his account here. San Juan Capistrano's finest, up on the nose, bending, twisting, getting that 9.6 up into the lip there. That yellow board looking fantastic. In the early morning, you can hear the crowd starting to create a little bit of commotion here.
I've been so excited for this heat since yesterday. I saw it drop. Kevin local boy here again, been part of the coalition and longboard community since he was a Grom. Shout out again to Gretchen Harris. I know who was very special to him and in his life, a big supporter. And what a classic surfer he is. He really embodies that that aesthetic, that old school aesthetic, that traditional aesthetic. He chooses generally to never wear a leash in competition. So my heart goes out to you. Good job, man. But my heart is wholly and truly with my Filipino brother out there, Rogelio, aka JR. I've watched him grow up over the years. We've had the opportunity of living in La Union for a decade or so, and it's just such a special thing. I don't know if people realize how special it is to have the Filipinos here. They've kind of been the underdog. They're a young nation in surfing. So JR is really the poster boy for longboarding and surfing on an international level for the Philippines.
And a lot of those Filipinos will be up late right now, right throughout the Philippines, I must say as well, supporting their guys. Some surfers and some fans have made their way down to Huntington Beach for day 3 of competition here on the Monday. As we see the fans with their JR t-shirts, but JR went on an absolute winning spree. Last year, he made it to Malibu for our final 8 finals, but he went on to take out a flurry of contests. He took out the regional qualifying series. He didn't need to. He just did it because it was at his home break. He won there at La Union. He also won at Belair, the QS 1000. He made the quarterfinals of the shortboard QS as well. He won at Harrison Roach's invitational event, and he's been incredibly busy. But Kevin Scavana, representing at the ISA recently down in El Salvador for USA, gets the head dip. Nice. Similar to Richie Craby in that last heat. Snapping it back into the whitewater, and he kicks out. So he's feeling the pride, he's feeling motivated, and Kevin, he's taken a lot more, I'd say, maturity into his competitive approach this year.
Kevin's a fine surfer and a fine competitor, and I really loved the creativity I hear. Here comes our boy JR. Looks like he was looking left, but he decides to go right. Gets that 5 into the quick 10. JR has laser focus. He's a really solid competitor as well.
It's interesting, perhaps some early morning nerves going. Where they're sitting, Carla, they're on that predominant left. And JR deciding to go a right-hander on that section, which is an odd move because there's not many rights there.
Yeah, super odd. But, you know, I think that just goes to show the versatility of JR. He feels comfortable going both directions. His home break at home is a right. He is used to surfing right predominantly. Here's a replay of Kevin. Kevin gets right to that tip in that nice, clean, kind of authentic, old school nose ride, the 10. I love the head dip again. Thank you for the creativity, something a little different. I hope the judges acknowledge that. Brings it back into that whitewater and then just calls it a day for that one.
5.5 for Scavana. And this is that replay of JR's right.
Yeah, here he gets that tip time. You can see those toes over. He gets a slight tip for the 10. He's going to try to get around it there, but I'm pretty sure that wave shuts down. He decides to go ahead and pass it on out there.
Yeah, stepping back to the tail, losing all of that speed, perhaps stepping forward, accelerating through that section, and second in priority gives way to Scavana.
Yeah,
Chip shots into this.
Already a really active heat.
Ooh, Kevin. Too early in the heat to call it a priority error, but he hands it back over to Escobar. We'll see if he can capitalize. With a 5.5 and a 3.3, a little bit of pressure on Escobar right now, but he's used to it. He understands the pressure cooker situations. He's had a couple of them throughout his career, and last year in this round, he had Richie Craby on a very similar left. Richie took out the win in that last heat, and there was a priority interference from Richie. He didn't see JR on the inside. And that was shots fired from the Filipino.
100%.
That was the first event of the year.
We were all kind of a little bit dumbfounded. My jaw dropped. You know, it's one of those moments. It's part of the rules. It's there. You can do it. Are you willing to pull that kind of card? And can you say it's cutthroat? Can you say it's a little dirty? Sure.
Both those guys know the rules, but both these surfers don't do that very often, which was unbelievable. So a lot of respect to Richie as well. Kevin Scavana, up and riding now. He gets one of those rights that JR had, and he capitalizes. This one's staying open for him.
Yeah, a lot of right now is kind of selection. being able to select the right wave that stays open, gives you enough face, stands up enough as well to kind of give you a critical nose ride and not that shoulder nose ride.
And JR fading into this one. He stays high, gets on the nose, unable to capitalize as well. So that wave losing some steam, some power. You see it fading away. So perhaps not a bad option to kick out of that. And he might regain priority. We'll wait and see what the priority judge awards them. But 21 minutes, no real heavy shots fired. Taking after Richie Cravey in that last heat, you would have expected these guys to be throwing down 7s or 8s. So maybe a little overhyped.
Yeah, I think I know for a fact JR is frustrated right now. He likes to start his rhythm early. He's not a waiter. He wants to get things moving and he wants to feel it right off the bat. So I'm sure he's feeling a little bit
splash of the water there
of
as
that
well.
Pressure, right? Not feeling that groove right now. So he's going to want to try to get into it. Like you said, there's 20 minutes remaining, so there is plenty of time to kind of find it. Shout out though to his coach, Ian Sagwan. I saw Tim Hain down there. All the Filipino crew, I know that they're supporting him. So he's wanting to kind of also give them what they want to and give them a show and be able to make it into the next round.
Yeah, the good thing about Huntington is we have such consistent waves. That's something that we often there's 10, 15 waves in a heat from each surfer. Often you won't get that at any other location. The paddle out, very efficient, very fast. You can see a pelican out there just playing around. I don't know what you guys call them over here. Those pelicans as well?
Yeah, the California brown pelican, apparently, a little fact, tidbit, breaks the sound barrier when it hits the water. They hit so fast and so hard, they break the sound barrier.
Thanks. Well, ours in Australia break the sound barrier, but more because of their squeaking noises.
More of an annoyance.
Yes.
True.
I'm not going to try and replicate that sound, but you can imagine. And here goes Skavana, under priority, finds a left, backdooring the section. He goes down. And you think of the emergence of the Filipino region. You had a lot to do with that too, Carla. But the regional qualifiers, JR, the reason he's on this tour is because of those regional events. So important to have events in that region in Asia, whether it's in Bali, Korea, in the Philippines, Taiwan, Japan, Thailand, anywhere where there's surf. It's important that we can lay that foundation to expose the talent that we have here in the water. If you're out there, you're traveling and you go to those places, support these guys. They run surf schools. They are emerging professional surfers, and there could be a future world champion awaiting for their chance. And someone who won't be winning a world championship this year, but he may go on to win the US Open of Surfing, is Richie Cravey, who's on the glass with AJ McCord.
Well, if Richie looked like a man on a mission this morning, it's because he was. A little bit of a redemption tour for you here in Huntington Beach, Richie. It had to start by going up against the defending world champion, Kai Salas, but you looked like you were in rhythm this morning. What did it mean to you to come out and have that heat against Kai?
That was definitely a meaningful heat. I actually surfed against Kai in the round of 16 last year. And yeah, so he and I have gone back and forth from our very first WSL QS event a couple years ago. Really stoked to walk away with the win in this round.
So now you're moving on to the quarterfinals. You're from right down the road in San Diego, up here in Huntington Beach. What are the things that you learned about the way you want to surf this wave that you're going to carry forward?
Honestly, this is my favorite style of surfing, longboarding beach breaks. Last year on the tour is a bunch of rights, and it's fun to go backside, but it's nice to have things equal. And out here it takes a lot of skill, like choosing waves, and it doesn't hurt when we have south swell and it's pushing up the beach. So yeah, just look for good waves and be patient and learn or use what I learned last year.
Congratulations, see you then.
Awesome, thank you.
The upset of the morning, of the event so far, Richie Cravey, event wildcard, taking out Kai Salas. If you're just joining us, the reigning world champ is knocked out. He'd be taking over 9th place finish here at the second stop in the World Longboard Tour. There's 2 more to go. We'll be finishing off in El Salvador this year, not Malibu, a world-class right-hand reef break where both these surfers have had experience in ISA events and in WSL in the past. But back to our discussion, the regional qualifiers and that emerging region of the Philippines and the Asia region, future world champions, as you know, Carla.
Yeah, the Asia region has so much talent. For those of you who know that I've put together the Queen of the Point contest, I was able to bring it to the Philippines, and that was really the moment that I saw such a great connection and just a lot of these Asian women from, like you said, Thailand and Korea, Bali. There's so much going on out there, and so much focus has always been kind of put on California and Australia for so long. So I think it's really time for us to give some attention to those Asian regions and all of the talent that's coming out of there. Natsumi, Taioka, Hiroka. Here we go. We've got a battle going on here. In priority, that's JR. He takes the left. He takes the left and Kevin with the right.
And get some levitation there, JR. Stepping into that carve. Nice flow between that maneuver, and that sets him up for this nose ride. So a measured cutback, and this one is going to set him up for a multiple array of maneuvers. So key aspect on this wave at the moment is he's held back a little bit, but he's increased that flow. Knowing JR, he'd be excited to put on a show, but a consummate performance on this wave, and maybe the best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, I'm liking it. I love the way he milked it all the way in. You can hear the Pinoys out there going crazy. They love it. There's so much Pinoy pride. They're so happy to be here and support their brother, their kuya.
And every single one of them is so happy to be an American as well. They are so proud of their dual citizenship and their journey here, but they, of course, do it together.
Well, and some of them are just visiting, and they've come over. They've been able to get a visa. They've been able to come over to support JR. We're going to see this replay here. Tight 5 there. And then, like you said, that flow into that cutback was really nice. There's no interruption. He hits the 5 again. The wave really drops in sides, but you don't really feel that by the power that he engages with it.
And that's just a measure of JR's progression as a surfer in this last year. In this event last year, he was trying to put so much into his waves, too much. It wasn't necessary, and it wasn't scoring, and he ended up losing in the semifinals. And it wasn't a question, and it isn't a question at QS, CT, or Challenger Series level either, that all of these surfers can surf. They can all do the same maneuvers, but it's balancing it up, putting a bow around it, and making the judges happy with the criteria. Style, flow, and grace. Epitomized here from JR Esquivel's upright hang 10, steering through that, and he's stepping into this turn, put some power into that one. And the small waves at Huntington Beach looking fantastic for longboarding here in day 3 of competition. JR Esquivel waiting for some scores to drop, and I think he's going to be going into the lead.
Yeah, he had a rough start there. He was feeling a bit slow. You could tell he was getting frustrated. He opened up with a 3.83 and just that 0.93. He's waiting for 2 scores to drop right now. Kevin came in with that 5.50, and then he later on dropped a 6.17, really strong score. But like you said, JR's kind of turned things on now. I think he's now finding that groove I was speaking about earlier. It's going to be really interesting to see how they place those last 2 scores. The one before was that long one that he milked all the way in there. And I agree with you. I think it's going to put him into the lead. We got 13 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. Plenty of time, though, for the situation to change. Once again, Kevin isn't a stranger to this wave. He's competed here a number of times. He's from Oceanside. He surfs pier, beach break situations. He can go left, he can go right. He can do each way stylishly and critically. So there's no decision made yet until the, as they say, the fat lady sings.
And Kevin, one of the most technical nose riders in the world, is up against it now with JR. He's going to lock in a very healthy score, almost excellent, but this is his last wave.
So this was the last wave. The wave before this comes in at an 8.0, you guys. So awesome. What I love to see here is that you almost could see that shift in focus where we saw that slap of the water, and that was kind of his moment, like, hala, get this thing going.
Yep, and that's exactly what he's done, locking in the 8, and he's going to have another healthy score, but he's already gone to the leads because Skavana is now chasing a 5.67.
Shout out to Emily there, girl Emily. She's visiting from the Philippines right now, living full-time in La Union, but also travels back and forth. Pilates instructor.
And Pilates instructor, that's it. And my first interaction with her was with Luke Landrigan, one of JR's, I guess, almost like an adopted father and friend, and Luke runs with his family there, the San Juan Surf Resort, and they host a lot of the WSL surfers over there during the QS event. And that's a beautiful beach. It's just down from where these surfers are surfing on the Point Break. There's 20 surf schools nestled into this little beach, and JR has one of them as well. Now he's hearing that he's gone into the lead at 8 and a 5.83. And now Kevin needing a near excellent 7.67. The pressure is on, but he has priority. The surfer in blue, the Oceanside surfer, hunting down the line on this one as he eyes off this section, fading into it. 4 steps up to the nose. Direct nose ride here, some power. He gets a full rail carve, carrying that momentum through the inside. He kicks out with some panache, so shots fired back from the Californian.
Shots fired, 7.67. It'll be interesting to see. I loved that turn at the end there. Lots of power, lots of flow. It came right out of his nose ride. I think he'll get warranted with decent points. I don't know if it'll be the 7.67 that he needs.
We'll see very shortly as we're going down to the final 10 minutes. And this is a replay of Kevin's last wave.
Yeah, here we go. He gets those 2 steps up, next 2 steps up to the 5. Does almost a little shuffle there to kind of reset that rail, but that turn is something. That's a manly turn.
It is. Kevin kicking out, looking strong as we wait for these scores to drop. Let's go to a bonsai brew break, but stay tuned for the remainder of Philippines taking on California. JR Esquivel currently in the lead. Esquivel up and riding right now, current heat leader. Power carve into the foam, a full wrap. JR just looking to drop a 5.83. We'll see where that one goes. 8 minutes remaining. It's the Filipino taking the lead from Kevin Skimvana from California. The American has the flags flying down here. As with the classic Filipino crowd that we've come to expect from last year with Marimar in this Challenger Series and JR in the Longboard World Tour. Talk us through this turn.
I love this turn right here. What I really like is how he hits it and then he keeps that nose up and in that mid part of the face without bringing it down too much. Just shows a lot of control, a lot of speed that he's able to harness and maintain. During the break, Kevin dropped a 6.40, but still needing that 7.44 to take the lead from JR, who's sitting with that 8.0 and a 5.83. I'm like nail biting right now. I'm so excited. It's such a great heat. It's great to see these surfers paired up together. You know, as much as my heart is with the Pinoy, the Filipino, just simply because of my connection, my husband. You know, Kevin's my California boy. He's such a good surfer, and he's been a part of this scene for so long. So he's deserved of a win as well. So I'd love to see him at least get another shot here to give JR a run for his money. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this all plays out in the last 7 minutes.
And we talked about the regional qualifying over there in La Union and Belair in the Philippines, which had 2 of the 3 events on the Asian qualifying series. They had one in Korea at the wave pool as well. But El Salvador, Central America, places like Costa Rica, Nicaragua, these are phenomenal locations that perhaps we could have regional qualifiers in the future as well, Carla, to unlock some of the talent that we have in Central and South America.
Yeah, back in my day, we had just the one event in Costa Rica, the Rabbit Kakai. That was the determinant of the title. And then that hasn't really been going on anymore. I'd love to see something happen in Costa Rica again.
And those surfers do qualify for the North America region, so they have to come up here, but it'd be cool to have an event down there as well. And JR up and riding right now. Little top turn there, wraps it a nice little drop knee slash. He's feeling it, hot dogging this board around. And another turn to get things finished. He's feeling confident and flowing, looking to drop a low of a 5.83. And it's dangerous signs here, because when there's a confident JR in the water, often he does build upon his heat totals.
Yeah, it's hard to knock him down when he's feeling it. And that wave right there, it's not going to probably factor in too much, but you can see how playful it was, how playful he felt with it. He's feeling light, he's feeling agile. You know, he's ready to take it into that round of 16, I think. Yeah,
and everyone back home tuning in. His girlfriend Raina will be watching on, and she'll be excited, and everyone will be giggling right now, and his mentors. But Kevin Skavana, the whole world watching him. Nice soul arch hang 10, shuffling back into that carve, and he gets straight back into the power source. This could be one of his best waves yet, but he goes down at the end. No trademark kick out for Kevin, but the damage was done.
Yeah, and so if we were to kind of go back and compare what that 8 was for JR, that was that one that he was able to milk all the way into the inside. And so it gave him a couple more opportunities to notch off a couple points. Where as exciting and amazing that wave was of Kevin, it ended a little short, and it just, you know, tightened that ability to get more scores.
And we
see more points.
Exactly right. And JR listening to see if that score came in of anything considerable, but he's going to try and regain priority. And Strider is on the beach. What have you got for us down there, Strides?
I'm just down here on the beach, and the noise coming out of the crew out here for JR is amazing. Behind me, this Filipino crew, I mean, look at these guys. They're just solid running around with the flags. Down the other end, you got the American flags that are flying as well. But you know what? It's great to see the pride down here on the beach, and this is really fun to watch. They're going head to head. We'll see what happens at the end.
Thanks, Strider. And there is the American flag flying strong. That's his girlfriend, Kevin's girlfriend, Megan, holding that flag there. And that big old flag looks like it's come down from Kevin's front yard.
Possibly. I think they got a cowbell, too.
Yeah, I did. I heard the cowbell.
Very American.
We're waiting for the Air Force jets to come flying past like they did the other day. That was really cool. I love it here, and everybody does. This is Surf City, Huntington Beach, and we are in Heat 2 of the US Open of Surfing, Huntington Beach Longboard Classic, and Kevin Skavana leading a 6.84 because he dropped a 7-point ride, and he's right back in this heat, Carla.
Well, like I said, I was hoping he'd get the opportunity to put some, you know, better scores down. It wasn't the 7.67, but he did chip away. So now he only needs a 6.84. There's 3 minutes remaining. JR up and riding.
And fades into this one. Nice nose ride there. Moment of levitation, stepping into a nice drop knee wrap. Gets the cross step afterwards, goes down, but he stays on his board. Looking to drop a 5.83. Little bobble there, but he still might improve. That was a nice hang 10 on the outside, and he's got more on the inside left. Nice footwork there. Just keeping that board in trim. He's really an exponent of the art of trim as he steps forward and finishes on the sand. That's going to be a good backup score, you'd have to think there, Carla.
I think that's going to replace that 5.83. As I mentioned a minute ago, that 8 was when he was able to bring it all the way to the inside. This one he's able to bring it all the way to the inside. I don't think it's going to go into that 8 range, but I do think it's going to push out that 5.83.
Yeah, I do tend to agree. We'll see how this one looks in the replay. So he comes from behind the section, toes right over the nose.
I love the almost a half a foot over the nose there in the beginning. Nice sweeping cutback that maintains that flow and that continuance of the maneuvers. No interruption here. And then you can see him just being kind of patient, knowing that that thing's going to reform and give him one more opportunity to just snag that little bit of a tip time. Wave is only like 6 inches tall there, but here we got Kevin ready to answer back with a minute 50 on the clock.
6.84 required. Skavana. Opening nose ride, that one, he was not feeling it. Kevin, one of the most technical nose riders of the modern day. Switch foot, rarely puts a foot wrong. And in competition, Those wins at this level have eluded him. Despite him having that technical nose ride ability, there's just something that he hasn't been able to develop to beat those big guns. So Kai Salas, Taylor Jensen, he's struggled to knock those guys off. But it's not a matter of skill, because he's just as good as those guys. It's hard to put your finger on just what it is.
Hey, I feel like I can speak to this. I didn't have the most amazing competitive run in my day. You know, losing can be hard. That can be, it takes a toll on the spirit, and you know you're a good surfer, but sometimes it's the luck of a draw. Sometimes you make mistakes. You have to be able to bounce back. Kevin is an exceptional surfer, so like you said, it's not taking away from his skill set. We can see right here with that nice 5 into 10.
This one, crouching through this section. Nice carve back into the foam. 50 seconds remaining. This wave is looking strong.
Super strong here, looking for that 684. If he can bring it on this inside and get one more moment, I think he might be able to have it.
He's claiming it already. He feels it. He thinks it's right there. He's not going to bother with anything more. He's looking up at the judges, and he's going to leave it back into the judges' hands. Still scored a drop there for Kevin with 25 seconds remaining. Is there anything out the back for Esquivel? Oh, and he's found a ride as well. Looking to drop a 584 up on the nose. Nice hang 10 here. So, an answer back. Can he match Skavana at this point? He does. 5 and a long 10. If he can get a turn here, he's going to match Skavana, and he likes that too. So if Kevin gets the 684, you're going to have to say Esquivel will improve on that 583. Tense times here at the end of this Heat 2. Still going. A full goofy foot affair. Philippines taking on the USA.
It's going to be interesting how this plays out. I was totally wrong. That last wave of JR's only came in at a 567, so it didn't replace the 583. If this one does, that'll, help him. We're not sure how Kevin's going to come in here. Like you said, needs that 684. They're both probably just waiting. Here's the replay of that last wave. This is where he needs a 684. He gets the nice cheater 5 into a quick 10. Comes kind of around that whitewater. He's going to bring a nice strong turn into it. Rebounds the whitewater. Sets up again. Brings it back into the whitewater. I believe this is kind of the last moment here for scoring potential. We'll see where it drops. We've got scores waiting for both surfers. Judges are going to be looking at the replays probably over and over again.
Yeah, they will for sure. And this is replay of JR's answer back. A smaller wave, but he stays on this nose for an extended amount of time, but nothing overly critical, Carla.
Not really. He's a little bit out on that, out of the shoulder part of that wave. It does kind of catch up to him and get a little bit more critical. It does a nice rebound. He's happy about it. I think he's happy that he's been able to finish and just kind of answer back right away. That feels good. Whether it's going to be the score or not, yet to be determined.
There's JR walking up. Surftown La Union proudly displayed on his surfboard. All his supporters at home, they'll be willing him to get through, as will Skavana with his fans and his sponsors down there on the sand. And it comes in a 7.4. Kevin Skavana goes to the lead in the last wave of that exchange. We still have one to drop for Esquivel, though, now needing a 6.4.
Wow.
Tense times.
That's the upset.
So Kevin, we just talked about what he needs to take over the big guns. The dying minute showed some maturity in his surfing, was able to pluck that right-hander from under priority.
Yeah, will JR be able to pull that 6.4? I know all of his people at home and watching, they're hoping and praying. It's coming in pretty high here. It may do it. We'll see what happens.
2 judges go over. We're going to take 6.7. 3 judges over. It's looking good. And it's going to be the score. JR Esquivel, the Philippines, will move forward into the quarterfinals.
Shout out to the Pinoy team. So stoked for them. Great job, JR. Shout out to all my girls back in La Union. Charis, Christina. I love you, girls.
And this moment is why that Asia region is taking off, and there is hundreds of surfers right throughout the Philippines who have got goosebumps, and they'll be watching this. This is their hero, and he is the poster boy for the future of Asian surfing. JR Esquivel moves forward into the quarterfinals, takes out local hero Kevin Skavana in what will be one of the highlights of the day, you're going to have to say. We'll be going to a break, but don't go anywhere. We have Kaipo coming up with Strider and Rosie to talk us through Heat 3.
And we're back at the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. J.R. Esquivel representing the Philippines makes it to the quarterfinals. Probably about as popular as Manny Pacquiao right now when we talk about Filipino celebrities making his way through the draw. Hi, I'm Kai Pagura, along with Firewire team rider Rosie Hodge and Lost Surfboards original team rider Strider Wazalewski. Thank you for joining us. Day number 3 here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. We got our men's round of 16 for the longboard division out in the water, and we got another great heat coming up for you. It's going to be a contrast of a veteran in the way of Ben Skinner up against a newcomer, 21-year-old Antonio Dantas out of Portugal. So England versus Portugal in this one, Rosie.
Yeah, this is such a great heat. I mean, both of these guys yesterday in the elimination round, they reseed this round of 16. So this is going to be a fun heat. Antonio, he was super impressive yesterday, but Ben Skinner putting up some of the high numbers of the day.
Yeah, I can't wait. I mean, you know, we're pretty blessed to have such great little waves out here. I mean, how fun are the waves? You know, it's been epic little peaks, like perfect little glassy bowls for these guys to run up and get some tip time and enjoy their craft.
Yeah, I jumped in the water this morning. It's still cold, and there are little runners out there. But the nice thing is, it seemed consistent at least. You know, smaller, but the consistency was there.
Was that you went surfing this morning?
Yeah,
or you went swimming?
I snuck away from you.
Oh wow.
North side. Here's a 4.5 strider for Ben Skinner.
Some tip time, beautiful work, just hanging out up there. I like it. You know, Ben looking really comfortable this morning when I was talking to him. He basically was talking about how familiar it feels here because they have this huge festival that goes on where he's from in Nuki. So he's feeling super comfortable.
And here we go. Our first look at Antonio Dantas. Rosie, smooth. He was so smooth in that elimination round yesterday and still showing that very stylish surfing.
Yeah, I just want to see more of this guy. I want to see him make it through heats because I'm loving his approach and his style and his finesse on the board. This is a great heat. Kind of contrasting, like Ben's such a sturdy, strong guy, and this guy's so nimble-footed, the Antonio. So fun heat.
It's definitely that power versus finesse and technique.
beautiful hang 5 there, just hanging the toes right over the nose for good length of time. Great footwork in between and use of the board. Just comboing it up there with that cross foot, like straight off that carve into the cross foot. So just beautiful footwork.
All right, well, can't wait to dig into some of the celebratory lumpia because J.R. Esquivel is on to the quarterfinals. Let's hear from him. He's with AJ.
Yeah, Kaipo, the celebration starting here on the beach for JR as soon as that last wave score dropped. Walk me through what was going through your head as you were waiting on the beach to find out if you were moving on to the quarters.
Yeah, I saw Kevin's wave and it's super long and super good. And I got the last wave and I think it's better than my second highest. So yeah, I feel a little bit nerves waiting for the scores and everyone is cheering. Even the family of Kevin was like super excited for his score, and yeah, so nervous. And yeah, I'm so happy that when they announced the score and I got 7 on my last wave, and everyone just like super stoked and shouting and celebrating, and yeah, that feels really good.
I don't blame you. The crowd's still going wild for you. We talked last year at the end of your season. You made it to Malibu, but there was so much more that you wanted to prove with your surfing. You're coming in here, a place you got 3rd last year. What is your favorite part about the growth that you've seen in your own surfing?
After the events last year, went home and really push hard and train harder to really improve my surfing. And yeah, I'm still watching from my last year, and I think there's a lot of still to improve, and we are working for it now, and hopefully that get better and better on the next events. Yeah.
Another step here today. Is there anything you want to say to friends and family back home?
Nagpapasalamat ako sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta, especially sa lahat ng mga Pilipino na pumunta dito para suportahan ako, and syempre kay Manong Ronald Singson na pumunta dito para panoorin ako, and sa mga sponsors ko, maraming salamat, and sa lahat ng mga nanonood at sumuporta, at sa mga Pilipino na nanonood live, maraming salamat sa inyo sa pagsuporta nyo, and yun, bukas quarterfinals, and sana mas maganda pa yung performance na mapakita natin.
Congratulations, JR. Another look at his support crew here on the beach because they are loving it, Kaipo.
Hey, the Filipino flag flying. And flying down the line, Ben Skinner here on wave number 3 for this Heat 3 in the round of 16. So Skinner opened up with a 4.5. And we'll back that number up with that effort there, handing over priority to Antonio Dantas. Again, we're in the round of 16 right now, Rosie, and from this, the advancements go straight into the quarterfinal, where we will start our bracketed division. So now we can kind of have our surfers will have a clearer vision of their path to the final starting this round.
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, the difference between taking home a 9th versus getting into the quarterfinals and getting those 5ths and the 3rds, it really make a difference on this World Tour as we think about what it's going to take to make it to the last event in El Salvador to win a world title. Ben's footwork right here, Strider, what do you think of it?
I was super impressive the entire time the Filipinos were cheering. He was on the nose. I mean, look at this. It was incredible how much time he spent up there. He basically had a cup of tea and a biscuit and then came back for more. So super solid tip time right there for Ben, and, you know, closing it out clean with some style there. So really nice to watch.
Whoa. So cutting back to live action and catching Dantas up on the nose, and look at how he gets that hull speed up to glide through a really flat section there. Light-footed finish for the Portuguese surfer. So he was planted up on the nose as well. So while Ben was enjoying a crumpet and some tea up on the nose, I feel like Antonio might have had a pastel de nata up there and a nice cafe while he was on the nose.
Maybe an espresso, yeah.
Maybe an espresso.
It was quick, the tip time for him, so.
He was levitating though. As we watch this replay, Strider, he gets right onto the tip of that nose, starts to levitate there, and just does that little soul arch too. There, the little disruption of flow right there, I think could cruel him a little bit, but he does regather himself and makes it look tidy.
Yeah, there was a picturesque moment as the beginning of that wave happened. So we'll see how the scores drop.
Well, the number in for that last effort for Antonio is a 5.17. Ben Skinner topped him on that exchange with a 6.83, so advantage to Ben Skinner and heat control with Ben Skinner. He's got the lead, and now he has priority. He's able to track Antonio up the beach.
You know, that last heat ended out, and there was 2 long right-handers that really made the difference in the heat. Maybe Ben identifying that as he's finding that long right, tip time that he had just now. So it was really fun to see, the contrast for the left is kind of short, stubbier, a little, it's hollower probably, but the moments are shorter.
Yeah, yeah. And especially with these longer boards, right, Strider, is that you're looking for a long wall so you can get that board up to speed and set that trim line.
And I thought maybe that Ben's score was going to go a little bit higher, but looking back at the finish, maybe there wasn't a good turn to add on to all that time that he spent out there on the nose. Maybe that's why it didn't get up above a 7-pointer.
Yeah, so Ben, 38 years old, like you said, his hometown Jersey in the United Kingdom. Ben also Skin Dog Surfboards, Rosie. He's a craftsman, has his own board label. And in addition to that, Ben's got a Lucas, his son, who's coming up, who's one of the top juniors actually in the world.
Yeah, just catching up with him yesterday before his post-heat interview. He said he's just come back from the European Championships where his son actually took out 2nd place, which is amazing. He was doing some coaching for the British team, also touched on his equipment. This is one of his favorite boards that he's shaped for himself. Went home briefly, packed 5 boards, and came over here to Huntington Beach.
Look at that fade to pivot to bottom turn just quickly up in those, saw no future in that, so kicked out quickly. He's handed over priority to Dantes. Dantes now with priority takes a paddle, will not be penalized because Ben's still paddling out, so Dantes will remain with priority. First time I met Ben Skinner, Strider, was funny, it was at Malibu in 2021. When I really got to know him, that big guy was living in a small van right there on the side of PCH trying to make things happen in that competition. It's not all glorious for all these longboarders. It's not like these guys have as much support, you would say, as opposed to the shortboard tour.
Yeah, and you know what, though, to be honest, the vibe and the lifestyle in the parking lot and along PCH at Malibu doesn't get any better. Even if you're in a van hanging out, you're having a good time there.
This is true. There's a quick little close-up, Rosie, of the footwork from Ben Skinner.
It's just so beautiful. I mean, we touched on his stature and how big he is, but the way he perches up on that nose and gets that little bit of a skatey feeling. I like the longboard, when we watch longboard and these replays, because they really zone in on the guy's feet and like that lower half of their body, because that's where you can tell where everything's happening.
And we're looking at Ben right now. I mean, that's about 5 pounds of just beard right there, just on Ben Skinner himself.
It's like a sea sponge.
That's a look at that. That is impressive. It's like a Viking.
I think a little bit of a crush, Cops.
I'll keep on talking about it. Yeah, he's one of my favorites, Ben Skinner. Thanks for awkwardly pointing that out, Rosie.
It's all fun.
Strider's next. What do you got, Strider?
I'm just enjoying the banter over there,
That's funny. All right, well, we got halfway through this heat, 15 minutes and 30 seconds. With Ben Skinner up in the lead over Antonio Dantes. Dantes needing that 6.17. Dantes in the blue jersey does have priority. So things are in favor right now when the next set approaches here at Huntington Beach for the Portuguese surfer.
You have to think to yourself too, with Antonio, the 5.17, he got that 10, he kind of hung up there, he did the soul arch. Bigger wave, that left-hander had that little bit of disruption of flow. That wave had that potential to be a big number.
Yeah, I agree. He had that little trip up, right? And so it just shows that this his need, that 6.17 that we can see in the needs column, for Antonio Dantas is well within his wheelhouse, especially given priority. So I feel we're gonna have a back and forth matchup here. Most of the matchups are gonna be back and forth. We got some great heats coming up. Coming up next, we have John Michael Van Hohenstein, also known as Johnny the Ripper, coming against the Australian, a stylish Australian, Kai Ellis Flint. So we're in the round of 16, but already some pretty legendary matchups in this comp, Strider.
Yeah, and I think Kai isn't he making all his own equipment as well? And creating fins and doing all kinds of crazy stuff behind the scenes that you don't see these guys do. But then, you know, they go out and they perform, but they're actually performing on their own handcrafted, you know, vehicles, and they're making all these adjustments and doing all this stuff. It's you know, considered kind of a lost art in the surf world, but yet there are still guys out there doing it.
Yeah, and to your point, Strider, these professional longboard surfers, they don't have a giant quiver and basically a disposable quiver that we see maybe on the championship tour where guys are traveling with 10, 15 boards, right? These guys have a couple of boards, and they're like their favorites. They're like, some people name their boards even, and they use that one board all year long in every competition.
They are, and they're like a work of art too. When you look at the, you know, the inlays and like the resin work that you have on it. You've got
the fabrics and all the beautiful stuff that they go. Yeah, it's beautiful.
I mean, the only downside for these guys probably is just really heavy board bags.
Yeah, but people, I mean, we're talking about Kai Ellis Flint. He's like from start to finish, from that raw blank to the glassing, to the making of the fins, like he's touching that board at every point of the way, like handcrafted all the way in the shade, glassing it himself, hot coating, just doing the whole thing.
Well, we'll see if Antonio Dantas can come back. He needs a 6.17. We'll be coming back after a quick break. And you know what? Johnny the Ripper's on deck. He's going to be in the next heat. Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing, where we have so much stuff going on here. South side of Huntington Pier, of course, daily surf competition. We got the longboards in the water. We're going to finish up tomorrow with our longboard finals. Then it's the Challenger Series, in which we'll have those finals on August 11th. We have daily music from 1 to 4 p.m. on the beach here at the Hurley stage. Next weekend, Saturday, Sunday, the Lexus X Games Vert Pro Skate, big old vert ramp here, and of course daily activations. And activating to a big nose ride there is the Portuguese surfer Antonio Dantas up against Ben Skinner in this round of 16 for the men. Great footwork by the Portuguese surfer, and makes a nice little connection. A tap on the nose there, light-footed. Graceful surfing by Antonio Dantas. How that measures up in his challenge up against Big Ben Skinner there is the surfer from England, former runner-up in the world in 2021. During the break, this is what Ben Skinner got done, Rosie.
Amazing, just perched on that nose. This is going to be a really great score as we see him levitate there. That board really stayed really critical there, Strada, and then goes straight for that rail turn.
Yeah, you know what? He threw in the turns, right, that we needed, and they were super clean and in rhythm with the wave, and it all came together really well. And I feel like when you put all those little pieces together, you have that complete ride, and so he was rewarded really well with it. And I feel like Antonio did similar to try to catch back up, but you know, the power and grace that Ben is showing is kind of outclassing the Portuguese surfer at the moment.
Yeah, well, that's a giant number there. Up into the excellent range for Ben Skinner at 8.5. We saw the replay of Antonio Dantes also in that sequence with a 6.17. So now Dantes, under the priority of Ben Skinner, needs near perfection, a 9.16 at this moment, 8.5 minutes to go. Yeah, Ben, you know, yesterday in the elimination round, he put up big numbers. Rosie, he's doing the same thing today.
Yeah, he's got that momentum going in his favor at the moment. You can tell he just exudes confidence. Yeah, he's looking really good, and it seems like he's running with that momentum from yesterday. You can just tell he's got the posture. And Antonio was comboed there for a split second. He fought out of it with the 617, so the answer back is going to be interesting with still 8 minutes remaining.
I'm interested in what Flick Palmentier's doing right now. Flick, what you doing? Where are you?
Hi, Kaivo. Thanks for having me. I'm in the Bonsoy Athlete Zone, and you know what? There's a lot of action going on right now. Obviously, we've got the longboard out in the water right now. Plenty of longboarders all in here warming up, but we've also got some of the Challenger Series athletes. Behind me, I've got Michael Rodriguez. He's preparing right now, about to go for a free surf. I saw Maxine Husno, and I also saw Jarvis Earl out there earlier this morning warming up. So plenty of action. The Challenger Series gets underway on Wednesday, so yeah, don't go anywhere.
Flick, I see your sunglasses, and they're marvelous.
Thank you. They're IC. They're very beautiful, very fashionable. I feel like they contrast really well with my red top. Back to you guys.
Thank you. Felicity Flick Palmentier.
She's a new Spice Girl.
I'll go with that, sure.
I can get behind that. Yep.
You know what's fun? And thank you to IC, the sunglasses, because we get to wear sunglasses on the set, which is typically we don't get to do that.
We got bright lights.
We got bright lights. We're well protected here.
And when I was down there on the beach, they were very nice to wear as you're looking into the sun on your shots. So
yeah,
thank you, IC.
Polarized. All right, Ben Skinner is chasing down Antonio Dantes. Skinner with heat control, big lead as well as priority. He can really just play this. Gosh, I don't want to use the cliche. I almost went and said the chess game cliche, and I didn't want to go there. But he can play the game right now is what he can do.
There's a lot of time left on the clock. So, you know, there is time for Dantes to get back in the game with a couple of rides. You know, there's a big ask on that, you know, a 9-point-plus ride, which is, so I feel like he's got to get 2 waves in order to put himself into a place of advancement. Unless he can get out on that nose and really impress everybody. I think he'd have to go right and stay out there as long as possible and come in with a nice closeout or a beautiful cutback or, you know, something to clean up the rest of the wave.
Yeah.
We've seen some good surfing yesterday, the previous day, and today, but a 916 would be the best wave that we've seen in all of competition. And it really would have to be that notch above what Ben was doing on that previous right-hander.
The IC replay, can I see it again, of an 8.5 for Ben Skinner? Look at him camped out on that hang 10 Strider.
Yeah, he had 2 cups of tea out there, and just beautiful work, really solid, and driving the board back like that and regaining some composure for the drop knee re-entry was just so clean, and you could see the way he felt it off the end of it too. But perched out there, that board looking really, really comfortable under his feet. A lot of confidence, like you were talking about, Kaipo, in his demeanor and who he is. And I mentioned it earlier, but we were talking, and he said how comfortable he was here because he has, you know, there's an event in Nuki back in England where they have this huge festival and there's just like 100,000 people show up, and it's a lot like the scene here where there's music and everything happening around it, and it all stemmed from the surf contest. So it's pretty cool that, you know, surfing is planting the seed for all these beautiful scenes and all these big events.
I've been. The Boardmasters in
There you
Yuki.
go,
It's
yeah.
insane. Yeah, not dissimilar to what we have here at the US Open. I mean, summertime in Yuki, it flares.
Flare bear.
Here we go. So the English surfer is going to impose his priority on Antonio. Now fades into a nice nose ride right from the start. Stays up there, hangs there with a 10 to the 5. Really perched there on the 10. Gliding, gets one more touch of the nose before finishing off. I feel like he's going to ditch that 6.83 that he has in his scoreline and increase his lead over Antonio Dantes.
I'm throwing this one in the fridge.
Yeah.
It's over.
You
That
can-
was beautiful by Ben. I mean, that was incredible, Rosie.
Well, you just look at Antonio's posture at the moment. He's just kind of recognizing that Ben's up the ante. He's going to be in a combo situation with under 3.5 minutes remaining, and you kind of feel the air just let out of the tires for him.
Yeah, that was another really fun wave to watch from Big Ben there. It was beautiful.
Here it is again, Strider.
Yeah, he perches, he gets the 5, he's hanging out, gets 10, comes back to 5, waits for the wave to regain composure. His opponent in the background just going, no, and he watches his, you know, it's just watching him back on the nose like that. So, and then he gets the closeout rebound on the inside, which, you know, completes the ride and gives you another beautiful score coming across the board.
So he got an 8.5 on his previous ride.
Yeah.
You probably heard me talking about the 916.
Yeah. Well, yesterday, Ben had the highest heat score yesterday, 16.43. So he's already been kind of setting the bar as far as numbers. Now, can he eclipse that 16.43 that he earned yesterday? We're going to find out when this number drops. But the feeling in the air is that it's going to come close. Well, close, but no cigar on this one. 7.43, so still just under an excellent heat total of 15.93.
And this is an important event for him. He came third at Bells, but like making it from the round of 16 where you get a 9th into the final series of an event, the points difference and what that can do for you when you're chasing that world title spot at the events in El Salvador. You really want to solidify your spot right now at this event and be out in front for that seeding.
Yeah, that's right. Looking at that one-day World Championships in 2023, Ben Skinner, he was the number 5 seed, and so yeah, the seeding's going to matter because much like the Lexus WSL Finals that we do on the Championship Tour, it's going to be match play on the way up there. And then if you're the number 1 seed coming into that final event, you can just sit there and watch everyone battle to come and meet you in for those title matches. So very similar in the seeding. So that's what these guys are fighting for. First, you got to get into that top 8. Then after you've solidified in that top 8, you kind of want to be the number 1 seed.
Big advantage.
Well, now it's all up to the ocean for our Portuguese surfer, Antonio Dantes. Under a minute remaining, he does have priority. He needs to go nearly perfect on his ride.
Looks like a couple bumps out the back there. Just don't know if he's going to be able to climb that mountain once he's on it.
It's going to be a lofty hill, Strider. He's going to have to get there into thin air to climb that mountain. A lot of elevation is going to have to happen. And now at 20 seconds, this is going to be the last-ditch effort. Surfer's scratching for something. Here it comes. He's going to get a chance. Oh, it's a pretty small wave, though. Yeah. All right. Well, it's Ben Skinner again in brilliant form. So the English surfer moves on to the quarterfinals. We'll see him in quarterfinal number 2 tomorrow. Ben Skinner victorious with an excellent score of 8.5 in his scoreline. More stuff coming your way. When we come back, Johnny the Ripper up against Kai Ellis Flynn.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by the all-new Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By IC Polarized, anchored in style for under $50. By Nissin Cup Noodles, the original instant ramen. And by Tractor Beverage Company, organically farmed beverages.
Ben Skinner, victorious in his round 16 matchup. Moving on to finals day and the quarterfinals for Ben. He's going to be in quarterfinal number 2. Who will he meet up against? Well, it's going to be one of these two surfers. It's either going to be John Michael Van Hohenstein, also known as Johnny the Ripper, or Kai Ellis Flynn. Winner of this matchup moves on to that quarterfinal number 2. I'm Kai Pugura, along with Rosie Hodge and Strider Wazalewski on the call here at Huntington Beach, our 3rd day of competition at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. This is the Huntington Longboard Classic, part of the Longboard World Tour. This is stop number 2 on that tour. Opened up in Bells Beach, Australia, and now I've moved on to the south side of Huntington Pier. This happened during the break, Strider.
Looks like a little movement on the nose, finding those right-handers. I mean, after watching the last couple of heats, very smart to just stick to that. I think if you're coming up in anything, I mean, looking like they're having a lot of fun out there, out on these right-handers, because they're just flowing down the line. You got a lot of wall to work with. You got a finish move, and then you can, you know, come all the way to the inside as the tide rises.
It's Kai Ellis Flint, Rosie.
Yeah, finding another smooth, buttery right-hander. He was so impressive yesterday in that elimination round, picking up where he left off.
So that was a 6-point ride for Kai, and Johnny opened up with a 6.33. So slight advantage to the surfer from Hawaii, a Waikiki local, Johnny the Ripper. There he is. Born in the Philippines, moved over to the Hawaiian Islands where he picked up surfing, and as a kid, quickly got that nickname, Johnny the Ripper, just because he was a prodigious talent that just seemed like he was made to ride a longboard with such great style. Now he's grown into a 20-year-old man, but really came on the longboard scene pretty much as a 12-year-old. already number 2 in the rankings coming into this event. He was runner-up, Rosie, over at the first event in Bells.
Yeah, what a breakthrough, you know, making that final, because it's one thing, I think, when you have those expectations growing up in a hotbed of talent like Hawaii, but to make that impact in that event, get a second place finish, I'm sure he's incredibly hungry this year to be in the conversation for a world title.
And the contrast, you know, coming from Hawaii, going to such cold Bells Beach, and, you know, it was frigid down there. I mean, it was freezing cold, and I got nothing but reports but about, you know, people having to deal with that, and to get second place, that's pretty solid, coming from the beautiful waters of Honolulu.
Yeah.
Where you're just thinking about how you're in your trunks all day, you're out there, you know, you could literally in and out of the water all day, you never change, you're in your trunks, you never put even any shoes on or a shirt. I mean,
so user-friendly.
yeah, and you go to Bells where you're just rugging up and putting gear on.
Hey, Hawaiians have historically done so well at Bells Beach. They have such a great connection.
Quick up and out there by Kai Ellis Flint, our Australian in this conversation. Stylish surfer, like you said, Strider's making his own boards and making his own fins. Very traditional. You can see him on the paddle back out, no leash, so that he can put together his footwork. Let's take a look at our rankings coming in to this event. Taylor Jensen, back up on top. 39 years old and still doing it. Taylor Jensen. Johnny the Ripper, John Michael Van Hohenstein in second place. Ben Skinner and Kai Salas still in that conversation there with the equal thirds. They had semifinal finishes at Bells. Remember, we take the top 8 surfers to qualify for those World Championships that we're going to have over in El Salvador. I think at Sunzao is going to be the break there.
I think age is an interesting conversation when it comes to, you know, the athletes in the longboard division.
Yeah.
And because you look back at, you know, let's just say the shortboard division, and you got somebody like a phenom like Kelly Slater, who's 52, and, you know, he'll be surfing in Fiji at the next event for the World Surf League, but on the championship tour. And then you look at age on the longboard tour, you know, number 1 in the world, you know, he's 39 years old, but he could probably be doing this for a long, like, almost 20 more years,
yeah.
Honestly.
Well, Joel Tudor's always had that conversation where he's actually kind of like laughed at us shortboarders, Strider, where he's just like, you guys have an expiration date. I could be doing this, bro, I can be doing this for another 10 years easy.
Our reigning world champ, Kai Salas, he's 42, right?
Yeah.
He just won his first world title.
Yeah. First world title, yeah,
Yeah.
42. For sure.
Well, we got
longevity.
we got a future, guys. Let's get into this.
Yeah.
And you know I love longboarding. I love Malibu.
I love longboarding too. It's just so hard to fit it in the car.
Texting Kai right now. I want to get his boards because he's out of
if you
here.
really want to do it, you better go shape your own equipment. Let's.
I'm not going that far. I'm not that good. I'm not that good. But
Matt's
Kai
gonna be
is.
bummed.
Kai Salas. We know you. I
Yeah.
want to. His boards look really.
I mean,
really
you
fun
live
to
at
me.
Malibu, you'd be killing it, Strider.
I got a mean guy Okazaki nose rider right now.
Ellis Flint here, and he's putting in an effort. He does not really have a backup to his 6-point ride, so that was that effort right there under the priority to get another number. And let's hear, talk about shapers, surfers. Let's hear from the last heat winner, Ben Skinner. Skin Dog Surfboards into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, we'll get to his surfboards in just a minute, Kaipo. First, we want to talk about that heat, the 8.5, one of the few excellent scores we've seen in the competition so far. What did you see on that wave that you were able to lock in that score?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely fun waves out there. It's difficult to sort of articulate which ones are going to be the best ones, but yeah, that one just sort of opened up for me. I managed to hold the nose ride through a pretty tricky section, and then luckily for me, it just kind of opened up, and I finished it cleanly, and yeah, it felt good.
In a wave like that, where you have to navigate the section so well, make the decisions, you're on a board that you shaped yourself, that I know you have a special relationship with. How much confidence does that give you? And talk us through just how you've developed the board you're riding.
Yeah, I'm definitely clicking with my equipment right now. It's like I put a lot of time and effort into that board, probably 4 years of R&D. and now it just feels like I've got it to its best, and I'm now riding it in Thunderbolt construction, which is the first time I've been riding it in competition. So it was, you know, it almost a risk to move to that construction, but it feels incredible, and it's definitely giving me confidence, like in my surfing and my ability to hold nose rides and push hard through my turns. So everything that my thought process went into designing the board is sort of starting to come out in my surfing, and yeah, it feels really good.
I know the other thing that gives you a lot of confidence is the support behind you. Have anything you want to say to friends and family?
Yeah, I mean, I got so much support from home, and obviously my sponsors who helped me get here, and you know, my family, my friends, and yeah, I love you all, and thanks a lot.
Congratulations. See you in the next round.
See ya. Wow.
Whoa. Ben Skinner. Maybe we should order a couple skin dogs, Strider. A couple skin dog boards. They look like they go good.
We're gonna have to have a little competition, I think. Typo. You get on the skin dogs. I might just keep my Guy Okazaki nose rider that I've got at the house, and we'll see what happens.
All right, yeah. It would be a nice change of pace. All right, well, we did see an exchange during that interview, and a 6.1 checked in for Johnny. Kai with a 5.07. Kai's back up and riding, this time getting a little bit of levitation through that whitewater section on the nose. A couple of stylish drop knee cutbacks for Kai Ellis Flint. Trailing right now, needs a 6.43 on this wave to take the lead. And trying to make the connection to the inside, so we'll see how that number pans out for the Australian. Our heat leader, Johnny the Ripper, with a 6.33 and a 6.1. Patient, only 2 waves ridden by Johnny, 5 waves ridden by Kai.
Looks like a little bit of the sea breeze kicking up out there, maybe gonna make the challenge lift it up a little bit, but faces look clean still. Look at this beautiful wave, Rosie.
Yeah, Johnny, just so effortless in his approach, so quick and light-footed. Couple bobbles there, but
it's interesting. I think the bobbles actually play into the score, though. You know, that the flow and the quality of surfing that happens. Anything that doesn't look comfortable is kind of checks in as maybe a little bit of a kink in the armor.
yeah, they make it look so effortless. Really impressed with Kai as he perches on the nose there. Tricky section to negotiate. Beautiful wave from him.
Yeah, we're watching right now. This is a 6.67 for Kai Ellis Flint. So this wave that we're watching in replay has turned the heat for the Australian strider.
Yeah, we were just talking about you know, bobbles, and there was not one in Kai's wave, and he looked so clean, so stylish. Everything was placed perfectly, the footwork, and that's why he got a better score, I think, than his opponent, just because of how clean it was.
Yeah, stylish surfer, and just really quiet upper body. Those classic drop knee turns look so good. So Johnny now got priority, needs a 6.35. He's on the move. As you said, Strider, a little bit of ruffle starting up as the convective sea breezes start coming into play, as the land starts heating up. It's really hot in Paris, California right now. Super hot in Barstow, probably.
Yeah, I don't doubt it. In the hundreds again.
I think we have
Another. That's a This little bit of a sea
high pressure
breeze.
bubble that's sitting over us.
Yep.
You know, it's one good thing to do in the sea breeze, Strider. A lot of people do it here. I saw a lot just yesterday. Fly a kite. Got a kite store right here. I've seen all kinds of different kites. There's an octopus kite out there.
You know what?
Yesterday.
That's a lost art, I feel like, and why not? You know.
Oh, talk about art form! The art of nose riding here, and had to survive a little bit, but comes through, gets back up to a cheater 5 to a 10. Kai Ellis Flint had to battle through that wave, but pretty impressive making it through that section. And I think he's going to extend his lead, Rosie.
He's really good. He's really fun to watch. Beautiful style. And just the way that he, you know, through the tricky sections, he's holding on to something so difficult, and it just his weight distribution as he's going through the motions. Watch this one, Strider.
Yeah, I think he actually goes all the way down to be sitting on the board for a moment.
Oh, he went cockroach.
But he pulls it through. Some core strength there, so hats off to him. And I mean, are you kidding me with the comfort up there? That's pretty impressive. To regain composure, come back around, and then surf the way that he did. There's a lot of confidence going on right there for him.
Yeah, that was cool. I just thought the way that he had to battle through that section was really cool. I don't know what the judges are going to think. So, you know, given their criteria, I don't know if that was like in their book a loss of control, but I thought it was really cool that he stayed on the nose that whole time and went into the lazy boy just for a bit.
And not flustered. He's just like, he's like, that happens. He kind of shakes it off, goes for that 10, and does so well.
Hey, it's Bonzoy brew break time. We're going to take a brew break. We'll be back with the score for Kai Ellis. Let's see if he extends on his lead in this heat. Ounces of freedom, Sublime. That's right, they played right there at the Hurley stage last Saturday night. It was a wonderful show where Jacob Knowles was headlining his dad's band Sublime with the original members. Strider, you were there. It was a great show.
That was awesome. I mean, it was such a good vibe. Everybody having a good time and enjoying the music, dancing in the sand, you know, right here on the beach. Doesn't get any better.
Well, when we left you, we for that Bonzoy brew break, we were teasing a score for Kai Ellis Flint. That score came in, not one of his top two, just a 3.83, so maybe a little bit of that lost control when he went into the sitting position hindered that score, but Ellis Flint still in the lead over Johnny the Ripper. Johnny in the red jersey, and this happened during the break. This is a 5.6, not enough, Rosie, for Johnny.
Yeah, good to see Johnny try and fight back after, you know, Kai's held on to that lead for quite a while now. He kept his kind of composure, waiting with priority for the right wave. Unfortunately, this wasn't it.
And what he did do is hand over priority to Kai Ellis-Flint, who's got heat control with the lead and priority at the moment. So a little separation, though, however, between the two surfers. So Kai's not really crowding Johnny at all. Strider?
No, I mean, it'd be good just to see the end of this heat play out. There's plenty of time left, so I don't feel like we're going to get into the tactics until, you know, you get down into that final couple of minutes.
Really close heat when you look at the numbers at the moment.
I feel like, you know, after watching that last heat, watching Ben power through with the technique, it was really fun to watch. And we're kind of seeing the same thing in this heat with Kai and the stronger surfer, but having the elegance of the technique coming into play, that combo is pretty hard to beat. So
yeah.
We'll see.
There we go, the unabridged version of the heat, all the waves scored. And this would kind of be tragic for Johnny Van Hohenstein if he were to lose this round of 16, as he's number 2 in the rankings. So this would be a big upset if it plays out like this through the rest of the heat. 9th place finish, that's only going to get you 1,575 points. And that's outside that top 8, which would be your goal in every competition, is to finish somewhere in that top 8, that equal 9th. So this would be really a tough result for the surfer from Hawaii here on the paddle, looking for a 6.35. Johnny's going to activate. Quick nose ride, has to get back to clear this section. Couple of roller coasters. Gosh, I feel that he needs a little bit more on the inside here. And Huntington Beach is not going to give him much on the inside. Right behind him, Kai Ellis-Flint. Catch up to see what he did on the outside there before the Australian kicks out.
I'm just thinking about all those perfect long right-hand point breaks in Australia and how fun they are to longboard.
Rosie, replay here.
Really important wave there for Johnny. Was their potential to maybe hold on to that nose ride for a little bit longer, just to get through that critical section and make it look just that little bit more appetizing to the judges. He only needs a 6.35.
Here's Kai.
See what he got done on this one. We didn't see the beginning. Oh, yeah, well, that was a beautiful nose ride. Very clean, beautiful trim. Throws the board around effortlessly and then finishes off.
Last year, Kai made it to the quarterfinals here in Huntington Beach, and he's looking favorable to repeat that performance here. Wait for the numbers. Last number for Van Hohenstein. For Johnny, not enough, a 4.77. He's still going to be seeking that 6.35. Will Kai Ellis-Flint increase that need with his last score? We're still waiting for one more number, a score for surfer on your screen, Kai Ellis-Flint.
Ooh, looks like a pretty solid number coming through.
Came in at a 6.93. So now Johnny needs a 7.27, and Kai with a strong lead in the final 6.5 minutes, Rosie.
Yeah, just pushing that requirement up for Johnny, and looking at this heat, but the previous heats, we have seen those 7s, those 8s make their way. The ocean's almost taken a breath at the moment. These guys have had a lot of opportunities, but we haven't seen that breakaway score. So
you know, Johnny just needs to relax, calm down. You can see when he was, his last couple of waves, it seemed like he was rushed. It seemed like he was, you know, his mind was working overtime, so his body was following. If he could just take a deep breath and relax and get back into that flow state and kind of do this kind of surfing that he's, you know, got second into bells for. So that's what we want to see. He's got to get back, kind of relax himself and get back into a place where he can do the work he needs to get done.
I mean, surfing, Strider, is very mental, right? I mean, it's physical as everything, but it's really the mind game sometimes that makes the difference.
Yeah, 100%. And you can see the body following the mind right now from Johnny. And if he can relax a little bit, find himself some open water, and get some work done.
Rosie, let's take a look at our heat recap, starting here with Johnny, the Ripper.
Yeah, Johnny has been so smooth, so fun to watch, but right now he's in that second place position. He wants to advance to this one. He's got to up the ante-Strider.
Yeah, but I mean, you can see he started out of the heat, you know, really comfortably, and I love the way he was surfing. And then right when he starts to come off kilter there, you know, he starts to panic a bit in the mind, whereas, you know, Kai just looks so solid and really calm, which lends itself to the longboard theatrics out on the nose and the comfort level and the grace of his surfing.
I think it just looks so innate, like the way that he's reading the wave, the way that he's kind of connected to his equipment, but also feeling out the wave and doing what's on offer, where maybe Johnny's trying to force that critical section, trying to materialize a score instead of stepping into that capability of his to feel that innate finesse.
We're down to 4 minutes, and it is going to be tough for the surfer on your screen here, Johnny, because he's under the priority of Kai. He needs a pretty, I'm calling that a pretty chunky number, a 7.27 in context to the scores that we've seen today. Kai's got that priority. Johnny trying to escape a little bit, maybe down the beach and hoping for a peak. And some lines coming through. Kai's not even chasing him. Let's see what eventuates here. Well, nothing. I swear I thought I saw a wave.
I saw lines.
Well, I mean, Johnny was paddling, so, you know, you would have alluded to think that there was something happening there, but I think that was kind of him trying to sell his opponent on something. And you know, Kai obviously reading the ocean really well today and knowing what's coming through. He's not going to let a good wave go by. It's interesting, you know, the time spent in the ocean and how much knowledge you can get from reading waves and understanding what's going to happen and which direction a wave is going to travel and the different, I mean, you got probably 3 different swell directions in the water right now. You've got peaks coming in up and down the beach. You got tide changing, you got wind, but you can really, after all these years of being in the water, know exactly where waves are going to arrive on the sandbar.
Yeah, and you know, that's just time in the water. You know, it's almost like a sixth sense where you can feel sometimes a wave coming before you even see the wave coming, Rosie.
And also, like, just when there's people around you and you recognizing their body language, where they do that little, like, shoulders back looking at a wave and you're like, oh, is there something coming? Like, it piques your interest. So yeah, it is a funny little thing we do.
Johnny on the nose. Steps back for a beautiful carve, drop knee style. One more time on the nose. Skips a section. Has to do a little check turn there. Gets up there for another tap of 5. Really working the board here. Great footwork. Gets one more. Tap to the 5. Needs a 7.27 though. When he needed that mid-range 6, I would have said, hey,
yeah,
he turned the heat, but he needs a big number, Rosie.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite waves of the heat for Johnny. Is it going to be the 7.27?
It's another look, Strider.
I mean, I feel like all of the maneuvers were there, you know, nose rides, the turns, everything was in it, and for me it just seemed a bit frantic. So I don't know if that's going to kind of count against you on the numbers column there. It depends on how the judges perceive it all. But he he never stopped working on this entire wave. So, you know, that would just come down to the subjection of the judges, really.
Yeah. I like your phrase, he never stopped working. Bigger wave here for Kai. Again, gets a great trim line. Beautiful turn there. Just smooth surfing to enjoy from the Australian. Well, this could seal the deal here. Oh, a little karate kick. I don't know how that's going to score. First one today, though. I liked it.
That was wild.
That was cool.
Plus, he pet the kitty all the way across that little flat spot, and then he got the reform.
The front foot karate kick.
I don't know how he kept that board moving right. That was beautiful, and steps off on the sand. That was that's the way you want to finish out.
Yeah.
Fist bump.
With a little pound on the inside.
Well, you can hear that. That's the horn. That's the end of the heat, and we're still waiting for the numbers to make it official.
A couple of big numbers, right?
Yeah. I mean, we're waiting for Johnny. There's Kai. He's currently in the lead. He had some great surfing out there. Abstract art on the bottom of his board. What do you see in that, Rosie?
I see a blue and a yellow dot.
I kind of see a sea monster in
It's
day
like a
and night.
Lark's
Yeah.
character.
I saw a fish hook.
Oh. I love abstract art because it's all about the viewer. Well, Johnny did not get the number, 6.4 on his last ride. So regardless of what the last score is for Kai Ellis Flint, Kai's on to the quarterfinals. And he did better his score line with a 7.43. So Kai Ellis Flint right there, you're going to see him in quarterfinal number 2 on finals day, where he will be coming up against Ben Skinner. We got more action and joy on the way out. Great surfing by Kai Ellis Flint.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by the all-new Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By IC Polarized, anchored in style for under $50. By Nissin Cup Noodles, the original instant ramen. And by Tractor Beverage Company, organically farmed beverages.
Straight into Heat 5 with the round of 16 of the men's, but we cast our attention to the women, part of the WSL Rising Tides. A new generation of women are about to go out and surf with some of their heroes. You see the boards littering the shore break here of Huntington Beach. These women and young women are going to have a chance to feel what it's like to be in a competitive environment such as here at the World Surf League Championship Challenger Series and Huntington Beach Longboard World Tour. Carla Zamora, joined by myself, the Waxhead, Matt Chinoski, to talk you through longboard action on day 3 here at the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic.
Yeah, it's going to be another exciting heat here. We've got Taylor Jensen and Cole Robbins, 2 veterans to the tour and competing. It's going to be exciting. They both have similar kind of approaches to the waves. I know Cole has already opened up with the way both gentlemen have already opened up. It looks like Taylor opening up with a 7.0 and Cole bringing in a 6.6, so already tight right off the bat.
And if we have a look at our Rad Power Bikes heats to watch, this is one of those. Ventura's Cole Robbins up against 3-time world champion Taylor Jensen, and we expect nothing less than fireworks in this heat. As you said, Carla, a 7 from Taylor, already in a 6.6 in the break. And Cole, he made it his way right through to this round with an astonishing heat win over Kai Salas in round 1. But this is the 7 for Taylor.
Taylor really has been surfing quite well yesterday, all weekend. I should say all week. Even now we're in the week here. Yeah, but he's coming off a high with the win at Bells. He's no stranger to winning this event. I was looking at the stats, and he's all over the place. They got Cole, the replay here, another nice 10. Both these guys, I think, are going to tit for tat it this entire heat. As long as the waves come through, we're going to have lots of excitement, lots of waves to watch. Nice rebound off the white water from Cole, who's trying to make it all the way inside. That's that 6.6 for Cole. Both guys on the board. Cole already taking another look here for a second ride.
Fading into this one, Cole gets up on the nose, holding a 10 through that section, that Wayne Rich traditional single fin looking solid under his feet, as they always do. Getting some intricate footwork as he surfs this one all the way through the inside and kicks out. Interesting fact, it's the first coloured board that Cole's had in a very long time, Colour.
I was going to say
the clear boards.
I was going to say the same thing, and I think it's kind of poignant that he's got his jersey matching his board right now. Hopefully it'll be some good luck for him.
Absolutely. Well, it worked well for him in that first heat with an excellent range score and some great surfing. But let's go through this replay and have a look at that coloured board.
Yeah, there's that blue board, blue jersey, gets those 4 steps to the nose, gets that tight 10 there. He's going to bring it back into the whitewater at some point, but he's going to go one quick 5 first. Then he brings it back into the whitewater. Nice controlled turn there. Trying to make the most as he comes into the inside section as the wave kind of dissipates and dies. Gets a 5.5 on that, so he's currently sitting in first place. Taylor looking up for that backup score, is only needing a 5.1. Again, 24 minutes, lots going to happen.
Yeah, and Cole Robbins making his way back out as Taylor gets a left-hander. 5 tight, 10. Great footwork and delicate transition there with the drop knee off the foam. So Taylor won here in 2022. And he's had some great performances over the years. Deep drop knee and a rare left-hander, and I know he'll be using that against Cole because Cole doesn't like to go left, and Taylor is proficient going both ways.
But you don't see him go left too often, so it's nice to see.
It is, and Taylor kicks off on the sand. A few cheers on the shore as well. That'll be a great backup wave, but he needs a 5.10, and I feel like it's going to be there.
I feel like that's easily there, definitely.
As the big guy makes his way back out, let's have a look at the replay of this elegant footwork.
Yeah, does that 2 kind of big steps up right to the 5, hits the 10 on his backside, so you can see all toes right in front of us there. Brings it nice back, nice carved drop knee. Back into that open face. He's going to try to reset again. Does a little step forward to regain that weight, continue the speed. Does a nice drop knee into that soup zone. He's going to probably milk another little 5 in here. He's looking for it at least. He's a big boy. So for him to be able to get up there right there on that very last bit of the nose ride is pretty proficient.
And you see him paddling back out there, almost swamping that 9.8 Stu Kenson, making it look a lot smaller than it should be. But Taylor's a towering figure. He stands somewhere around maybe 6'4 or 6'5.
Yeah, he's a big dude.
Yeah, and that's why he's able to make that longboard and turn it, fit it into those critical spots and make it look like it's a shorter board. But his footwork and his elegance on the nose is something that he's worked on in the last few years, and he's proven to be, well, a world title threat, actually. He's never not been a world title threat. He's just had so much consistency, but I think he's getting better with age, Carla.
Well, it's like a fine wine. We would like to get better with age, and I think wisdom, experience, and all that stuff comes together to really, if you're smart enough and you're self-aware enough, you can fine-tune those things. And as you said, Taylor's always been a threat when it comes to winning an event or even a title, and that goes to even previously when he leaned more towards that high-performance style. but he's also been one of those surfers that has embraced the traditional aesthetic and, you know, really showing people how it's done. He can do it all.
Sure can, absolutely. Diversifying between the single fin, the 3-fin longboards, now mid-lengths as well, has been toying with the Thunderbolt technology and some of the Slater designs there as well. But 7.3 for Cole Robbins required because Taylor on his last over 6.9 to go with the 7. A commanding lead there for the big guy. And he's here with his wife Nava and his daughters that are hanging around the contest site. That's a common fixture that we see in longboarding. A lot of people do bring their partners along. And someone whose partner's not with them at this event, but typically would be, is Kai Ellis Flint, who's down in the glass with Felicity Parmentier.
Yeah, congratulations. Through to the quarterfinals. It must feel good. Talk us through the conditions out there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so stoked. I just found a rhythm. I mean, I was kind of getting peaky ones. I've seen some longer running waves, like that Johnny was getting. I finally found one at the end, you know. But yeah, it was fun. I mean, it's kind of peaky. That little bit of more west in the swell is kind of pushing, has a few more pushing rights, which is good. Yeah, it's fun. Tide's filling in a little bit more.
And I know you've been shaping boards for a long time now, almost 9 years. Do you want to talk me through what your choice was this morning and yeah, your process in that decision?
Yeah, so I've been building boards mainly only because I started off laminating and glassing just CI shortboards and stuff like that, and the Simon Andersons, and was working on kind of just manufacturing my own boards purely out of the like just want to grow my my technique with glassing and stuff like that. So I was just building boards, and then I came across this design with under my High Estate label, and I've been making that for like the last 5 years now. Been kind of redeveloping this model for a fair while. It's called the Wide Glide, and pairing that up with my my Omni fin that I've got manufacturing with Wild Things at the moment. So yeah, just working them in together and trying to find the board that works out in the water.
Well, the Wide Glide looks like it's going really well out there. You've equaled your result. You did the same result as last year. What's your goals moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, it's just trying to put together a heat. I feel the nerves, you know. I'm sure everyone else does, and especially being here, you know, there's a lot going on around you. So just trying to keep calm and let the jitters sort of go before I'm sort of starting to take off on a wave, you know.
Well, congratulations. Good luck on finals day. And yeah, thanks for having a chat. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Felicity. Good insight there from Kai. Look forward to breaking down his board of choice and the one that he shaped as well, as we do with Ben Skinner, who'll be coming up against Kai in quarterfinal number 2 to surfer, shaper, designers, and regular footers. That's going to be a great matchup, and it is going to be redemption. Well, perhaps Richie Cravey taking on JR Escobar, a replay of last year where JR used some competitive prowess and really the rule book to get the win over Richie. So it's going to be a great grudge match tomorrow, and that's in that quarterfinal, and the winner will go to see either Ben or Kai.
That's going to be really exciting. It's going to see how Richie decides to play after last year's situation. Right now we're at 18 minutes 40 seconds on the clock. We got Taylor in first place with a 7 and a 6.9. Cole sitting in second with a 6.6 and a 5.5. Needs a 7.3 to advance into the next round. Great surfing coming from these guys right off the bat. 2 scores on the board for each. Both are chomping at the bit for that third wave.
Yes, they are. And you want to talk about boards later on? I can't wait.
Well, I was getting excited after hearing Kai and talking about boards and shapes, and we have a lot of surfers that are involved in shaping now, putting their names, their hands on them. But there's kind of a difference, I think you mentioned it earlier, where we have a group of surfers that are not just shaping, not just putting their name onto a board, but they're actually a part of the entire process of the board building. And there's a lot to say about creating a shape on a computer and having the computer kind of cut it out, and then what we call scrubbing it in order to get it ready for glassing. But those that are putting all of those crafts together by shaping or designing, shaping, and then laminating, sanding, it's a really extensive process, and kudos to those guys that are taking it each step along the way.
You know someone who can do it from start to finish? It is Stu Kenson, who Taylor Jensen's riding one of those boards, and Cole Robbins, who's running a Wayne Rich. 2 of the most pivotal, experienced, and dedicated craftsmen in California, if not the world. And it's so nice to see that story ringing true in longboard surfing. It's the art of surfing. It's a lot more than just a sport out there. These guys will be doing it with a rashie on or not. This is, the craft they're riding. It's so nice to see them with the tints. We talk about the colors, we talk about the fins, we talk about the model names, but there's an art behind it. It's even just picking the right surfboard blank. The stringer has to be glued up with a piece of wood generally, or several pieces of wood in longboarding world, triple stringers. It's got to be sanded, which is one of the most technical jobs in the whole process. Of course, laminated. The shapers often, and the designers get a lot of that credit, but there's a whole process there behind it. Kai, start to finish, can do it all.
Yeah, I give a lot of respect and appreciation to those guys that take the time to learn all of the craft and not just certain parts of the craft. At the moment, shapers kind of tend to get the notoriety and the name, so there's this kind of pull or push rather to, I want to get famous, I'm going to shape boards, I'm going to design boards, and then it kind of gets handed off along the way. So a shout out to the different glassers and the people that help finish those up. There's some really great glass shops down in the San Diego area, Moonlight Glassing, Global. My husband has been glassing and shaping for a number of years. You talk about Wayne Rich, who is an icon from our area, especially in the Rincon, Santa Barbara area. A number of people ride his boards. I'm waiting for mine still, Wayno.
I'll get one too, Wayne. Thanks. They're approaching the halfway mark here, and a little bit of a lull out there. 7.3 required for Robbins. He knows what he requires, a real estate agent by trade, by career.
A very successful real estate agent, I might add.
He's charming at the best of times, Cole, but he wants to try and charm the judges with some surfing like he did in round one. He's here for redemption as well. He's here as an event wildcard, much like Richie Cravey was, who took out Kai Salas, the 2023 world champ. If you're just joining us now, Heat 1 this morning, one of the biggest upsets of the US Open so far was with last year's world champ being knocked out by the event wildcard. Taylor Jensen, currently #1 in the ratings. He's winning the heat, but Cole has an opportunity to cause another upset, Carla.
Yeah, we could see that upset, and it's definitely something I know Cole wants, and he has got his eye on it. He and I gave a couple little silent looks before he went out there, a little wink here, a little smile there. And I've known Cole a really long time. A shout out to his twin brother Brett, his mom Neela, dad Mike. They're an absolutely wonderful family. They've been really supportive of both boys and their journey in surfing and careers outside of surfing. It's been really great to watch them. I literally have watched this guy grow up. He's a man now. I knew him as a little boy. So it's really wonderful to watch a lot of these guys become their own and get to seek out and achieve their dreams.
Yeah, and when you come into an event as one of the favorites like Kai and Taylor, those guys don't feel the pressure as much as you'd think, but when you got someone like Cole Robbins or Richie Cravey, these guys, Taylor knows everything about Cole. They've competed against each other for over a decade, as with Kai Salas and Richie, and you begin to start thinking of scenarios and playing into, so earlier in the heat, Kai Salas was sitting on the other side of Richie. Richie went left, Kai went right. In this case, we've got two regular footers. They're sitting on top of each other, so the game is a much more condensed chess match, and they both know each other's fortes. Will Taylor go to the left, though?
I think you made a great point earlier. Cole doesn't want to go left, but here he gets, because he smashes it on these rights.
Like that, long extended hang 10, stepping back into the whitewash and goes down. So an uncharacteristic fall there for Cole Robbins. And not surfing yesterday, he was able to progress through his opening round, and that saw him go straight through to day 3. So an 8 and a 7.17 he scored in his opening round, so he hasn't surfed for 36 hours.
Yeah, definitely. He's hoping to get a couple of those scores today. I don't know if the waves will give him what he needs. As long as he makes the right selection, I think he can definitely pull it out. He's not going to go left. He's going to stick on those rights. Here's Taylor on another right.
And hammers that one off the top with a 5 to get things started. Seeing if this one is going to open up for him. It stretches down the line and he kicks out. We'll wait for those scores to be logged in. Let's go to a break, but stay tuned because we have the remainder of Heat 5 with current ratings leader Taylor Jensen in the lead from event wildcard Cole Robbins. straight back into heat number 5, the round of 16. This is the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. Cole Robbins searching for 7.3 up on the nose. Carving back into the whitewash here. Gets a little bit caught up, just like his last wave, so it doesn't seem like that one will be that 7.3 required at this point, with ratings leader Taylor Jensen out in the lead and holding priority. Carla Rowland in the booth with the wax head. Carla, a great morning of surfing and some tremendous heats matched up for the day.
Yeah, it's been really exciting already thus far. We've had some really fired up heats. This one's been a little bit slower as far as wave consistency as some of the others, but as you mentioned earlier, our first 2 heats of this morning, I was like, okay, I'm up, I'm ready, let's do this. Opener with that upset, taking down Kai Salas, the current world champ. That was Richie Cravey. And then followed by the second heat was JR and Kevin, and that was a buzzer beater. Both surfers getting waves right at the last minute or so, but JR getting one at the final 20 seconds and just being able to lock it into getting himself into the quarterfinal tomorrow. Right now we're sitting with 9 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock for this heat. This is the round 16, heat 5. In the water we've got Taylor Jensen. He's wearing the red jersey. He's got a 7 and a 6.9. Followed by blue jersey Cole Robbins. He's looking for a 7.30. He's coupled up with a 6.6 and a 5.5. He's just waiting for that wave to come through so he can punch it out.
And what sort of wave do you think he's going to be searching for? Here one goes now. We'll wait and see. Is this something that he can drop the 6.9 up on the nose? Nice hang 10 for Taylor. Carving this one back to the whitewater. He monsters that turnaround. Nice drop knee there. Gets caught up a little bit. Loses a bit of the momentum and flow, but he sticks with it, trying to maximize his scoring potential. And as we see that tide coming in, these waves are able to link up to an inside section, which Taylor's got here with that delicate footwork, linking the tail to the nose, and he steps off on the sand. Despite the hiccup, some great surfing there, Carla.
Yeah, that was definitely a well put together wave. We'll see if it maximizes or gets higher than, I should say, his 6.90. He's already got the lead right now. He wants to put some more space, though, between himself and Cole, because Cole is absolutely able to get that excellent score, as we saw the day before on our day 1 in that opening round where Cole dropped a couple of 8s. So he's going to keep on his toes. He's not going to let anything kind of relax too much. Taylor wants to make sure his senses are heightened. Here's the replay here of Taylor last ride. Looks like it comes in at a 6.53, gets a nice tight 5 on there and redirects it into the whitewater. Nice hammer off the whitewater, nice drop knee, almost comes unglued there, but he manages to keep all that 6 foot something upright, gets that next tip time into that smaller part of the wave as it comes into the inside. Looking for another tip time, but that's a pretty small wave there for big boy Taylor.
Yeah, but that delicate footwork we talked about earlier is, and you know what, going leashless, both these surfers not using the leg rope, which allows for that eloquent footwork. Both these surfers growing up in Southern California. Taylor splitting his time between Oceanside and North Coast of New South Wales with his wife Nava and their family. Cole Robbins up in Santa Barbara. I said Ventura before, but a little further north at Santa Barbara. He's a regular at the right-hand point breaks up there and some of the beach breaks. But Cole, Polish style, but both these surfers, their strength lies within their power game, which, as we both know with coaching backgrounds, Carla, and the bigger the turn, the better the nose ride generally.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of people misunderstand how much the turn is a setup for the nose ride and how much of these other maneuvers are part of the nose ride. A lot of times, when we're teaching and coaching, sometimes that more moderate, intermediate level, I just want a nose ride, I just want a nose ride. Well, you got to take time, you got to work on the turns, you got to work on the speed that's leading into your nose ride in order to set it up correctly, appropriately, and actually give you, the future.
That's right.
The future ride out of that nose ride.
Just like on shortboarding, the bottom turn being one of the most dominant parts of a wave. And Taylor Jensen, upright hang 10, surfing into his wheelhouse, cutting back into the whitewater, setting up an inside section. This wave looks like it might surpass his 6.9 already, just to that beautiful opening nose ride. We talked about that soft footwork. He He's quite heavy by the standards compared to the other athletes, but the way he's able to be light on his feet like that is a real testament to his skill, and he's really honed his craft over the years. Look forward to seeing where that score comes in at. But I mean, utilising the left, he had a 7 on that opening left, or a 6.9, and backing it up. And here goes Cole with his inside section as well. We'll get caught up with that replay.
Cole giving a little point out to his fans there, perhaps, or maybe that was just a point out to Taylor himself.
It was a business card.
I'm here. I checked in. Check me out.
For his real estate business.
He's never not selling.
Nope, that's right. He's got that smile and that wink down to a T.
Ching.
Oh, maybe he's trying to sell it to the judges.
Ching.
Yeah, it could have been selling it to the judges, but we'll wait and see that replay. And we talked about the power game. Both those surfers, you know, Cole's got a ferocious cutback on him. Although he's always ridden single fin surfboards, it hasn't stopped him experimenting with designs with Wayne Rich that have allowed him to get closer to the pocket, really engage the rail, and it's something I've enjoyed of Cole surfing the last few years. Let's see what happened on the replay, Carla.
Yeah, here's that replay. He gets the 5, looks like gets the 10 in there. Might be a tight 5, but pretty close to 10 there. Gets the second 5. Really holding this nose ride, getting it up nice and tight again. Really long nose right here. We want to see him engage that rail. He's able to hit that whitewater. There was a little bit of a stutter in trying to like get that speed to go into that, but he does manage to hit it cleanly. Gets that last 5 on the inside. It's going to be a decent wave, and then the, you know, shout out to his fans. And here we got the replay on the left of Taylor. I think what's really setting Taylor apart is the fact that he's going left.
Yeah.
So really nice. It was a great 10 there. He's just showing off to the judges. The thing that's unique about when you're backside to the wave is that your whole front of your body's facing. There's not really any denying what's happening, whether it's good or bad. And Taylor really just showing all the good.
That was so stylish as well for Taylor. A 7.27 locks in for that left-hander. So he extends his lead. Cole with score still to drop, needing a 7.67 on that last exchange. Multiple nose rides and a good top turn, but maybe a little disruption of flow, but a lot of work done. But we'll have to try and see if it was a front angle on that, but it may have been catching Taylor's left.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's definitely going to be, I think, his highest score for Cole. Whether or not it will reach that 7.67 in order to take the lead, we'll find out soon enough. Looks like so far scores are dropping around the 7.5 range, so he's looking good.
Well, when he took off, he needed a low 7.
Yeah.
So at this point in time, with 2 judges giving a 7.5, and in his head, Cole was surfing for that score, and it looks like he was probably going to achieve it, except the requirement will have gone up, needing a 7.67 right now. And here goes Cole, answering back, not wasting any time. That one won't be it. He couldn't find a long enough wall for that section. Waiting for those scores to drop. Judges will be going through the replays. They'll be discussing that score. It's an important one with 2 minutes 20 remaining. 3-time world champion Taylor Jensen out in the lead right now, but tense times, holding the priority though. He be sure not to make any priority errors. He knows what Cole is capable of.
Yeah, and at this point, knowing that there's a possibility that Cole's going to grab the score, he's sitting in priority. Depending on how this kind of pans out, even if it doesn't quite put Cole ahead, it's gonna chip away, and it's gonna make that advancing position for Cole a little less strenuous. So Taylor, I expect to use his priority in a way that's gonna kind of keep Cole from getting that primo set wave. He can obviously, like here, work under his priority and still get scores.
And it was a 7.5, and it wasn't enough to move into the lead. So this score will be crucial. Chasing a 6.77 with a minute 20 remaining. Cole Robbins, will he be able to cause an upset on this wave? Some work done on the outside, smaller in size. Perhaps not as dynamic in the ending, Carla, as those first few. He'll get back out with time to burn.
Yeah, he's got a minute left. Still time for something to happen. He's a power paddler. He can get himself out there. You can hear the beach announcing that 7.5 for Cole. He now needs a 6.77, fully attainable for this gentleman. It's just a matter of can he get out in time, and will the wave be available? Here's the replay. Gets the 5 to the nice tight 10 where he pushes through the whitewater. That shows a lot of critical maneuvering there. rebounds it back in. He's going to set up again for the 5, gets the 5. He's just trying to maximize this wave as he brings it all the way to the inside, because again, he's trying to get that 6-7-7.
See our rising tides surfers out there enjoying a time with their heroes surfing down the beach on the left. But here goes Taylor Jensen, 20 seconds remaining. He's unsure of the requirement, but he gets up on the nose. Another beautiful nose ride, tight, stylish nose riding from Taylor. Taps that one off the top. Good flow on this wave. Displaces a lot of water on that cutback. Linking it with that footwork. This will be his last wave, counting this one out. And it comes short. Cole's last wave, a 6-2-7. So a valiant effort towards the end of that heat, but Cole, he's just hearing that requirement now. And see his reaction there. He's not sure what that last score may be. Yeah, the slap of the water, he knows.
He knows. Unfortunately, he knows it's the end of the road for him here today at the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. Taylor, on the other hand, you can see the final ride here, replay for Taylor on the backside. Really locking it in on those lefts. I think that was kind of the difference that set him apart from Cole, being able to tackle those. Gets it around into that white water, just showing a lot of that flow, that consistency, that connection of maneuvers. This is why he's a world champ.
That's it, and a nice victory lap there, a 5-7-7. Didn't eclipse his other scores, but he loved it. Even a little claim at the end. But a 14.27 heat total to a narrow win over 14.1 for Cole Robbins. He'll be leaving disappointed, but he put on a great showing, maybe some of his best here at Huntington. And we'll be going to a break. More action coming up for Heat 6 of the round of 16. The Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. This is the Longboard Division.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, is brought to you by the all-new Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Pacifico. Live life anchors up. By Yeti. Built for the wild. And by Sambazon, bringing you the delicious powers of acai.
Welcome back to the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. Cole Robbins embracing Taylor Jensen, who moved forward in that heat. A very narrow victory and some great surfing there on some phenomenal longboard waves. Carla Rowland in the booth with the wax head. There's Tommy Pierucci, photographer, embracing Cole. What a good performance that was.
That was great, and what I really like is that you see these guys coming up together. There's no hard feelings between the two. You can tell by Cole's body language he's disappointed, but he's probably equally happy for his buddy. They're longtime surf mates, been around for a long time, so moving on.
Moving on indeed. Eduardo Pero and Taka Inui, the Japanese surfer, lining up for Heat 6 here at the US Open of Surfing. The Frenchman and Taka, they're even. ranked 9 coming into this event right now. That's not a keeper result. We'll be taking the top 8 for our final event in El Salvador, which will be coming up in October. This is stop 2 of a 4-stop longboard tour. So both these surfers need to progress out of this heat. This is crucial for their career. You could almost say heat, year defining this heat for both of these surfers right now.
Yeah, we know Edward, he is no stranger to the tour or being at the championship position. He's won a title in the past. Taka, on the other hand, is a bit more newer to the situation. He has been on tour for some time. We've watched him kind of evolve from his early days. He's an exciting, explosive surfer, sometimes gets a little ahead of himself, likes to do lots of stuff and get flashy, but it'll be interesting to see how these two play it out. And here's Taka right here with the replay, gets the 5 to the nice 10. He has some moments that are just fabulous, Taka does. He's not able to stay on his feet when he rebounds off that whitewater, and then here we got Edward on the left, gets that 5 with the 4 steps up. He's gonna try to reset again for another 5. Not a lot happening in between after that 5, so, and then Taka again here.
Nice elevated 10 through the section, stretching back on that. Whoa! Acrobatics from Taka, and unable to ride out of that. And you know, we did talk about Taka just before. You mentioned he gets a lot done and can make it look like that. The theatrics and the jaw-dropping style of Taka is why we have come to love him. And here goes Edward, the smooth Frenchman. Nice drop knee wrap. And where Taka goes down, Edward is able to complete that wave. So you have to say in the early stages, advantage to the Frenchman.
Yeah, the Frenchman here opening up with a 4.17, and so this is going to be a nice backup score for him to be able to set some space between the two of them. Taka opened up with a 3.33. They've both got scores waiting to drop on the board.
And Edward taking it to Taka. He knows that what Taka's capable of. You know, perhaps putting a little too much into that, just pulling it back a little bit, getting the completion, because the criteria, style, flow, and grace, that flow generally means completed waves.
Yeah, and it's really important that on one hand we want variety, we want some excitement, we want some dynamics, but it needs to be completed. You can see this here. This was a great critical nose ride there, but he comes a little unglued. He managed to stay on it. It's kind of like a little surfing parkour or something going on.
Most people would have just gone head over toe, flipped over the fin, but he was almost able to make it. But Edward, a measured performance here.
Yeah, and you can just see a little bit more control. Perhaps it's the experience that Edward has. Taka's a bit younger, but you can just see that flow and connection between the nose ride and the turns. The way he links them together is just a lot more thoughtful.
And here goes Taka on his answer back. Nice nose riding, taking off after Taylor Jensen at last heat, grabbing the rail. Extremely difficult to do, transitioning from a hang 10 to a grab rail 5, styling it on that. And stepping back onto the tail. That board getting a little wobbly through the whitewash. Judges will pick up on the lack of flow, but the nose riding was there, the variety was there, and that's what happens when you have a smaller frame surfer on a large board, Carla.
Yeah, I understand how that works. I'm a small gal. I tend to ride big boards. Here's that replay. You're going to see a nice tight nose ride right off the bat. Gets the 10, kind of little knock-kneed 10. Grabs that rail to try to keep it up and out of dumping himself into the bottom of the wave, but he stays on the nose. He's going to redirect it right around here into that white water. Like you said, it's a little bit off balance at moments, but he manages to tick the boxes as far as all of the maneuvers are concerned. And then just trying to milk it into that inside section, decides to pull out.
That 5, it's going to be interesting to see, did they see that 5 as a safety grab on that opening hang 10 where he grabbed the 5, or was it a functional one where he was able to lift it up? I think it was a functional one, but it happened so quickly as well. So it's difficult because most people grab the rail when they fall down, and it's very rare unless you're in a barrel. See that 10, and here he grabs that rail and he pulls it up.
So I definitely think it was functional, but I definitely think he was saving it also.
Yeah.
Because had he not grabbed it, you could see it was wanting to come down. That outside rail might have likely slipped down too far. But that's where he kind of hiccups a little bit when he came out of that cutback. Here we go, red.
So this is Edward, and Taka drops a 5.5. So Edward's searching for something better than a 4.17 to extend that requirement for Tucker. So it's being stable. This is his third wave. Connecting it with some nose rides and turns. He links the inside section. The tide coming in, opening up. And he'll step off on the sand just like Taylor Jensen did in that previous heat. Three-time world champ looking good into the quarters with Felicity Parmentier on the glass.
Yeah, look, I want to know what you're eating for breakfast because you've got some serious momentum at the moment. A win at Bells, and now you're through to the finals day here at Huntington.
Yeah, thanks, Flick. Just coffee, that's it. Just keep the caffeine going, the adrenaline moving, and yeah, keep going.
I know we were speaking before that you've come up against Cole, obviously longtime friend, and it must have been hard for you because that was only a narrow win there.
Yeah, that sucks. I mean, Cole's a guy who's been a title contender for years. He's one of the best guys to come out of California. And anytime you have your friend in a heat, it's a bummer. Yeah, I got a job to do, so I'm going to keep going. But yeah, he put me up against the ropes, really gnarly, and I'm just stoked I kind of squeaked out on top.
And thoughts on this morning's conditions, your gameplay out there, and what you're going to do for the rest of the afternoon now that you've got it off?
Yeah, it's super fun out there. It's like peaky little California beach break. The pier bowl's kind of disappeared, which is weird. Maybe a little more west-northwest wind swell, but yeah, it's fun waves. It's just going to get better as the tide comes up. I'll watch a few heats, and then I'm staying back at home in Oceanside. So a little drive and traffic ahead of me, but yeah, go home, relax, and come back tomorrow.
Awesome. Well, good job today, and good luck in finals day. Thanks.
Great to hear from TJ there, looking fresh as he moves into the quarterfinals. And Tucker Unui finally gets a clean completion. He brought the flow yesterday with one of the highest heat totals of the whole day, and as he steps forward, he's going to find a little inside section. Another nose ride there, little heel 5, where he actually got the left foot over and then ran back to the tail. It's a scoring maneuver.
Yeah, I liked that. I liked it on the inside. I think it was a good thing to do there at the end, you know, to kind of just a little cherry on top.
Yeah.
It was interesting the way that little inside wave actually bottomed out and kind of stood up and gave him some face. Here's the replay. You see you get this quick steps to the 5 and 10, back to the cheater 5, back to the 10 again. He's going to bring it on back so he can hit that whitewater. Kind of gets a little low. I almost feel like he lost a slight bit of momentum there, but regains it. He's going to work it on into this inside, just passing through that soup section. And then I like what happens here. It kind of, there's nothing there, and then boom, pop. And you can see how the nose lifted just a little bit. Gets him up enough to be able to do that little walk back maneuver.
That's it. He's got a big old fin in there, and that'll be the pivot turn that caught him offload. Edward, interesting nose ride there. Hang 5 and a rail 10 there. And beautiful drop knee wrap. So the points for this are 7.17 on the combination of maneuvers, the general flow, and the ability to be able to link the nose to the tail. So the judge is really appreciating the variety there, Carla.
Yeah, comes in at a 7.53 this wave. He has coupling that up with a 7.17, so he's definitely put some space between himself and Taka. Taka now needing a 9.2, 18.5 minutes on the clock. Plenty of time. Taka is capable of getting, you know, a high score, at the very least chipping away at this and making that requirement a little less for him. Just let's see if he can put it together, make the right wave selection, and kind of keep the calm.
Well, 6.33 on that one. That wave we saw of Edwards before was his first one, the 7.17, the one of significance. 7.53, just a little more dynamic, which is why the judges went a tad higher, but Tucker, just that flow element. I look at the boards. Both surfers are relatively small frame surfers. They're on bigger nose rider shapes. Tucker's fins are always really big, really far back, which means he's got to get low and very expressive to pivot his board around, and that can disrupt the flow in these beach breaks, which is what we're seeing. Edward, on the other hand, he's a little smoother and he's able to iron out those kinks, and the flow element being the scoring part here. 5 up to the nose. Nice hang 10 for a moment for Edward, the Frenchman from Biarritz. Taps that one off the top, trademark fashion, ninja style, as Carla referenced yesterday, as he trims through this inside section. And up on the nose again, activated, getting low. You can see him hunting for maneuvers, and he steps back, getting lots of work done. So you'd have to say, I mean, a 7.17, in the vicinity, high 6 maybe.
Yeah, I mean, he's already put himself in a really good position at the moment, so anything he does this point forward is just going to be a plus. If he can, you know, take away that 7.17, that'll be great. I'm not sure if that ride will do it. It might be, like you said, kind of in the same range.
And it's peak time there for viewing, 7:25 p.m. over there in France. A lot of people watching the Olympics, but also tuning in to watch Del Perro right now performing under the French flag.
Yeah, you saw that cheater 5 to 10 there. He's going to go for a nice explosive hammer off the white water, brings it back around, and you're going to see him milk it into this inside. I like calling this the soup section. He's going to have some soup for a minute, but then he's going to get out of there and get a nice little 5. He's working it again. He works it right all the way into the sand, stretches it out again. Throws a little bit of a hip check in there just to show a little extra control. You know, when we were speaking about the lightness on his feet of Taylor, who's over 6 feet tall, and then on the contrary, you've got a gentleman like Edouard here, who's not a tall man, but equally as light on his feet. And for somebody that's a little bit more, smaller in stature, at least compared to Taylor, he's very explosive and he shows a lot of power and speed. So it's not really a matter of how large or small a person is. It's really about how much energy you can explode out of your body.
Yeah, and that's when the criteria was adjusted in about 2017, 2018, and I guess you could say enforced in 2019 because the caliber of surfers had changed. There was a new breed that were on tour with what we called the open qualification. Edouard was not getting the results that he once had because he had that explosiveness. The flow was never written into the criteria, and that's where that explosive needs to be dialed back. Both these two surfers are some of the most explosive we've ever seen on the Longboard World Tour, and they're creative. They give us fireworks, but they've got to make it look smooth to get the scores, just like that. Inui, nice hang 10 to get things started. Back on the tail here. He's smooth off the top there, looking to drop a low of a 5.5, but he is searching for an excellent 8.37 at this point. See if he can get a link here. He doesn't, where Edouard was able to capitalize. Tucker, unusually, didn't get that inside section, which he so often finds.
It makes you wonder kind of if it's possible to really predict which wave is going to work it all the way inside. You see he gets this great nose ride, nice and critical, steep part of the section, holds it around the whitewater. Then he does this nice hammer off the top there. Like you said, is not able to milk it into that inside, doesn't bring it to him, but Edouard on the left.
Yeah, nice hang 10 there. Beautiful extended nose ride. Edouard hunting for, and he slips off the back. Uncharacteristic fall from the Frenchman. A great exchange from both these surfers.
Definitely looked like he slipped right off the front end of the wax there. It wasn't really a hiccup or a bump. It looked like his feet just slipped right off the wrong way.
Scores locking in a 6.4 for Inui. Not enough, but now needing an 8.3. The Frenchman holding the lead. We are going to go to a bonsai brew break, but don't go anywhere. Stay tuned for the remainder of Heat 6 and phenomenal action coming up, the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. Huntington Beach, Surf City. We're here with our Pacifico fan picks for the round of 16 Heat 6. Edouard Del Perro, Tucker Inui, but 48% going with the Japanese surfer and just a tad more for the Frenchman. I think that's a pretty evenly matched stat. Going into this, I would say the advantage is a pretty difficult pick.
Yeah, I think Edward has the experience on tour, maybe get a few more extra percentage points in there. But here you got Taka going for that stretch 5 into the rail grab.
Lucky he's got his leash.
Good thing he's got his leash since he went for the dolphin spin out of the way.
It's a big old 20-meter swim in. But these surfers being active, getting lots and lots of waves. But Taka Inui unable to capitalize, searching for an 8.3. The pressure getting to him. You said the experience of Eduard Del Pero, and that's exactly what's happening. Eduard closing off Taka's avenue there. You can see him in red. He has the P next to his name, choice of the next wave. Taka, well, I mean, Eduard need to, be careful, because Taka, he knows the rule book back to front, and he has used it not only to his advantage, but also to his disadvantage throughout the regional qualifying series. But Taka grabs that rail. What went wrong here, Carla?
I'm not a fan of that. I love you, Taka, but I'm not a fan of that grab rail. For me, that doesn't make it look easy. And then he kind of does this dolphin spin off. Here, on the other hand, that makes it look easy, that hood ornament style hang 10.
Oh.
He just has these moments where he goes a little too big. It's like he's like a puppy with a lot of energy, but he's only in an old doggy's body. He can't quite always put it. So he just needs to kind of tune it down a little bit, calm down, maybe do some breath work before his heat. Visualize. I think visualization would probably be a good thing for Taka. Kind of visualize how he wants things to go, not fall.
Superman airs, that's what he wants. If anyone had seen the lead up to this event, Taka had posted a big old double grab Superman air, which, mind you, isn't overly progressive because it's been done for 25 years. Taylor Jensen, who took out that previous heat, was known for doing them throughout the 2000s, as with a lot of other performance surfers. But seeing a small frame surfer on a big old longboard do it is pretty exceptional. But a board change. Tucker's back on his Piccolo Clemente. He was riding a Billy Tolhurst at Bells and throughout the lead up. More on that. Live action. This is the Frenchman. Beautiful, stylish nose ride from Eduard Del Pero. That was a nice drop knee wrap, flowing between the maneuvers. And in a really, comfortable position right now. He's feeling it and flowing through these maneuvers. And and he falls awkwardly towards the end as well, but looking to drop a low of a 717. Some good surfing and great signs there from the Frenchman.
Yeah, he's feeling good about his performance thus far. He's keeping steady. He's keeping the energy alive. He's sitting with those 7s, hoping to kind of get rid of that 717. Here's the replay. He's kind of been having a good time on these lefts, it looks like. Got the nice little stretch 5 there. Nice long one, holds up. And he's going to redirect it back in here, just under that whitewater section in order to continue and keep that momentum flowing. Brings it on into the soup section on the inside. Holding that cross step to put that weight down on the front to keep that speed. He gets that little 5, but then just slips up. I feel like he needs another wax job. He keeps kind of slipping off there.
Both surfers slipping off a little bit. And down there in the Bonsoi athlete area, we do have Rosie Hodge.
That's right, Waxhead and Carla. I have a little hot tip for you guys, because it's that funky in-between time. It's not breakfast, it's not lunch. You're a little bit hungry. I found myself grabbing these Kokomo snack packets. Such great fuel for you. I know it's here in the Bonsoi athlete area. I think the athletes are going to be snacking on this. But don't worry, commentators, I've grabbed a grip for all of you, and I'll grab a couple of other sachets, so we're all covered. Send it back to you, Waxhead.
Thanks, Rosie. And they are actually really good. Had some yesterday as well, but I look forward to having more. Thank you, Rosie. Taka Inui searching for an excellent nose ride here. He needs it because he needs an 8.3. There's the style coming through the flow, linking, hang 10 on the outside, and there's the drop knee wrap. So that's the answer back that we're looking for from Inui. Keeping the hands settled below the shoulders, up on the nose again. A great combo of surfing there for Inui. You can see that big old fin there. Huge fin, maybe 12 inches, 11 inches. That's a big fin for a surfer who stands about 5'4" tall.
Yeah, and to answer that, just thinking about, he is a smaller surfer. Here's that replay. We'll kind of see the way he navigates this. He gets that excellent nose ride right to the 10, like I like to call that hood ornament style, brings it back to the 5. Nice and controlled, like you said, the hands are down, rebounds it into the whitewater. He's going to set it up again. Nice drop knee. Again, I like the hands on this one. I feel like he must have heard what I said. Thank you, Taka. Slowed it down a little bit, just kind of ease things out, smooth it out. Gets a number of little tip times in there. I like this wave. I feel like it's going to be in his high range. Will it be the 8.3? I think that's a little tough. But I'd like to say that it's going to go above this 6.3 or 6.4.
It's interesting. When he tones it back halfway through the heat, you really can notice it. I just wonder what would happen if he started off like that.
I agree with you 100%. Here we go. We've got Edward.
Nice hang 10 there for Edward. Activated, kind of stepping into that. And I mean, he gets it completed, but may not have felt as good as he wanted it to. Looking to drop a 7.17, hasn't been able to do so. In his scoreline, a 6.3, a 6.7, and a 5.7. So frustrating here because his opening waves were his best. Here he finds another inside section and unable to get the nose right. He steps off in the sand. Another completed wave there for Edward Del Perro.
Yeah, you've heard from a couple of the surfers in the past interviews after the heats that the waves are rather peaky. So they're not quite lining up and giving that kind of longer wall, but rather peaking up and maybe shouldering off a little bit more quickly than some of the waves we've seen maybe earlier than a day or rather yesterday. So some of the waves are just not finding that extra long section to maximize. But here in the replay, you can see he gets that cheater 5 to the tighter 5, brings it back in there. It kind of has like a stall moment in there, but able to bring it into that white water. I don't think this is going to go much higher than the 7s that he's had, but it definitely a strong score.
Yeah, and the only critique to get above that scoreline is it's the activation hunting for the maneuvers. It seems the best scores that we've seen today from Taylor, Kai Ellis Flint, even Cole Robbins. Even though we went down to Taylor, their body language is more upright and they're looking relaxed, where on the other hand, Edward's looking to add points with those surfers are harnessing the wave and fitting the maneuvers in the circumference of the wave instead of just trying to tick boxes.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that because there's this energy that you can feel when that confidence is there, and it's almost like sitting on their shoulders or on their back.
Or on the hips.
When they're grabbing, it's like you really feel this energy more in the front and in the chest and this like reaching and this like...
As in Edward.
Yeah, as in Edward, like I'm really trying to aim for it and go for it and I need to get it. Where when they're already feeling that coming, we think of Richie Cravey in that heat earlier and how just composed and he was having so much fun. The energy is almost sitting back here and driving you and pushing you instead of dragging you.
And Taka Inui, a 6.7, his best wave yet. The moment he dialed it back, took a deep breath, decompressed, the style, the flow, the grace, which are the 3 elements of our criteria color being displayed there from Inui. Still needing an 8, but positive signs. Other hand, Edward, a 6.2, working very hard for his scores. He's going to be stoked that he got out to that early lead, getting some great scores of the 7.17, the 7.53, because he's had 5 goes to capitalize and hasn't been able to do it. Taka Inui slowly building. It's going to be an interesting 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Priority with the surfer in blue, a Japanese surfer. And we're going to recap that. So this one, the 7.17, nice hang 10 through the section. And he was able to get this drop knee wrap and continue it through for another finish there. And the 7.53, this was it there, getting that wide 10 there, driving through the section. And he was able to give it an almost identical wrap on this turn. And Taka Inui, relaxed surfing here. His best scores coming with the shoulders relaxed, the hands below the shoulders, showing the judges style, flow, and grace, epitomized by the Japanese surfer, but still chasing an 8-point ride.
Yeah, he's got some work still cut out for him. It's 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Doing some really nice work here, though, Taka. Well, this was the one where he slowed down a little bit. He took a breath, maybe heard our vibes coming at him just to kind of slow things down a little bit.
And
see the score line there, the way those scores have broken down, that last wave of Taka coming in at 6.7. But Edward holding on to that 7.17 and 7.53, and that's keeping him in the lead. Needing an 8.0 for Taka to take that first place prize.
Coming into the 2-minute mark right now, the pressure is on the Japanese surfer, and he makes his way over to the north, towards the pier, not quite the pier bowl right, but he spots something and he's chasing it over. He harnesses that energy, spins into this, gets up early, goes straight to the nose. 5, 10, soul arch. hands above the shoulders on this one, trying to ham it up for the judges, but they don't necessarily want that from what they've seen. But bang, off the section, trying to give it everything he's got. And he's going to have an inside reform here. Is he going to come back to the left or the right? He's waiting. He comes back. He'll get this cross step forward. Finds another section here. Will it give him a nose ride? It doesn't. And he steps off in the sand. He likes it. It may be his best wave yet. Will it go excellent? We'll have to wait and see, Carla.
Yeah, I think that was a strong wave coming from Taka. Edward feeling the pressure at the moment. But Taka's needing an 8.0. It's going to be interesting to see how the judges put this into play. I'm excited to see the replay here. I want to see that same calm, right, from that 6-7 we saw. We saw great, and look at the tip over. See the toes really hooked over the nose there. And like you said, he did have a bit of the arms above the shoulders, which the judges are kind of looking for more of that ease, that flow, where keeping the hands down. But he checks all the boxes. He gets the maneuvers. He rebounds the whitewater. He's milking it into the inside here.
And keeping
really strong sword. There's some high numbers coming in here, Matt.
Well,
there it is.
There it is. So keeping in mind style, flow, and grace, which is the epitome of the criteria. And 8.57 for the Japanese surfer with his most relaxed surfing towards the end of the heat. He goes to the lead with 25 seconds remaining. The Frenchman, Edouard Del Pero, needs a 7.75 to go into the lead. And just as we were talking, right on cue, the hands go below the shoulders, the points go into the excellent range. That is the judging criteria epitomized from Inui.
Well, you see it right there. We had a 9.2 and a 9 for a couple of judges. They take the high and the low down, gets that 8.57, and he pulls it off, you guys. What another wonderful heat that we've had today. Another amazing, exciting heat between these surfers. Look at that fight. He's fired up.
So the confidence, Edward, he's opening 3 waves, some of his best. He tried 5 times to better those 7s. Couldn't do it. Activated, anticipating maneuvers. But Taka Inui, the moment he took a deep breath, decompressed, was able to get that 8.57, one of the highest single waves of the day. And again, he'll be moving through to the quarterfinals, and he'll get the jump on the leaderboard over Edward, who'll get a 9th place finish here at Huntington Beach.
Yeah, disappointing for Del Pero. However, Inoue, super stoked to be moving on.
And stay tuned, because we have Devin Howard coming up with Rosie Hodge and Kaipo Guerrero to call an amazing heat next. We'll be having Kaniela Stewart and Sam Christensen from South Africa, 2 regular footers matching off here at Huntington Beach, Surf City.
right, coming in, omerito to Taka-san. That's right, Taka Inoue on to the quarterfinals. Last-ditch effort from the Japanese surfer, and he's successful. Big smile on the beach. And we got a big smile in the booth right now because we got a special guest for you. I'm Kaipo Girl, along with Supermom Rosie Hodge. And he's been a professional longboard competitor. He's been a magazine editor. He's worked in marketing. He's done design for Takayama Surfboards, currently with Channel Islands. Devin Howard, thank you for joining us.
Wow, thank you for that introduction.
Good
to see you.
All your flowers. And thank you for coming here. And I know this is something near and dear to your heart. And you've seen the evolution of this longboard tour and surfing in competition, embracing traditional longboarding. Tell us about the journey that we got here in competition.
Well, thank you for that. Yeah, it's nice to be here and see a lot of old friends. It's been incredible. You know, longboarding has been around for many decades. ASP previously, before WSL, I believe, was 86 or 7, crowned the first world longboard champion with Nat Young. And it's come a long way since then. It's gone through different iterations, but in the last, I don't know, 6-7 years, it's really kind of come together in this sweet spot. And what I like seeing today is that where we sort of left off in 2000, right before COVID, things were really ramping up, kind of had to take pause. I like where the surfers are taking it now. They're sort of taking that traditional criteria and they're making it their own. Things are getting, they're pushing the boundaries a little bit more. I really like where it's at.
It is interesting in that we're seeing traditional progression, if you would, and you would think that would be oxymoron, but these surfers right here in this heat are an example of that. Sam Christensen out of South Africa, new name for us on the tour on the global sense, and then Kaniala Stewart, Kani Tsunami, Rosie, the stylish surfer from the south shore of Oahu.
Yeah, just so much respect for this guy, what he was able to do last season, and just watching him on this one. Devin, take us through it.
Well, that's a place that we're used to seeing. That was a fun little switch dance there. What I just learned about Connie is I picked up his board for the first time, and he has no concave in the nose, and I think that's something you don't see a lot with. And I asked his shaper, Kai Salas, hey, tell me about that, because you usually will see people with quite a bit of concave because it makes things a bit easier. And he said, no, Connie's different. He wants the speed in between point A and point B. He doesn't want to be hung up by the concave, which is sometimes a downside to it.
Right here, we see Sam Christensen, Devin, out of South Africa. Looks like he got the best of that exchange with a 5.4.
Yeah, Sam's an interesting guy from South Africa. We hadn't seen him the last few years, and again, right before COVID, we saw him quite a bit. And he knows all the top names in South Africa, and I just saw him, like, where you been? He's like, I'm traveling on South African dollars. It's tough to get out here, but he rallied and he's here. It's awesome to see him again.
That's exactly what we called his heat yesterday. That's a point that Rosie brought up, also being a South African, is the hunger of the South African surfers to do well.
Well, what you need to understand is the exchange rate for the South African rand to the US dollar. It's about 18 rand, 19 rand to $1.
Oh.
So you buying lunch, and it's literally what you would buy at home for your groceries for the week.
Wow.
So everything that you're doing here, you kind of like doing that mental gymnastics of what your budget's going to be. And so for Sam, being in this event, every heat that he makes, every bit of attention that he gets, but especially the prize money that he's going to win, that is so important to fuel him for the next events.
Right. So it works both ways. Because he will get paid in U.S. dollars here.
Exactly, yeah.
But he's burning through rand, if you would, in his stay in California.
And don't forget how far and the expense of the flight to get to California from South Africa. I mean, it's a lot.
Thought we were just going to talk about surfing here, right? No, we're also talking about global economics here at the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. You touched on some design work. Well, let's see what Sam has first before we get into a design conversation. But you touched on some design features on this board right here, Kai Salas Longboard Co. under the feet of Kaniala Stewart.
Yeah, and what you'll notice, that was a tricky wave. There was a lot of bump in it. But you'll notice the trim speed. He's not really ever getting caught behind the section. And I think, it's a trade-off. He wants that speed. And usually the problem is, though, is when you have that much speed, you outrun the pocket. So it gets really difficult to nose ride. And what I noticed that Kai had done in the shape is, if you get a chance to see his model, is he's widened the tail and he flipped it at the end. So as he's running up there, he's getting this Kawanda effect where the water is coming over that soft rail and then it's hitting this backstop.
So like a little hook in the back, right?
Yes.
To kind of slow you down a little bit.
Yes, yeah. And I think he's taken that trade-off so that he can get, you know, in the transitions between point 8. See how it's not lifting though?
Yeah.
So it is a trade-off. So he's got to kind of pick his line and set it up. But he's taken the gamble that he wants the speed over the slowdown and the lift. And that at this level, that's really cool to see that.
And it's a completely personal thing, right, for each of these surfers. And a lot of these surfers are so, either they shape their own boards or they're super involved in the design of their boards, right, Devin?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he's been working with Kai for a long time, and I believe that's his own model right there. And you know, it's just like the same with shortboard. You know, you get really accustomed with your equipment. You want to be able to show up on this day and not think about any choices. You want to be able to grab the board and know what it's going to do.
Yeah, the one thing that is a little bit different, I feel like shortboarding is really where you can put the board, and longboarding is what are you doing with your body. And one of those things is style, and how style translates into good longboarding, Devin.
Yeah, you know, style's an interesting thing because it looks like we might be going down to someone on the beach.
No, they'll
keep
tell us.
going?
Yeah.
All right, they'll tell us. Okay. So the thing with style is that you'll often say, oh, that person's stylish. And it's sort of this broad brush statement, and nobody really understands like what is style and why do we care about it. But style goes really deep in our culture. It used to be the measure of good surfing, because if you think about boards back in the day, they were huge and heavy, and of course you could only go straight, so what can you do is look good. And as the boards got more maneuverable, we held on to that piece. So style kind of followed us all the way to like Jerry Lopez. It wasn't until the 80s where we started kind of letting go of style, and looks like we might be going somewhere, I don't know.
Oh, we'll just get a quick, well, not a quick word. I want to hear all about Taka Inoue. Omedetou. Congratulations, Taka-san.
Yeah, congratulations through to finals day. How exciting.
Yeah, I'm so happy. So this round I eliminated, so very difficult qualify the WSL final. Then I make this round so happy.
So happy for you. Do you want to say some words in Japanese for your friends and family back home?
皆さん応援ありがとうございます。皆様のおかげで最後いい波乗れて逆転できてよかったです。そして次クォーターファイナルはテイラー・ジェンセンと、の対戦となります。もう5回目くらいなのかな。次こそはしっかりと勝てるように、そしてWSLファイナル出れるように頑張りたいと思いますので、引き続き応援よろしくお願いいたします。
Well, arigatou gozaimasu. Good luck in the finals. Back to you guys.
お金稼ぐ私はスター. Well, there's a star. Star right there. That is a star in the making, Taka Inoue. But back to Devin Howard and, you know, just the evolution we're talking about. We just saw Kaniala Stewart ride another wave, and Kaniala is a classic example of great style.
Yeah, so style, getting back to that, just to simplify it, it's making the difficult look easy. That's the simplest way to say it, because it's hard to define what is style. And it is a very subjective thing. You know, you might like someone's style, and I might not care for it. But when it comes to judging and longboard competition, when we were working on this years ago, we wanted to incorporate style into the criteria. And we can see right here, he's making the difficult look easy. He's not looking rushed. There's a lot of poise. There's a lot of grace. And it's interesting. Style, you can't talk about style without connecting flow and grace to it. That's why it's a little bit difficult to define. And here we go with another surfer, Sam here.
Yeah, so Sam got a quick nose ride, but then stuck in the white water there. So he'll continue to trail Kaniala Stewart. Last wave for Kani. Did improve his scoreline just by a little bit. A 4.93 Stewart in the lead. And Sam on the paddle back out. He's seeking a wave of a 4.8 or better to take the lead. Devin, we talk about style. I think it's more evident in longboarding than it is in shortboarding. Shortboarding is, I feel, more about body mechanics, how your body works to turn the board. This is about pace and flow, and you were talking about styling, grace and flow, and the connectivity of good longboarding.
Yeah, style. Good style is also, you know it when you see it. It's like art. You know good art when you see it. And I read an interesting article by Scott Hewlett in the Surfer's Journal, and he was writing about style. Why do we care about it? Why do we keep coming back to it? And what it is that human beings, we love beauty, and beauty is something that endures over time. You go back thousands of years to any culture, and you look at art and you look at architecture, beauty is always important. And he drew this really interesting way to look at it. He said, look at 500 BC Greek statues. If you go, like, Google this right now, you're in your computer, go off to the side and look up Greek statues, 500 BC. Look at those bronze statues, and then imagine putting a surfboard under it. It blew my mind. I did it. And I said, oh my gosh, like, we've known about beauty for a long time. And that's why, like, because you could look at surfing, especially performance shortboard, and go, who cares? You know, like, let's do the most progressive thing. Why does it matter about the form and all that? They're doing this maneuver. But it's like, no, beauty can still be part of it. And beauty is part of the human experience. And I don't think it's something that we'll ever get away with or get away from in surfing, including shortboard surfing.
Yeah, I got to agree with you there. It's just kind of a different animal because the flow here will equal great scores in longboarding. But talk about shortboard surfing. Talk about longboard surfing. There's something that you've kind of popularized that's met in the middle that has come back into lineups across the world, the mid-length.
Funboarding?
Funboard. I didn't want to. You rebranded it. You're the marketing guy. You're the marketing guy. No, but actually, where does the mid-leg fit into the conversation?
It's a hybrid. It's at the intersection. It was in the late 60s and early 70s. It was a really popular design, especially in California. And then the Dick Brewer design with the minigun kind of changed that, and especially Jerry Lopez. I might put it on pause.
Yeah, put it on pause. Because we're going to get into some surfing from Kaniala Stewart, and just toes wrapped over the nose for the Hawaiian surfer. Clears that. You can see the evident speed in that Kai Salas longboard board under his feet. Switching gears here to the South African, Sam Christensen. And Sam, looking smooth. Nice turn there. Yet to really work the entire length of the board. There he goes with a couple of cross steps. Just trimming through at the redirect. And touches a 5 in the shore break. Little roller coaster finish. So we'll see if that gets Sam back in the game.
I'd love to take a look at Sam's board. It does appear to be a bit narrower, and I don't know if that's just an illusion of the last sort of few inches there, because you really measure the width of the nose 12 inches back. That's where it really matters.
Yep.
A lot of surfers will hover in the 17 to 17.5 inch if they're looking for a board that's a little more performance-y. The extreme is going to be 18, where someone's going with a really full nose. The problem with the really full nose is it doesn't fit in a pocket as well, and you can catch on the ears. So you'll find a lot of surfers that will sort of try to cheat and hide the width by getting around 17 to 17.5, 12 inches back, but keep the line straight and full there. And that's interesting with Sam's nose, it really comes in pretty quickly there, the last 12 inches.
Yeah, like, are those more of a piggy board kind of with that with a little more hip? And then the opposite of that would be, and you worked with Takayama, would be is it the in the pink model, the wide Waikiki nose rider that has that narrower tail and that wider nose, right?
Yeah, it's just a different design philosophy. I always found, and I think a lot of the surfers, that the wide nose is a liability.
Yeah.
And you have to end up riding in front of the pocket. And with the way the criteria is, we're rewarding surfing that's critical and in the pocket. And to get deeper in the pocket, you'll see a lot of these surfers. I think you saw Kai Ellis Flint a few heats ago. His nose is pulled in a bit. And the same with some of the ladies. I don't know anything about Natalia, I think's her name. I saw her surfing.
Yeah, Natalia Wonderlick, yeah.
And you look at her board, and that's really pulled in. And you look at her nose rides, and she's able to get critical in the pocket. The liability of that nose is you end up a little too far ahead of the pocket, and that could kind of hurt you in the judging.
Hey, you guys, I just want to update you on a situation that has changed. The 6.73 just dropped in for Sam Christensen, and a 6.6 for Kaniala Stewart. But that score for Christensen is enough to put the South African in the lead at the 13-minute mark. And also, Devin, we have in the Bonzoy athlete area, Carla, and I think Carla has a question for you. Carla.
Hey, you guys, so stoked to be here. Devin, it's so awesome to have you here. You're an expert, a connoisseur in traditional longboarding, and you've been talking about various kind of boards that we're seeing out here. If you were still competing, what would you be riding?
Well, I would be riding kind of an Australia influence board, wide point back. I ride a board that's designed by Wayne Rich at Channel Island Surfboards called CI Log. It's 9.9, 23 1/8. It's got a little bit of concave. I used to kind of not be into concave, but I do like that, especially at my age, getting a little older, need to make things a little easier. So I'm embracing that concave. And as I was just talking about, not too wide of a nose. I like around 17.5. And the design of the boards I like, they really want to be deep in the pocket. Not a huge fan of being out in front. And a single fin, of course.
Yeah,
Thanks, Devin.
Yeah, thank you.
Great question from Carla. And yeah, and back of that, just for a more general audience, we talk about concave. What does that concave do? What does that nose concave do for a board?
Well, it provides lift, and it is also a way to create a little bit of drag in a good way. Because, like, again, you saw Caniela's last ride. He was low in the wave, but he was really accelerating, which could be a good thing to keep some speed. But when you don't have the concave, again, I was saying this earlier, you can outrun the pocket. And when you're just free surfing and you're not being judged on a contest, that's a lot of fun. It's a great feeling.
Yeah.
But when you're working with a criteria and trying to stick to it and maximize points, you need the board to be as deep as possible. So that concave creates a ramp and a backstop, especially at the back of the concave where it meets the belly of the board. It's a bit of drag, and it's sort of like dropping a little bit of anchor, and it slows you down, and then it causes a bit of lift where you lift up the face. And that's where you'll see, I think Skin Dog's a good example, where you see him doing those hood ornament poses and he's just standing out there with ease, and there's a bit of air underneath. That's really what the concave does.
Love the design talk with Devin Howard and catching up with Rosie Hodge. We got more on the way. We're going to take a break here, and we'll be back with more action after this break. Sam Christensen, he's in the lead over Caniela Stewart surfing right here. We're back, Huntington Beach, south side of the iconic HB Pier. Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. Caniela Stewart on the nose. Planted there, the Hawaiian surfer up against South African Sam Christensen. He's trailing the South African at the moment. Needs under a 6-point ride, a 5.54 will do it for Caniela. And looks like he is on his way to the number. Kaipagura, well, heels walk back. Kaipagura along with Rosie Hodge and Devin Howard on the call. That was a great ride, Rosie.
I really like that. It's just really unfortunate. I think the control when you end your ride has been a point of contention with the judges as we watch Sam with the little re-entry, and then he does the switch stance.
And so we'll wait for those two scores. Devin, I think Caniela turned the heat with that last effort. What do you think?
I think so. I mean, he had variety, and again, he was able to, with that board he has, he was able to trim through kind of a slower section and squeeze a little bit out of the end. I'm having flashbacks to the early 90s of Huntington Beach Pier with Joey Hawkins.
Oh, Joey Hawkins. But that's what longboarding was a lot different back in the Joey Hawkins days.
Oh yeah, I was only talking about the nose shape, but here's Connie's wave. We were just getting caught up on. What was his requirement on this one?
He needs a 5.54, under a 6-point ride.
I think so.
Live action here with Sam Christensen, Rosie, and the South African, quick to catch another wave.
I think in his mind, he knows with Connie on that last one that he's going to have to get back in contention. I don't think that wave's not going to do it. And just the competitive side of it now, leaving Connie out there with priority. As you see the score coming in, is it going to be enough? Connie's up on this one.
Kaniala Stewart up and out, and still waiting for some numbers to come through to give us the situation. Both surfers paddling back out. First one to the peak, it appears to be Kaniala Stewart, will retain priority. So judges doing some busy work right now, and Rosie just probably looking over a bunch of replays before they're signing the score.
Yeah, and I think that with the longboarding is just really looking at all the intricacies. Like you said, Devin, these guys make it look so easy, but just watching over the replays and making sure they get those numbers right at this point of the competition is so important.
Yeah, it is. You know, the thing that pulls these rides together is the style, flow, grace part of the criteria. And when I was working with the crew here and helping sort of talk to the surfers and judges about how we were going to do that, and it's you watch the ride and you're looking at how critical are the maneuvers, the length of rides, all those things that you normally look at. But at the end of the wave, like, what kind of feeling do you have on how they presented it and put it together? It's like a really good, I mean, gymnastics are happening right now in the Olympics, diving. It's like they part of the, you know, judging element there is like the poise and how did they put it together. Style, flow, grace is the same thing. Because it's subjective, it's like at the end, did they make the difficult look easy? Did it look polished? And it's sort of like this little bow that puts the package together.
I'm going to go with your gymnastics analogy. I feel like in this longboarding competition, this is like a floor routine because it's the whole ride. It's everything you did in the entire ride on the board with what you did on the board. When we get into the Challenger Series and we deal with some HB closeouts, it's going to be a vault where it's just a lot of times your surfers will get a score on a single maneuver. So there is that contrast, and it's a beautiful thing to watch as we absorb the surfing here of Sam Christensen. We're still waiting for some scores to set the situation, Rosie, but Sam's staying busy out there.
Yeah, a couple nice waves coming through this lineup at the moment. That one didn't quite have that pocket area for him to do anything super critical. But like you said, Devin, just noticing how these guys finish off the wave and how important it is to kind of ride it to the sand and show that finishing touch.
Well, believe it or not, the kick out at the end of the wave, it's not really a scoring maneuver, but in longboard surfing, it could be part of the thing that ties it all together because it stamps it just like on the floor routine. Your arms aren't bobbling, you're not taking a big step. You don't want to see people flop off or fall off at the end.
Kaniala Stewart finds the left, finds the nose, gets a 10, back to 5, cross steps back. He's going to go for a couple of nice turns from the middle of the board. Back toes over the nose for Kaniala. Some quick feet for the surfer from Queen's Surf Break on the island of Oahu. And Connie coming in like a tsunami, and we'll be waiting. So judges now really getting caught up. They notice a number of scores, Rosie. So it's a mystery to us who's winning. It's a mystery to the surfers in the water, too.
We're going 2 back.
Yeah.
On Kaniala there, so he's probably patiently waiting, and you saw Sam even indicating to the beach, wanting to know the situation, because you do want to know as you're taking off on a wave what you might require as we look at numbers dropping in now.
A heartbreak for Kaniala Stewart. He needed a 5.54. He got a 5.50. 0.04 of a point, Devin, under the mark.
Yeah, but was that for the last ride, or is that from the previous?
That was a previous ride.
Previous.
They still owe us one more ride. He still needs that 5.54.
Well, that last ride, I thought, was quite critical, and it feels like to me that's the one that was going to get him over.
Take a look here, Rosie, first at Sam.
Yeah, Sam did really well to get up there first thing, but as you can see, this wave kind of dissipates where there isn't too much critical section, but there he finds the 5 again. It was a pretty tricky wave to try and manufacture something critical when there isn't that cupped out section on the wave. This wave is important.
Yeah, so
Devin.
this is the one, Devin, that Connie needs a 5.54.
Yeah, so anytime you see someone up on the nose right out of the gate and they show command and control of their equipment, the quick tap 5 doesn't quite do it. You got to be up there for at least more than a beat, you know. We got to see like 2 seconds, and no one's taking a stopwatch, but it's a feeling you have as a judge. Is that person in control? Are they showing command of the board? And I feel like he did it on that one.
Here's the judge's numbers, and it's coming up over. He's going to go into first when that last judge locks in. He's yet to hear the news. Turns the heat. Connie Stewart, Rosie.
So in the criteria, you know, this isn't a nose riding contest. We want to see variety. And a lot of surfers are always looking like, how can I do better? And it just seems like you've got to make a choice out the top. See how Sam didn't get any big scoring maneuver? It's the same with shortboard. You have to take advantage of that initial maneuver. So you're going to make a choice. Am I going to the nose, or am I going to go do a big turn? In longboard surfing, especially with traditional, usually a big turn off the get-go isn't going to pay off. It's just not the go.
You want that early nose ride to get the big score, is what you're saying.
In waves like this, where it's, you know, waist to chest high, I mean, I think that's really your only option. And you notice the difference. Like, surfers are chipping away. If they don't get that solid nose ride, like, here's another opportunity. See, he's showing control of the board, and the judges are going to probably respond, well, let's see how he finishes the rest of it, of course. It's getting a little tricky right here, but that no concave, again, is see how flat the wave is. He's able to still keep some trim speed, where a lot of times if you have concave there, it might slow down and push you out of the wave.
So an insurance policy for Connie Stewart, Rosie, with one more wave.
Yeah, I think that's bettering his situation, just seeing that nose ride at the outside through that whole section, just showing that control and that weight distribution. Love just watching these guys, the way that they handle their center of gravity. And let's see, are they going to have a little paddle battle here?
It might. And, you know, Connie is also exemplifying the quiet hands. A lot of times, same with shortboarding, if you start waving your hands around, it sort of signals you're a bit out of control. And I think the quiet arms that are closer to the side, not only does it look beautiful, but it really just sends a message that you have control.
All right, so it's official. Connie Stewart on to the quarterfinals. Sam Christensen eliminated from competition. A relieved Connie Stewart is going to go to the beach and prepare for finals day.
Nice.
Goes for the back three. That's some Joey Hawkins stuff right there. Looking back to 1992, our world champ Joey Hawkins. Devin, you okay to stay in for another heat?
Sure, if you'll have me. Yeah,
all right, so Devin Howard's going to stay with us. Of course, Rosie, you're not going to go anywhere. We're going to go away for a short commercial break, but when we come back, we got more action. It's going to be Declan Whiten up against Chase Leader in the round of 16.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Visit Huntington Beach, Surf City, USA. By Hoag Health, the official healthcare provider of the WSL in California. By Eventbrite. On or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite.
We're back at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, south side of this iconic Huntington Beach Pier on Kaipagura, along with Rosie Hodge and Devin Howard calling the action. This is our last heat in the men's round of 16. Head-to-head matchup against Australian Declan Whiten and Montauk's New York's Chase Leader. The winner takes the last spot in the quarterfinals. By the way, we're going to have those quarterfinals tomorrow, semis and finals. Finals day tomorrow for the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. It's a marathon, Rosie. It's not a sprint.
It's only day 2, Capo. I'm just getting started. We're just revving our engines. This is...
what can you tell us about Declan Whiten, Devin?
You know, I don't know a ton about him. He sort of came on the last few years. He had a little standout moment, and then we hit COVID, and then things got quiet. I know he's a Sydney. So I'm impressed with the fight. He's not afraid of a battle, and he had a really good one with Kai Ellis at Bells that caught my eye. He took him out, and that was, you know, that was a really close heat.
Yeah, sure was. It was friendly fire for the Aussies in that one. Here we have with Chase Leader from, like I said, Montauk, New York, stylish surfer, a surfer that is well versed in many disciplines of surfing, shortboarding, likes to find an East Coast barrel. He's a good skateboarder as well as Rosie.
Well, as we watch Declan up and riding right now.
Declan just perched on the nose there, and the surfer from North Stain, Manly, Australia, nose ride and a big power turn combo. Pretty impressive surfing from Declan. Just 25 years old, but employing some of that classic longboard surfing, Devin.
Yeah, he does, and he does it with a bit of flair. His equipment looks light and lively, and you know, I think he's sort of like the pushing things on that, what we were talking about earlier, like where do you take the traditional criteria and how do you keep pushing it? And when I was a young surfer, we had a criteria called 50-50. It was a blend of high performance and traditional. And I think our criteria maybe leaned a little bit more to the traditional side. So I think he's a perfect example of sort of the blend of the best of the past and the new. You know, and the thing with that'll be interesting to see what the scores are is in the criteria we talk about rail surfing as opposed to tail surfing. So when you watch surfers on the longboards, you'll notice, like on that turn, he kind of lifted the board a little bit. I don't know what they're going to give him the score, but when you have the rail engaged, that's sort of more along the lines of what the criteria is. If you lift the board, sometimes you're breaking trim and sort of takes you out of rhythm of the wave.
So Rosie, this is the second wave for Chase Leader that we're seeing on the replay. Chase opened up with a 6.67 during the break. So this is wave number 2 for Chase.
Yeah, Chase is really establishing himself in this heat, getting 2 back-to-back waves. He had a great heat yesterday, and just watching him finish this one up on the sand. But like you said, from that middle section of that longboard, the way that the guys are approaching the section, you're not seeing them do that deep bottom turn and try to attack the section. And it's cool to see even the footwork in between while they wait for that section to present itself. I found that interesting, just them cross-stepping and waiting and staying in the middle of the board and flowing with it.
Yeah, and now, Devin, I mean, on the design side, a lot of these boards are a lot lower rockered, right? These traditional longboards, a lot lower rockered than some of the predecessors they might have in the 90s. Like, for example, my cousin, 3-time world champ, Rusty Keolana, a lot of his longboards, when he was winning those titles, had almost as much rocker as my shortboards.
Yeah, this is true. I think it's a little deceiving, though. You are right, from a distance, they look lower, but if you have a chance to look at some of these boards up close, a lot of the rockers in the middle to the tail. So while we're watching on video here, the nose, it looks fairly
Flat,
low on a lot of them.
It's a flat entry rocker with some tail rocker.
Yeah, but there are some people that have a lot of entry rocker as well, and I think Chase Leader is riding a Michael Takayama. I think Michael Takayama is not, it's not as popular, but you'll see some shapers with more entry rocker. And that's, again, it's given him more of that backstop we were talking about earlier. It adds another element and another layer to the concave to slow things down.
Right.
You know, when you have too low of rocker, it goes back to that problem I was talking about earlier of outrunning the pocket.
Yeah.
So it's a never-ending journey of fine-tuning. You can, I don't know if we'll ever perfect the surfboard, and that's what keeps it interesting. Look at that.
Chase planted on the nose, extended nose ride for Chase Leader. That was, how much is that going to cost him though? He just had that, why not a cockroach?
I'd love to see this on replay. I mean, that's, you know, that's going to get the judges' attention. I don't know what they're going to do about this sort of incompletion, but we'll see. Maybe he got enough done out the back.
Yeah, I mean, I was impressed by that nose ride, Rosie.
So impressed, just hanging out there.
So you can see that concave and a little bit of that rocker. See how it's slowing him down? It's putting him, keeping him close to the curl. And you want to see that where the lip line is just touching his back leg. If he's too far in front of it, they won't give him as many points, but I think he found a nice balance there.
The word levitation is used often in nose riding, and I saw that that was actually some levitation that was occurring during that nose ride, Devin.
Yeah, and a lot of what's, you know, everyone looks at the front of the board. We've talked a lot about the front of the board. What's going on in the middle of the back of the board is what's helping him do that. It's, as I was saying earlier, the Kawanda effect. That's where the water's coming up around the rail line. If you have edge back there, it gets really tricky because now you have release, and to offset that release, because you don't want the tail to drop out and do a helicopter, a Russ K move, which those were sick back in the day, but they really want the tail to hold in. If you have edge, you need to ride a different type of fin, usually bigger and with more rake to hold in. The problem with that is it gets a little cumbersome with the turn. So there's this never-ending fine-tuning, and you look at all the boards here down in the competitors area, they're so different.
Are you a believer in overhanging of the fin off the back of the tail, or
I don't like
just
that
at the tail? Yeah.
Personally, there is a group of surfers that really like that. I like something a little in between that's a little more upright that allows you to pivot and get more release in the turn. If there's too much rake and too much material of fin back there, to me it feels a little draggy and a little sticky.
Talking design with Devin Howard, and let's just get caught up on some of the scores. Previous wave for Chase Leader, that nose ride, Rosie, that earned him a 7.73. That was a big number.
Huge number, great ride. I mean, you can't help but think what would have happened if he was able to just ride that one all the way to the sand and implicate some of that same type of surfing.
Yeah, that 7.73 came all from the nose ride. He probably got 0 points for the cockroach, but it was nice to watch anyway.
Yeah, and it also kind of speaks to there's not as much scoring potential on the inside as one would think. And so you'll see some surfers, I think, rightfully make the decision when there's just like a little piddly section left, they just get out and get back outside. Don't waste the time or energy if at best you're going to get a quarter of a point.
Take a look here, Declan Whiten eyeing up a long wall, gets on the nose to clear some of the white water, gets drugged down by that white water.
Yeah, that's a tricky section. If you're going to be behind the white water and try to blast through it on the nose, you have to go into it with way more speed. And when you're going to the nose right off the bat, you usually don't have enough speed in these kind of conditions. And you can see he had the right idea, but it just was never going to get around it.
And you know, we've been having that conversation, Devin, on just a stark contrast to stop number 1 at Bell's at a point break versus stop number 2 here in a peaky beach break.
Yeah, well, when you crown a world champion, I think we all agree we want to see the surfers are tested in all conditions. I really like the contrast. You know, and this is also, this place, we all know about the history and the lore, but now we get to see, we saw the perfect waves of Bells. Now I like this idea of split peak. And I think as we get further into the draw and things get more competitive, maybe we'll see people kind of get in each other's face a little bit more. Because at Huntington, the longboarders are so friendly and everyone's all bros and everyone's hanging out. They're kind of giving everyone a lot of space. It'll be interesting to see if people kind of get right up in each other's grill as we get further in.
Yeah, well, this one's for the Island Boys. Ho'omaikai. Congratulations to Connie Alla Stewart. He's on to the quarterfinals, Flick.
Yeah, he is defending event champ, and now he through to finals day. It must feel good.
Yeah, feels good. You know, the waves are pretty good out there for us, and Sam's such a fierce competitor, and you know, you can never underestimate anyone. So I went out there with just an open mind and just find the good ones.
It seemed like, you know, the lead went back and forth once or twice, and you seemed like you gained momentum throughout that heat. Do you want to talk us a little bit about that?
Yeah, in my head, I feel like I was just trying to better my last wave every time I look at a wave or go for a wave, and that was my goal. And Sam, you know, like I said, he's such a good competitor, and you know, I just met him this year at the Bells event, and you know, like I said, can't underestimate anyone because you never know.
And I know that you ride Kai Salas's boards. He obviously got knocked out this morning earlier. You're sort of flying the flag there. You surf a lot together. Do you want to talk to me a little bit about that?
Yeah, me and Kai were really, really close. You know, we're surfing together, eating dinner at each other's house. You know, I feel like traveling with him and just kind of watching everything he does. You know, I really take note of a lot of things, and he's such a perfectionist, where I'm a little of a perfectionist as well. So, just kind of following his lead. And you know, last year we had the finals together, and it was like a normal contest at home and surfing a regular free surf session at Queens. So it was really good to travel and have him by my side.
Awesome. Well, good luck in finals day, and back to you guys.
All right, congratulations, Kanial. Let's take a look at our Huntington Beach Longboard Classic and the finals day bracket that we're anticipating. I'm going to tell you right now, newsflash, it's going to be on tomorrow. And it's going to get crazy first thing in the morning, Rosie, with JR Esquivel. You know, the entire Filipino troupe is going to be down here on the beach with flags and cowbells making some noise for JR.
That was an emotional round of 16 heat that he had this morning. Decided on the sand, the lead flip-flopped, and it was Junior that got that win. But Richard Cravey, he's a good surfer. Some good quarterfinal matchups.
What about Ben Skinner versus Kai Atlas Flint, Devin? What do you think about that matchup?
Wow, that's a final, of course, and I think it's going to be a battle of the turns, you know, and Ben's got that nose right down. Kai does as well, but I think you know, they're right up there with some of the best turns. That's going to be a heater.
And of course, Kaniala Stewart's going to face up against the winner of this heat. Who will it be? Chase Leader right now in the driver's seat, surfing live. He is in the lead with a 7.73 and a 6.7, looking to better that 6.7 on this effort. A little caught up at the end, trying to pet the cat in front. And that's going to be it for Chase Leader. But he currently is out in front over the Australian Declan Whiten. 15 minutes and halfway through the heat, Devin.
Yeah, just so far what I'm noticing, if I'm in Declan's head, I need to get away and find cleaner waves. The waves he's picking are crumbling in front of him. And whether it's just an equipment or energy thing, from the surfing I've seen him do in the past, he's in Australia, he's riding these clean, bowly waves. The equipment he's riding, I think he's got to find, maybe he's got to wait for a set or two to go through and pick a wave with a much cleaner face. This taking off deep thing's not working for him.
Well, it's 11:28 California time, and it is a perfect time for a Bonsoy brew break. We're going to take that brew break, and we'll be back with the conclusion. Actually, we're going to stick with the wave right here, and Declan Whiten could be turning the heat. He needs an 8-point ride. Big swoop there, but no time on the nose. Drop the aggressive turn number 2. Likely going to come up short of the score that he needs. So we're going to take that brew break. We'll be right back after this. Back at Huntington Beach, it's Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. And it is a beautiful day. We got a week long of happenings here on the south side of the Huntington Beach Pier. Today, we are in our longboard competition. Men's round of 16. Their last heat, heat number 8, is in the water, followed by women. Let's get into some replays, Rosie. This is Declan Whiten.
Yeah, Declan, I mean, that opportunity for the nose ride kind of passed him by, but I like the variation, the drop knee on that second cutty. He needs something big. I almost feel like that was like a pressure release, like just getting some of the frustration out at this moment. He does need a pretty big score to take the lead.
Does. And we've been doing a lot of design talk here with Devin Howard and Rosie Hodge. More design talk. We're going to go to the wax head. He's there with Kai Ellis Flint. Let's see what Kai's riding.
I've got Kai's high estate self-designed, self-shaped board here. In shortboarding, we reference equipment being a critical element to people's success. The same thing with longboarding. Hey, this isn't the 60s, we're in 2024, and this guy's got features in his board that weren't around back then. Kai, how are you? And talk us through what we've got in this board.
Yeah, so this is a 9.6, running at 22 and 7/8 wide and just under 3 inches thick, and it's kind of like something that I've designed to give me the same feelings of those boards from the 1960s, but with faster, more response, a bit more pop, and just better nose riding all over, you know, more control from the nose too.
One thing we've learned in 60 years of board evolution is stuff about rocker, blanks, stringers, flex. You made this fin and designed this as well.
Yeah. So I've been working on this design for like 2 years now, and it's something that this is actually out of my first panel that I ever made, and so it's like got air bubbles and stuff, but it's actually flexes from the center of the fin rather than just the tip. So you really get that twang out of the tip, but it also flexes a lot when you kind of like from the center of the fin. You can see that there. But that works in conjunction with like the flatter rocker out the tail, but it's like a gradual curve from nose to tail. So yeah, I'm finding it's like giving me a lot of speed, a lot of response when I need it, and that extra pop with the edge out the tail. That little bit of kick right in the tail there that you can kind of see is just to sit me up in the higher parts of the wave when I'm nose riding. Yeah, it's all working well for me at the moment.
And Devin Howard, he's in the booth listening to this right now. He was synonymous with that emergence of style, flow and grace. This board fitting into that criteria. What influence has Devin had on your approach to surfing?
Oh, I mean, Devin is just absolutely classic. You know, he's so well polished. He's he actually mentioned to me one time not too long ago. He was like, if I'm fumbling around on a wave, then I'll just kick straight out. I'm out there to you know, just nail every single wave, and I'm trying to take that approach as well.
So perfect 10s is the goal for Kyle Svent, coming up against another shaper designer in Ben Skinner. We'll see him in the quarterfinals tomorrow. Let's catch up. What's going on in this heat? Back to you guys.
Thank you, Waxhead, and thank you, Kai Ellis Flint. A modern board with some retro features to it. I can tell you one thing though: the T-shirt he was wearing, that was an old T-shirt because that was a Chris Isaak T-shirt. So that goes all the way back to the '80s. You know, Wicked Games, Chris Isaak. So the retro theme is completely in effect. But your take from that board conversation, Devin?
Well, I see a theme here of people that do really well. Mark Richards, of course, made his own boards.
Yep.
Skin Dog's done really well.
Yep.
And I think obviously Kai Salas. So I'm just seeing the theme, the design loop, the ability to make your own equipment and make those changes happen immediately. If you're after a world title, what's better than that? You know, and the next best thing is obviously someone who's really got a great board IQ, like Slater and a number of people. But I like that he's taken the best of the past in with the new, and he's not being constrained or confined by what something has to be. He's doing this all based off of his own feeling, and he's getting immediate result. He's seeing the scores. His goal is to win a world title, and I'd like to try that board myself.
Yeah,
it's pretty good.
Yeah. it looked really cool. You know what looked really cool was the last ride of Declan Whiten, who's trailing chase leader. Rosie, check this out. Check this nose ride out.
Yeah, he needs this. I mean, he's really done well to not get flustered by the situation. Just perched up there, Devin.
Yeah, see, okay, so remember what we were saying earlier? He needed to break away and get a moment where he wasn't 2 feet behind. And you can see that his board wanted to be in the bowl. It was kind of not doing so well behind the section, where most boards don't. So what is he getting on this one?
We're still waiting for the score. So we're waiting for the score for Declan Whiten. An 8.06 will give him the lead. Judges are contemplating right now. And so no indication as of yet for the number.
Yeah, I mean, given where Chase is at, I don't know where the score is going to come. But if I'm thinking in his head, I'm already thinking I need to get one more score.
Yep. I agree, because for someone like Declan, he needs an 8.6 to do it in one wave, but actually a pair of 7s, a little over a pair of 7s will give him the lead. He comes up short there with a 6.4, Rosie, not enough for Declan.
Yeah, it's cruel for him because he's trying to chip away at that requirement and he's just not quite cracking and getting that. You know, you think about what a 6 is versus that excellent score of the 8. There's a bit of a difference there in the scorage. So he's trying to understand what the judges are contemplating and looking for.
And this is a big moment, Devin, for a young surfer, Chase Leader, to make it into the quarterfinals here, if he is able to hold off Declan for another 6 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. We're in, the biggest stage. He's, a young surfer from the East Coast, and here you are in the most well-known competition. And I don't know a whole lot about Chase other than for someone at his age, he seems to have a lot of really good composure.
Yeah,
Doesn't seem too rushed.
I first got to know him in 2019. We had an epic event over there in Long Beach, New York.
That's right.
Which was, and that was the first time I saw Chase, and he was really young.
Really
then.
young.
Yeah.
Like 14, 15,
yes,
something.
Exactly. So good to see. And you know what? That goes to the conversation of just watching these generation upon generations. I mean, we got, Kai Salas, our defending world champ, who's 42 years old, winning his first world title, right? And we have teenagers in this competition as well. So there's a big age range within professional longboarding.
Yeah, there are, and it's often like when I always say when you go to a wedding and you see everyone, the DJ comes out, everyone starts dancing, and you see your older uncles and aunties, and it's like they can barely walk. But for some reason with longboarding, I don't know, you can still surf well. Look at Nat Young; he was still ripping in his 60s, because longboarding it's a bit more of a dance than as opposed to shortboarding. It's just the explosive athleticism required to stay on your game. You just have a much longer sort of career in longboard surfing.
And this is like the best longboard surfers, but the thing that I find, and trust me, I'm not a young guy, is that taking out a longboard gives you joy in surfing, because for me it just slows everything down and I'm enjoying the point-to-point glide that I'm feeling off of that board, Devin. And a good longboard, that's what you feel, is that connectivity of going point-to-point.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is more relaxing, and I think that's where in longboard surfing, when you put on the jersey, you have to be able to kind of switch the gears.
Yeah.
You're not just hanging out at Sano or Queens anymore. It's like, okay, we can still have a lot of fun, but we're going to kick things up a notch.
You got to bring your dancing shoes on when you put on the jersey and get ready to get busy with some footwork on the longboard.
We're not waltzing anymore. We're breakdancing. I know you're into breakdancing.
I don't know. Like, I'm still baffled over the whole Olympic sport of breakdancing thing. But Rosie, I'm trying to add that up in my head. Yeah. People, the Olympics are still happening, for shortboarding and stuff, and likely the competition's going to run off today. But I've had some mainstream interviews, and I've had a reporter ask me and try to connect breakdancing to surfing, because they're both new to the Olympics, and I just was like, I don't know. There's no connection at all, actually.
Let me stop you right there.
It's just like, I can't really entertain that question. It's not helping. Anyway, back to the action, or the lack of action right now, because we're in a lull. So let's go to the recap of this heat. Declan Whiten found the nose ride, Rosie.
Declan's had a couple moments in this heat where he's kind of showed us what he's capable of. He's such an amazing surfer from the east coast of Australia, but it's been all Chase Leader in this heat for me.
Chase looking strong, Devin.
He is, you know, he's especially comfortable at all of his points, as we can see, are coming from the nose ride. And as we said earlier, it's not a nose riding competition, but, you know, we got to react to what the conditions are, and that seems to be the best maneuver you're going to get out of today's waves.
Hey, even with that slip, that was a 7.73 for Chase Leader. Declan trying to come back, but still not hitting the mark, Ro.
Yeah, he's done well to kind of try and claw himself out of that situation, and I think every contest there's this learning curve, and every event, every heat that you have, you can take something out of it. So I'm sure Declan, you know, he's got the 2 minutes remaining. He's in second priority at the moment, but there's a lot that he can learn.
Let's go to our Pacifico fan picks, almost straight down the middle. When you go to worldsurfleague.com, click on the heat, click on your pick. 48% said Chase Leader's going to take this heat, 52% Declan Whiten. So pretty much straight down the middle when it comes to our Pacifico fan picks. Remember, throughout the entire Lexus US Open of Surfing, you can go to worldsurfleague.com, pick a heat, pick your winner. We're going to tabulate all that information and put it out in our Pacifico fan picks. Down to 90 seconds now, and Chase Leader, Devin, in a good position because he's got the lead and he's got priority.
He does. I would be sitting a little closer. Again, it goes, we're in this casual environment, but I would close in the gap there a little bit. Maybe just make sure Declan doesn't, you know, get anything or get that score. Yeah, I don't know. He's got a good chance if he can hold on to this.
And Declan, like, look at, he's crawling in the bushes right now, Rosie, trying to sneak away.
It is, I find, yeah, it's the contrast from last year's event, because the longboard community is so tight-knit, but to this year, they've really tightened up their heat strategies. But yeah, Chase needs to kind of, let's watch him use his priority here.
Finds the left, finds the nose ride, and a little bobble there after the nose ride. He's going to clean it up with a nice cutback. Tapered section on the inside. Declan's going to get a chance behind him. Leader. Cross steps to the nose again. And gets a nice little trim and high nose ride right on the inside. Stitched it up pretty well, Devin.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously didn't see what Declan did behind that, but I'm going to guess he's going to better that 6-7.
Yeah, and Declan, that was just up and down for Declan Whiten. So this is desperate times for the Australian. Looks like Chase Leader will improve his situation. We're waiting for a score for Chase, and the score is not even going to matter at this point because Declan not getting a chance to respond. Hands didn't leave the rail in time. That wave is not going to count for Declan Whiten, so he is eliminated from competition. It will be Chase Leader taking that last spot in the quarterfinals for the men. Chase on the beach. Kai Ellis Flint. And a little download after.
Yeah. Wonder if he's giving away any secrets or he's trying to do a little head game here.
But a great surfing by New York's Chase Leader, the young. We're waiting for one more score, and he did better his situation with a 7.6.
Yep.
There's the numbers there. And we have our men's quarters all set. Thank you, Devin, again.
Thank you.
Devin Howard for chatting with us about design, surfing, everything.
Love it.
Love the catch-up. Rosie, always a good time. We got more on the way here at the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. The women's round of 16 in the water. When we return, the defending champ, Khalees Kaleopa, will be up against Natalia Wunderlich.
straight into Heat 1 of the round of 16. And it's time for the women to enter the chat. And this is the Huntington Beach Longboard Pro as part of the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. I'm the Wax Ed, joined by Carla Zamora and Felicity Parmentier, two amazing goofy footers to join the chat. Because guess what, women? We've got two epic goofy footers in the water with us right now.
What do you know, Joe?
Well, I don't know. I mean, that's why we're here. So.
Here we go, up and riding right now, Khalees.
And she's kicking out of that. The Hawaiian comes into this 18-year-old as a favorite, last year's winner of this event, and she's put in some great heats throughout the year. Bells Beach, she actually had a matchup with Natalia Wonderlick from Hawaii, and she got the run on her in the round of 16, so a good matchup that those two. Is it going to be time for Natalia, the rookie, to return fire? Flick, it's always good to see an underdog prevail, but we have the stylish surfing of Khalees to contend with.
Yeah, I mean, I was just talking to Carla, and Carla was telling me Natalia looks like she's in good form at the moment, and I think this is going to be a really hotly contested heat. From what I've watched this morning, and we'll just have a look at this quick replay here. So Khalees up and riding on her. This must be her first wave. Brings it through to the inside and kicks out. But yeah, I think this is going to be a really hotly contested heat. The conditions look really fun still as we see Natalia.
Unable to progress through that wave. And this was like a second wave. It's still to lock in from Natalia. Good form already, Carla.
Yeah, she's got some good style. I really like the way she poises herself up on the nose. Got a little rebound, almost stall kind of to the whitewater. And here we got Khalees.
Nice flowing maneuvers there. Steps on the tail, displaces some water, so nice rail carve there. As we spoke about in the previous heats, style, flow, and grace, nose riding and rail carves are the order of the day, and beautiful poise there, connecting effortlessly through the inside section. No downtime, and beautiful timing. That's going to be a great score there for Khalees to kick things off. How effortless was that, Flick?
Yeah, I was literally just about to comment on that. So beautiful to watch. Just so much grace and not too much movement from her arms either. She looks so poised as well, but so light on her feet, like ready to run up the nose, easily can run back. I mean, that was a great wave for her. I really liked that one.
Already heating up, a 5.83 for Natalia to kick things off there on that second wave. So Khalees was needing just a 4.5. You have a feeling that one's going to be eclipsed. This is going to be a great battle.
Yeah, I think this is a really equally matched heat in terms of style. Both these girls have really beautiful style. They're going to both be kind of taking, it looks like, this left-hand approach here, so they're going to be on their bellies, on their front side. Either way, though, they really have a delicate approach. Here's the replay here. That's Khalees. I had to take a minute. That's how beautiful both of them are. Really nice little cut back into the curl there. She's going to try to reset up for the nose ride. She's directing it back in. It kind of flattens out the wave here. This pier shot, yes, kind of brings a different perspective to the wave. Kind of don't see the face as much. You can see how fat it is. She's kind of making the most of this. This was her previous ride, which came in at a 6.50, so that puts her into first place. Makes Natalia need a 5.35 to advance.
That was a good vision there of the paddle battle. Khalees, the 6.5, yeah, and the 4.67, and she's going under priority, trying to put some pressure on the rookie. Khalees does have priority, paddling for it there. She'll hand that back over to Natalia. Hailing from Haleiwa on the North Shore. She's no stranger to her backside as well. Though both goofies, she grew up surfing waves like Chun's Reef and Haleiwa. She says they're two of her favorite waves, and grew up surfing alongside some of our CT and Challenger Series surfers, Betty Lou Sakura and, of course, Luana Silva. So that's pretty good company to keep growing up.
Oh, 100%. I think also, you're a product of your environment and the people that you're hanging out and with. And to be hanging out with people like Betty Lou and Luana, obviously, surfing shortboard, I'm sure they're all, and I know for a fact that Luana jumps on a longboard every now and then, all changing different equipment, but they're all continually pushing each other too. I mean, and now all surfing at the highest level possible.
Through the regional qualifying series, Natalia was able to get a wild card. She won the North America region, which wasn't her region, but just wiped the floor. Pair of 9-point rides, was purely unbeatable from the very get-go. Jaws were dropping, not knowing what this surfer was capable of. It's quite obvious you need that talent on the surfing roster. So she got one of the season wild cards, and I think deservedly so, making that round of 16, losing to none other than Khalees. and showing that she can do it on the backside as well as on the front side as well. The South Bay over there in Redondo, Manhattan Beach, El Porto, those waves, that's where, I mean, they've claimed her as an LA transplant, and she'll be surfing for their club in all the invitational events coming up as well. They love her. They embrace that as well, and they can see that she can surf beach breaks really well too, Carla, which is super important if you're a longboarder.
100%, and especially when you're a competitor. You have to be able to change your game up and be adapting to these different situations. We got a ride right here for Khalees.
This one,
Excuse
Natalia,
me.
and that's
Natalia.
you're forgiven for that. Whoa, snapping back, and she had a great score with a similar turn yesterday. That one losing a bit of flow, but that's what garnered her some excellent range scores yesterday. And that lost not found board, that beautiful olive green tint, looking fantastic out here at Surf City, Huntington Beach. And looking through the board racks, a few less stickers and a few more colours on the boards, Flick.
Oh, the board racks here are beautiful right now. I mean, I said it yesterday, but I snapped a couple of photos. I'm going to upload a story to Instagram because it's just beautiful to see. I mean, I love that there's just so much creativity. There's fabric inlays. You've got different types of fins.
Yeah, here's that replay of Natalia right to the nose. She does that two-step to the nose, kind of cheater 5. Brings a nice big cut back in. It almost kind of comes unloose there, but she manages to hold control. But she gets under the top of that foam there and is not able to get back into the green part of the wave.
Interesting with Natalia, she borrowed a board after the Bells Beach contest. She stayed there for 2 days. She was the only female in the lineup at Bells. It was 6 to 8 feet. She surfed the afternoon session. She's a photo of her on her Instagram hanging 10 on that day, one of the smaller waves. No leash, and she actually had the board hit her in the whitewash, knocked her out. She wanted to go back out, the surf was pumping. It was a male-dominated lineup. There's just 15 men out, but as good as Bells gets, and for someone who wants to do well on the World Tour, we've seen it on the Championship Tour, at an event you don't do well, stay and learn. And that's exactly what she did. That's pretty gutsy, and everyone was very impressed seeing this young Hawaiian 18-year-old putting in the effort, Flick.
Yeah, it looks like she's going to have another look here.
Fading into this one, up on the nose. Delicate footwork through the section there. Waiting for this next section. On the nose again, pearls there, a little bit out there on the face. And Khalees in the driver's seat. Priority. Not quite a veteran, but it feels like that, having competed internationally since, I mean, before she was even maybe 11 years old.
Khalees? Or?
Yeah, Khalees.
Khalees, yeah, she has been competing. She's been somebody I've been watching personally for a long time. She has such a beautiful style. She really stands out to me when she's riding the rights, when she's on her backhand. She just has a fluidity to it. There's something that can be tricky when you're goofy foot and you're riding a lot of rights, you know, as you know, Flick, yeah? So it's been a pleasure, and both of these girls, I keep getting them mistaken for each other. They have a bit of a similar build, and just this fluidity to them that's just exquisite.
And stylish goofy footers in the water and honing her skills on right-hand point break. Someone else who's no stranger to that, with Chase Leader, who's down on the glass with AJ McCord.
Your heat IQ, Chase, because it's one of the things that you said you've really developed and honed in on here in this round of 16. So from a strategy perspective, walk me through what you wanted to accomplish.
Yeah, so basically before the heat started, I knew the tide was going to be maxing out during our heat, so there would be limited waves on offer. It wouldn't be as consistent, and I just opted to sit there and probably did catch like the biggest waves that came in. And yeah, it worked out. Avalon's up next, and let's go Avalon. I'm gonna tell her to just sit on that left.
Well, and next up for you, your very first finals day. What does it feel like to be on to the quarterfinals here in Huntington Beach?
I'm stoked. I just have this I'm kind of fired up right now, and I've been excited for this contest for the past month. And yeah, I'm ready to just put my surfing to show tomorrow and just rip it up even more. Let's go.
Can't wait to see you. Congratulations.
Thank you. Everyone back home, let's do this thing. It's on.
Full of confidence is Chase Leader. You can see that exuding. I mean, ever since he got on the tour as a rookie, he just knew he was destined for stardom. You know, he's so confident. And we have a look at the lineup. He'll be taking on Cuniella Stewart. He'll need as much confidence as possible. It's going to be a great matchup in quarter 4. Taylor Jensen and the young firecracker Tucker Inui. The shapers, Ben Skinner and Kailis Flint. and the goofy footers, Rogelio, JR Escobar, and Richie Craby, redemption, storylines in each 4 of those quarters tomorrow.
It's going to be a great finals day, right to start off, just like we did this morning. Here we go, Khalees.
Style epitomized from Khalees, flowing that around, back up onto the nose, and losing a bit of momentum there. So both surfers haven't really blown each other out of the park just yet. It's anyone's game. Natalia just needing a 5.35, but Khalees looking to drop a 4.67. You can just see the way that Khalees surfs, that effortless style, the hips adjusted. None of that hunched over surfing, not looking for maneuvers, not hunting down the line. They're just letting it flow, and they're letting the surfing do the talking.
Yeah, I think that's something that's kind of important and just significant with Khalees' surfing. I think the same is true with Natalia, just waiting for those moments to appear and to come and read the wave. Obviously, the wave selection is important, being able to pick the right wave so it brings you the maneuvers on hand.
Yeah, it's just that's the effortless glide, that's the flow. Just letting it all happen and trying to pick the right sections for the maneuvers. We see that across the shortboard to a flow as part of speed, power and flow on our championship tour and challenger series flick. And it's often not about necessarily what you do, but where you do the maneuver.
Yeah, I think just to add to that, you know, I mean, style is just such a big topic, right? And it's so subjective too, and subjective to the human eye, and what you think looks good, Matt, you know, I might not agree. And I just think it's such an interesting conversation from longboard to shortboard. I mean, I know we don't have style specifically in our criteria, but I think that comes down to the flow element within the shortboard criteria. But yeah, for me here, I've just like really enjoyed watching these two this morning already, because I mean, Khalees for me, I mean, straight away, as soon as she stands up, it's just so much grace. She's so poised, and yeah, really beautiful to watch.
And sorry, Carla?
Well, to speak to your point, like I think even though in shortboarding, perhaps in competition, there's more of a counting of maneuvers, but there's definitely style involved, and you can see it. Some people, I think Devin was talking about it earlier, about some people got it, you know, and some people have to really work hard at it, and it doesn't always come naturally. And I think for the surfers out here right now, it just comes really naturally.
It absolutely summed that up perfectly. And looking a little right here, just under priority to better that 4.67 last wave at 4.5. So that wasn't going to be it. Love the change of direction there from Khalees. Gliding smoothly, using the footwork to link the tail to the nose and kicking out of that one. Probably be right there in the mid-range. She'll make her way out. 15 minutes remaining. Evenly matched battle. Natalia, 9th place finish there at Bells, and Khalees going one better. But you think these two women are destined for great things. Talk about style, the Hawaiians. I think of surfers like Jerry Lopez at Pipeline, but you think of the relaxed style. This is the Waikiki style. This is the Beach Boy style. Her dad, JP, one of the best there. Her mum, Malia, as well. Effortless style. You can just see the transition. It's not going to be a great scoring wave, but let's just appreciate the form.
Yeah, there's so much history and style coming out of Hawaii, whether it be on the South Shore, the North Shore. They're shortboarding, big wave surfing, longboarding. Khalees here. Speaking of which, I guess a shout out to Bonga Perkins, who I guess just had a birthday a couple days ago. He's somebody that, you know, exudes style and power and can really charge on those big waves.
Putting you on the spot, most stylish Hawaiian surfer in your mind from present day to the history.
Wow. I mean, look, for me, I can't really go past someone like a Rel Sun, really. I mean, for me, she epitomizes that. And the way she carried herself on land, in water, I can't go past Rel Sun. But even to add to that, I feel like the style conversation, for me, when I really narrow it down and nut it out, it's you're doing something hard, but you don't make it look hard. You know, it's like incredibly technically difficult, but what you're watching, it just looks incredibly graceful.
So waiting for those waves to come through. I'm going to nominate the transplant Billy Hamilton as my favourite via Barry Kanaiapuni. But we're going to go to a break. We'll catch up more with Style Talk with Khalees and Natalia out there for Heat 1 of round of 16. Stay tuned. More stylish surfing coming up next. back live with Khalees Kaliupa'a. She's up on her 5th wave right now. Straight into the heat 1 of the round of 16, the Huntington Beach Longboard Open. Last year's winner looking to go back-to-back. And this wave not really materializing. On that left-hander, Carla Rowland, joined by the Waxhead and Felicity Parmentier in the booth. Talking about style before the break. Carla, most stylish Hawaiian surfer that you can think of.
I'm on the kind of the same fence with Flick. Here we got a replay, though, of Khalees, who, in my opinion, is definitely the future of most stylish Hawaiian surfers. She's one of my favorites, personally. I just love the way she puts it together. Not a lot going on with that wave, kind of a little tip time in the beginning there, but that was about it. So probably won't go into her scorecard.
And Natalia had a wave. Here we go, quick footwork. Interesting how big that first cross step is, making that next step really short, and staying very critical here. That one just unable to capitalize on that section. The waves at higher tide proving to almost be a little full for the inside reform color.
Yeah, we didn't have a super full tide today, but it's full enough to kind of have those deeper pockets that make the wave kind of fill out and disappear. Here we got Khalees.
Ooh, nice nose ride herself, and goes down as well. Evenly matched, 10 minutes to go. I'm not going to say there's nerves, but just maybe a change of conditions, a little weaker than what we've seen. There's a paddle battle. Khalees won the paddle battle earlier. Looks like Natalia may have the edge, and she's gone to the lead. She gets the priority with 10 minutes to go and gets the lead. An important moment of this heat, Felicity.
Yeah, that was definitely a sliding doors moment for sure. I mean, that last wave too of hers locked in and changed the lead. I mean, she's going to be feeling really good about her position right now. I mean, with 9.5 minutes on the clock, she's gone up into that #1 position, and she's got the P next to her name. She's got priority. She can kind of dictate how the rest of this heat's going to play out.
We do have a score still to drop for Khalees, but at this point, a 6.10 on that wave from Natalia. So the rookie in the driver's heat right now, and we see this so often with Huntington Beach, the momentum. A lot of surfers can come back. You can get 2 waves in the last 3 minutes and change the script. But at this point in time, the rookie with priority, she'll try and drop the 5.83 on the next exchange. And I really enjoy this cross step, big first step color.
Yeah, here we got the replay of the 6-1 from Natalia. Nice high 10 into the, she got the 5 into the 10, holding her arms still. They're a little bit above there, but she's really holding in control. There's no unnecessary movements. Brings it back into the pocket and then resets again. Real critical nose ride off the bat there. So that's really where the majority of those points came in. It showed a lot of control. Looks like we got a little paddle action here. Natalia's up.
Yeah. Up on the nose again. Nice sign at the beginning. Nice nose ride there. The hips join. Nice carve as well. And unable to come down there. That board just on her way to a good score, Felicity.
Yeah, you got to be thinking that she'd be backing up that 6-1 nicely.
And answer back from Khalees. Hitting a 5.43. Good flow. So where Natalia fell back, that pivot fin, unable to capitalize in the section. Khalees gets the finish with a nice S-turn. I mean, on her tippy toes there, but a good combination of maneuvers.
Yeah, she's looking for a 5.43. Potentially could have gotten close to that in that last wave. Wait for scores to drop for both young ladies.
I mentioned the pivot fin of Wonderlick's board. I was checking it out beforehand. It's a 9.5, 22 3/4, 2 7/8. Khalees 9.4, very similar dimensions. Great nose riding technique here.
Yeah, she gets right to, and then a nice carve into the white water there. She's going to reset again and gets that nice hit off the white water. I think that's going to go in a good range. I'm feeling good about that one. She needs that 5.43. I feel like whenever I make the judgment call that it will or it won't, it always does the opposite. So I just try to stay even keel.
I mean, I just compare it to the 6-1 that Natalia got, right? I mean, she did get her feet up there for the 10 for that split second as well.
This is the replay of the 5 where Natalia fell off on this next section. The nose riding was great at the beginning.
Right, you got to think if she'd made this last section here, she would have been on her way to another great backup wave.
Yeah, I mean, I can be hypercritical, but it's not the place for it and not my role for it. But these surfers growing up in more power, places like Chun's Reef, have a lot more power than these small little waist-high waves right now, so they're used to that carrying momentum. That wave just dissipated underneath her, often used to pulling up the board in Hawaii, and look at that fade turn, epic. I mean, small fading wave again, fading out. These two surfers used to reef breaks. Obviously no strangers to beach breaks, but on a shortboard, you're not really getting much done on a section like that, Flick.
Oh, not at all, but I mean, you can relate to that. I mean, even myself growing up in Western Australia, right, there's so much power there, and as soon as I went and started competing in beach breaks where it was, you know, a little bit more gutless, not as much energy, you can just feel that difference. And I you know, even myself right now, just watching these two, you can kind of see that. I mean, getting a little bit sticky, stuck on that inside. It could be the tide also as well coming into effect a little bit. But yeah, I mean, this is a really tight heat right now.
Well, the swell period is relatively low, so it's not really got a lot of guts behind it.
Yeah.
As you said, the girls coming from Hawaii, even when you've got a waist-high wave, the power behind that wave is much different than out here. So, you know, there was a bit of a misread by Natalia on that last wave when she should have cut back much earlier. She could have stayed in that pocket, but she just outran it, overshot it.
You'd have to say, looking to drop a 5.83, if she could ride out of that, they could have pushed the extension for Khalees into maybe the 6 range. And the Hawaiian contingent are supporting here. Khalees, they've been pretty strong there with Carniella and Kai Salas earlier on as well. And Natalia answering back here, using her under priority, gets a nice 10 there. Ooh, nearly digs the nose, stays in trim. She's going to look for a bonus section here. A lot of work done on the outside. And nice footwork. She can get the inside reform. She may just get something. Not quite. Runs out of water and she'll step off. So just staying really busy, and maybe confidence surfing is the way to go here at Huntington.
Yeah, I think coming up against a gal like Khalees and knowing that she's kind of the favorite here, she's won the title a couple times. She might feel, you know, those nerves, those jitters. Sometimes it's better just to stay busy. She knows Khalees has priority. There's not much she can do about it. And not a lot of big sets coming in.
The stoic Malia on the right-hand side of the screen, the mother of Khalees. She's been in this position many times. She's the rock for Khalees. And you see Carniella there, Moses, her brother, her boyfriend, and everyone's down there supporting Khalees there, as we saw with Carniella earlier and Kai Salas. But this is the recap of the heat. Khalees Kaliapar opening with the 4.67. Nice flowing connections and transition maneuvers too, but Natalia in the lead so far. And cutting that one.
She's at that.
Sorry. Cutting that one back and snapping that. Unfortunately, unable to ride out of a couple of these maneuvers cleanly. But Flick, how beautiful is this to watch?
Oh, it's really beautiful. I'm just really impressed at how close this is, and I'm really impressed with Natalia right now because this is a big heat for her. I mean, coming up against Khalees, 2-time defending champ. I mean, Natalia here with less experience, you'd say, and I mean, holding composure. I mean, she's giving Khalees something to think about. Khalees is sitting out there with priority, and she's keeping busy under priority. And when you're sometimes sitting there out the back with that priority, knowing you need a score, and your competitor is hunting around and taking off on waves, you're kind of like, hang on, should I be looking at those? I kind of like this approach from Natalia right now, and I feel like the heat IQ is quite smart. Just to give her something to think about, you may as well apply that extra little bit of pressure where you can.
If I were Khalees, I'd be feeling kind of itchy.
Yeah.
Well, we saw it yesterday, Tully White and Caitlin Mickelson. Caitlin had regained the lead from staying really busy under priority.
Yeah.
Tully in the dying moments was able to, and that's what we could also call a season-defining move. Needed a clutch score similar to this, and she was able to get it. Here goes Natalia again, under priority. Nice snap there. If she can ride out of that, she's unable to do that. So she'll look at this as some improvement, even if she does or does not get through this heat. But a great form there, and worthy wild card onto this World Longboard Tour.
Yeah, you know, and we had a wild card go up against Khalees yesterday, Malia Logan, who also really deserved that spot and is somebody that easily gave Khalees a run for her money. And here we have again Natalia in 2 minutes remaining at the moment, leading and requiring Khalees to get this 5.43. It's really fun. I love the regional wild card aspect, the event wild card, and bringing new people in to kind of freshen up and lively up the game.
Well, that was close to maybe using the priority there, and you're exactly right. Khalees getting pushed. It wouldn't have been far off that priority decision. Perhaps Natalia wasn't on the takeoff spot yet. But we talked to those surfers that are joining us right now. This is the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. We are into the dying moments of this round of 16, and we have Khalees Kaliupaha, 18 years of age, but she's been competing at professional level for almost maybe 7 or 8 years. I've been seeing her come to Australia as well, needing a 5.43. She's going to need to use all of that competitive heat IQ right now. There is a wave coming. She has the priority. Natalia looking to drop a 5.83 as well. So we'll get to see a right here. She looks, doesn't paddle. As we turn behind our shoulders and have a look at the lineup. Tense moments now. Natalia having a look at this. Under priority, just having a ball regardless. Nice nose right there. This one a bit on the shoulder. And into the foam here, gets forward, unable to capitalize. So you'd have to say, oh, Khalees gets a wave. Don't know what she did on the outside, but 25 seconds remaining. This will be her last shot as Khalees makes her way through the inside. Nice footwork. Elegant trim there. Hunting for something more. Look forward to seeing what happened. 15 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing the top of that wave there, because that or the rebound off the whitewater that we saw was definitely lively and explosive. So they're going to count it down. Currently, we've got Natalia leading the heat. We're waiting for scores to drop. They're all chomping out. Here's the replay. Top of that wave here. Okay, she's able to get a cutback. No tip time in the beginning there. And then that's where we came in and see that kind of explosive rebound. So no tip time. She needed a 5.43. In my opinion, you have to get the rail and the nose to get into that 5 range. So it may be unfortunate. It's been a day of upsets. So this may be another one.
That was a great battle across the world of surfing, across any form of surfing. I look forward to seeing what both these surfers have for the remainder of the tour. Early indication is that it is not enough. One more score still to drop. Khalees Kaliupaha, the favorite in this event, she will not be going back-to-back for a 3rd win. She is knocked out by the wild card, Natalia Wonderlich, who will progress through to the quarterfinals. The Hawaiian from the North Shore taking out the South Shore. And Khalees, she'll move on to the 3rd event and look to wipe this. This is not a keeper result, a 9th place finish. So Natalia loses to Khalees in Bells, gets one back over here. What a great storyline.
Pretty cool, pretty awesome. It's awesome to see these kind of wild card stories, the up-and-comer, the rookie to come up and really get those moments to shine.
And the stylish Khalees, one of our favorites to watch. Look forward to seeing more of her and her whole surfing career, let alone this season.
Oh, I think we're going to see a lot more of Khalees. I mean, both these women are so young still, but what a big moment for Natalia right now.
And that's Cormac O'Brien, one of California's best goofy footers in Natalia's corner. Stay tuned, because we have another amazing heat coming up. Avalon Girl from Laguna Beach, California, up against Chiba, Japan's Natsumi Teoka. Action galore, the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Sambazon, bringing you the delicious powers of acai. By Rad Power Bikes, the official e-bike partner of the US Open. By Nissin Cup Noodles, the original instant ramen. And by FlexFit, celebrating 50 years committed to comfort perfection.
We are back, the Huntington Beach Longboard Open. See the crowd starting to pile in here on this beautiful Monday. So we have Natsumi Teoka from Japan taking on California's Avalon Gal. A one-wave ridden each from both of these surfers at the moment. The goofy footer taking on the regular footer. The waxhead joined by Carla Zamora and Felicity Parmentier for the call. Flick, favorite moment of the day so far?
Oh, for me, I think it's Tucker. Getting that, heat win with only 2 minutes remaining, I think it was that 8-point ride, so impressive, and yeah, he was just so stoked through to finals day.
And another California goofy footer, Carla, Avalon Gal.
Yeah, Avalon here, this was on the break. She's got a 3.83 that she dropped on this first wave. We've got a score that we're gonna go through with Natsumi. She gets some tip time there, works it all the way to the inside, and then Natsumi Teoka from Japan. She nails the 5 right off the bat with a nice carve into the whitewater, rebounds it here. She's going to work it onto the inside. Natsumi, another one of my favorite surfers. I've gotten to know her. She's grown a lot as an athlete. Another tip time there. Bringing it all the way into the inside. Right off to the sand there. And she comes in at a 7.17.
Getting that combo on the inside section and capitalizing the outside, that flow. Quick footwork, really just ticking off the criteria as she did at Bells Beach for her first final she's ever had down there at the first stop in the World Longboard Tour. She had a second place, was very close to taking the win. Always nice to see surfers build momentum. If she can get through this round of 16, she'll be hard to stop if she doesn't get nervous, Felicity. And you do get surfers like that occasionally that just pop up and they don't fear the big guns.
Yeah, I think also, I talk about this thing like the purple patch, we call it in Australia. You get on a roll, you get momentum behind you, and it can be a really hard thing to stop. And also, it can be a really hard thing to get as well. Sometimes you're dotting all the I's, you're crossing all the T's, you feel mentally ready, physically, and for some reason, things just aren't clicking into gear. But right now, for Natsumi, you've got to be thinking she's going to be taking a lot of confidence from Bells right now. First final, rolling on here through to Huntington. Starting off this heat already with a 7.17. To me, it seems like that confidence is carrying through.
It is, and she and I were speaking, I think it was yesterday, right when I saw her. Her face was beaming. Last year, she was feeling really emotional. It was kind of the first thing she said to me. She's like, oh, last year I was in such a different state. And we giggled and stuff, and I said, oh, but you're feeling the high off Bells, and this is the best place to be, and she's feeling good. So obviously she's feeling good opening up with that 7.17. So, she's feeling herself.
The purple patch, it's something we'll talk about throughout the Longboard Tour, the Challenger, and the CT as well. And I love that you brought that up, Flick, because that same mentality, it applies to all different forms of surfing. We talk of longboard going to the Olympics. These elements, the balance, the poise, the footwork, all of those things separate from shortboard style of surfing and big wave, bodyboard. But the art of longboarding, the art of trim, the elements that we have possessing there, but the competitive side, psychological side, very similar to a lot of different sports too. And Natsumi riding that wave of success, a hurricane of success, you could say. Through the regionals, she was unstoppable, much like J.R. Esquivel. She needed a result though. She needed to re-qualify, and she did that. She won in Bel Air and in Philippines and in Korea. Wiped the floor, 2023 qualifying series champion. And that's where that purple patch perhaps began, and she's carrying it right through to this championship tour for the longboards. Looking to back it up. Priority right now, Chiba, Japan, beach breaks. Very similar to this, quick footwork. Exactly, poise epitomized right there on the tail here, linking between the nose. It's not about how many nose rides a surfer gets, but the positioning, digging the rail there. She gets back to the power source, good for another nose ride. using her body to her advantage. Carla, a similar stature yourself. You might be 2 inches taller. You might be all of, what, 5'2"?
We're about the same height. Her and I are both quite petite. I was thinking it's amazing to me how you can really feel the energy from somebody that's on through a TV screen like that. We're watching here, it's kind of a two-dimensional, but you can really feel her energy, her excitability, the quick footwork that she had, the linking of the maneuvers. Here we can see the replay. Yeah, right away, quick feet, right, four steps right up. She does it again and nails the 10. And she's in it. You can feel her desire, you can feel her want, and that fire coming off bells.
We look at that footwork exactly as you said. I know a lot of coaches talk about passing a longboard underneath your feet, but in Natsumi's case, or in fact on a beach break, she literally just wants to run up the nose. So there's no passing, there's none of that thought. She's going one foot after the other all the way up to the nose because of her light weight, as if in fact someone like Taylor Jensen, for example, the other end of the spectrum, almost double the weight, not quite height, but another 3 feet on Natsumi, 2 feet. But we have a look at that footwork. We'll see how fast it is. She's just racing up to the nose, much like yourself, Carla.
Yeah, you know.
Well, I'm not that much taller either. I'm 5'7", so.
No, and just like a nod to that footwork, the quickness of her feet, that nod to dance. You know, Sam and I have talked about it on end about how much longboarding really is a dance, and I think of the way she does those, it's like a foxtrot or a quick step that she adds in there, and then her style that we talked about before, you know, too, that she's keeping composed, she keeps that upper body, you know, kind of above the knees, she doesn't let the chest get ahead of herself. There's just a lot of beauty in that, and she's really exemplifying that. And you see here we've got Avalon trying to answer back. She gets kind of stuck on the top there. The tide is dropping now, but what that does is it just kind of changes the way the wave and the dynamic of the wave.
Someone who capitalized on the changing dynamics out there was Natalia Wonderlich, who's on the glass with AJ McCord.
Yeah, she had the rematch against Khalees from Bells. You went against her in the round of 16 in Australia. She got the bestie there, but you got it here in Huntington Beach. What do you think made the difference for you today?
Definitely the waves. I wanted to get a couple free surfs in to just feel it out and kind of get the flow going, but yeah, I don't know.
Well, and now you're on to the quarterfinals here in Huntington Beach. As a wild card, first year on tour, just how are you managing the competition and the nerves and everything that comes along with competing?
Just trying to stay calm, breathe, yeah.
If there's one thing that you learned about the way you surfed today that you want to carry forward into the quarterfinals tomorrow, what is it?
I honestly want to just surf stronger than I even did today and stay consistent, yeah.
What does stronger look like for you?
Locking in better nose rides, longer nose rides, and kind of keeping, or I guess extending my waves all the way into the inside. I feel like I kind of stopped halfway through and I wanted to keep going in to try to higher my score.
Well, we look forward to seeing the next attempt for you. Congratulations on to finals day.
Thank you.
Thanks for the recap, AJ. Answered a very good question for her and probably made her think about it a little more.
Those were great questions. I want to take notes as far as a coach is concerned. Those are wonderful things to ask her to kind of make her self-reflect. You know, part of a heat strategy, things are going into play well before the heat, you know, minutes before the heat, during the heat. You're assessing things at different points during the heat, and then you got to have a post-assessment. And you kind of have to look back and make those reflections and figure out, you know, you always have to have good self-talk. Tell yourself, you know, what did I do good, and then what can I improve on? And I love those questions that AJ posed to her. It really made her self-reflect, and I could see you nodding over there going, yeah, good answers.
Well, I mean, post-heat interview, but also similar with a post-coach discussion, what could that surfer have controlled? What's in their hands that they could do differently next time? And Avalon, well, we know what she needs to do differently, just complete her waves, and she'll be knowing the same. Quick footwork here, beautiful, poise on the nose there. She's good for one nose right here. This one's shutting down, mistiming that outside section, but trying to get that completion, which she hasn't had yet. Surfing all the way through to the inside. Just learning, building her heat IQ. 18 minutes remaining in this heat at this point, and that'll feel good, at least staying on a board. That is something she can control in that moment, Carla.
Yeah, she's looking to get out of this 3 zone. She's got a pair of 3 pluses here, And she wants to rally back, or volley back, if you will, to Natsumi, who's sitting with the 717 and the 673. Avalon has surfed this wave a bit, so she's not a stranger to the situation here at Huntington. She's from down south. She surfs these waves. She's competed in this area before. But coming up against Natsumi, who's got that confidence behind her. Spoke maybe a little too soon. She overshot it, maybe puffed up her chest a little bit too much there.
Well, thankfully for Natsumi, her leg rope might be a little longer than a board, because a lot of people she did hit her foot. A lot of people would use a 9 feet leash on a 9 foot board or longer. And the problem with that is if you go over the front, you collect yourself. It can be very, very dangerous. The only longboards I've ever snapped is when a leash is attached to it. Same goes with big wave guns, Flick.
Yeah, wow.
Because that board stays in the impact zone and hits you, and you connect with the equipment.
Yeah. I mean, especially those big fins too. I mean, they're big boards. There's a lot of weight behind those things too. You'll know all about it if you get one of those to the head, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, when I'm teaching beginners, I always teach the rubber band effect when it comes to wearing a leash, because obviously our beginners, we want them to have leashes on. But you can't have the leash be a ticket to let go, and you have to remind yourself that it can be dangerous being attached to your surfboard.
In that case, Natsumi paddling fast with this one. She's up. Already dropping a 617 in her scoreline, so she's looking to drop a 673. She's on fire. Goes up and over. So any nerves or any mishaps she had on their last wave, she's made up for on this. Gets a bonus section. Carving it back. Super fast footwork. A trademark of the Chiba surfers style. And she'll get those legs pumping right about now. And she'll start kicking and make her way through to the outside section. Why do surfers do that, Carla?
Yeah, it tends to be something that you see the girls do, oddly enough. I think maybe it's our hips. Perhaps there's a bit of a hip sway happening.
It is.
We got more hips happening, and it just gets you this kind of momentum. I know when I'm paddling 4 wave, sometimes you're scratching for it. I don't necessarily kick my feet, but you can kind of put your feet up, and that'll give you just that little extra, lean forward. Natsumi, I was watching, is she doesn't tend to surf with her hands down. So I know I've spoken a lot about those quiet hands and having necessary hands, not unintentional movements. But she brings her hands up, but they're intentional. They're still holding in place. Her hands are relaxed. She doesn't have these hook wrists. You can see here. She brings her hands up a bit. We'll get that close up of her toes over the nose there. Nice nose ride for Natsumi. You'll see her bring it in, rebound off that white water. But you see she has kind of those dance hands that she kind of holds up, kind of a wingspan. But I like that they're intentional. She could kind of bring a little...
They're not mistake hands. They're not winding up the windows.
No, exactly. Winding up the windows is a great way. Or the flapping of the wrists. She keeps that wrist stiff and in control. And then here we got a replay of Avalon getting a nice tip time there. She's going to try to get it around into that next section so she can set it up for another one. She's trying to get outside of that 383 and the 457. She's looking for a 933 at the moment. This isn't going to give it the 9, but she's going to chip away at it and try to get closer to an easier position to get into.
Knowing Avalon, seeing her surf throughout her young career, she's nervous right now. And she'll be hearing that 933. She's so experienced, though. That's the thing. It's almost like she doesn't believe in her own ability and experience. She would have been coming up against Natsumi and maybe feeling apprehensive, which is wild because she's one of the most dynamic, goofy footers on the Longboard World Tour. But we see it time and time again on the Championship Tour, Flick. Sometimes that confidence can just, someone on a purple patch on a roll, and other surfers buy into it and they feel it.
Yeah, I think with this day and age too, social media, the narratives that get spun, the head noise that can be created within yourself. I feel like sometimes the heat can be won or lost before you've even entered the water. And I think mindset, we talk about it so much in this day and age, but it is so important, right? And I think you maybe can see a little bit of that confidence, not as strong as, Natsumi. It's also, hard to be out there as the competitor hearing that your other competitor who's sitting out there in the lead is consistently dropping 6-point rides. She locked in a 7 for opener. You're thinking, hang on a sec, like I'm out here too. I'm not finding these waves, and all of a sudden you find yourself in a downward spiral. It can be very hard to snap out of that. You've got to be thinking though too that you know, you kind of prepare for these moments. And, you know, if you are that competitive, you'd think you maybe be doing drills to simulate that sort of same situation that, okay, you know, I've got 10 minutes left and I need a score, or I need 2 scores in 10 minutes. You know, you're kind of trying to simulate that sort of situation in training so that when it happens in a heat, you're like, okay, this feels familiar. I've been here before. It's not totally uncomfortable.
I can tell you, Natsumi would train like that. Avalon, not so much.
Yeah.
On the free surfing bandwagon. Well experienced, as we said, riding Michael Takayama surfboards, her boyfriend, Kai Takayama, really competitive. But as we see Avalon paddle for this one, we'll see if she can stroke into this. She does. Gliding into that. That's a better nose ride, but instead of holding it, she walks back. A bit of apprehension here, but nice carve. This one mirroring that 4.57, but she needs to get something considerable here. A 9.33. And with no critical nose ride, you can't help but feel that's just going to chip away at the score. And perhaps a mid-range. We'll find out on the other side of a break. Stay tuned. The remainder of Heat 2 coming up next. Huntington Beach Longboard Classic in full swing. Day 3 of competition here. Round of 16, Heat 2. Avalon Gal searching for a 9.33 to overtake the Japanese competitor. And we do have AJ McCord out and about. She's been checking out some of the activations that we have down there around the US Open of surfing. Let's go check out with AJ and see what she's got.
Here at the One Wheel activation. It is a really sweet spot we've got here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing at Huntington Beach. Took them 2 days to build this track so that people could come down here and check out the One Wheel experience. So Bodie is here. He was a big part of the process. Tell me your goal for people coming down here to experience this activation for the first time.
Our goal over here at One Wheel is for people to have a super good time and most importantly feel the true unfiltered stoke that the One Wheel brings you and enter into that beautiful blissful flow state.
Okay, so let's see if I can do that. I've never ridden a One Wheel until today. So let's see how quickly we can enter the flow state. Ooh, we flowing. Look at it, laps around the track.
It's natural.
Except I'm not gonna look at the camera because then I'm gonna lose where I'm going and then I'm gonna fall. But we'll just stay over here for a while, guys, flowing. Back to you in the booth. Back to you in the booth.
Go, baby, go.
Unreal. How good's that? Just channeling that inner flow. And it seems to me that breathing would be a really important part of your balance on that flick.
Oh, AJ, I reckon a new sport you got to take up, mate.
Or if there's a tour, you know she'll be commentating it. That was fun. Might have to give it a go, Carla. And if anyone is around, come on down. Check out US Open of Surfing. We're just on day 3. So many activations down here and stalls. We've got our merch tent. And we've also got some food trucks. The stage, of course. Natsumi Teoka's down here checking all the action out. And everyone's watching her put on a show for us. Multiple nose rides here, up and over the section. Japanese competitor showing a dynamic approach to this heat, staying really busy. This one just trying to drop a 6.73. Her opening 2 waves were very strong. And she's been in the lead ever since, but Avalon Gal just unable to capitalize or better her total of 3.33. But with 7 minutes remaining, Carla, what does Avalon need at this point to get some higher scores?
Well, she's sitting in priority, so that's a good position to be in right now. She really needs to start linking some things together. She needs to get those nose rides, those critical nose rides at the top of the wave. And then she needs to have that smart wave IQ and select the right wave that brings it as far into the inside as she can. So here we're going to go here. She's going to give it a paddle. Doesn't look like she's going to get into it. But she's looking for something to come together. We've got another score dropping for Natsumi, but she opened up her campaign with a 7.17 and a 6.73. So as we've talked earlier, that must have shattered a little bit of Avalon's kind of momentum starting this heat off.
And it's wild when you look at that 4.57. She got Avalon really just did one little nose ride, and that's it. And that's a great healthy score if she could at least channel that and try and build up some defense here. Her dad, Ray, hanging around the contest side. Her mum was here the other day as well. And they're just up from Laguna Beach. Ray was a stalwart traveling around all the events for many years. Notorious for going for a swim at the contest site, always. You'd see this little snorkel, and it'd be Ray going for a swim under the pier or up the beach somewhere. It's so nice to see that community following our surfers around.
Checking the bathymetry, seeing
Absolutely.
where the best banks are.
Love that, giving some insight. There we have the coaches on land, but we've also got Dad giving the secret.
Hey, you never know.
Yeah.
Yeah, Avalon has been a part of the coalition community for a long time as well. I believe she also surfs for Oceanside and been a part of that crew. They have a pretty tight crew that flocked all the contests before her WSL career.
Let's talk about the coalition events. So in Australia, we have board rider contests as well. So that's the coalition events were around since the 60s, but they never died off, did they?
No, not really. I think as far as when longboarding came in, I don't know the history of Wind and Seas situation. I know the MSA died off for a bit during the 70s, right around the early 70s. My father actually was part of the resurgence of the MSA. It was around 76, 77, 78. It was right around when I was born. And that's when my dad was one of the few actually at Malibu that held on to the longboard and kind of, he said he got a Ernie Tanaka and he rode it a few times and then was like, I'm into the longboard. So the MSA has had one of the longest running contests. Here we got Natsumi up and riding.
Yeah, quick footwork for Natsumi, holding that nose ride. Wow. Smaller wave, but great poise on the nose. Extended nose riding time there. Getting it back to the power source and linking again all the way up to the nose. That'll be good for one more nose ride. And talking about that resurgence and MSA, Malibu Surfing Association, Honolulu, Bloomfield, she surfed for MSA and she'll be coming up next up against Sive Gerard from Hawaii. So another all-Hawaiian affair, although surfing under the American Samoa flag. That's going to be a great heat, 2 regular footers. And there's Sive waxing up her board right now. And look forward to seeing what she's got. The rookie on tour as well, qualified through the Hawaii region. And Honolulu's going to have a work cut out for her, though she's confident. She's back-to-back here, and guess what? Khalees Kaliupaa is out of the contest. And that's been her arch nemesis here at HB. And that must feel some confidence going into that next heat, Felicity.
Yeah, I'd say so. But, I mean, look, anything can happen. We've seen upsets all day. I mean, yeah, given her confidence, but also maybe being like, ooh, okay, like I can't get too comfortable here because there has been a few upsets. So I'm sure she's got her head on her shoulders right now. And I mean, if I was her, I'd be taking notes of what Natsumi's been doing right now because, I mean, she's just improved on her situation again with that second to last wave, 6.93. So she's making that job just that bit harder for Avalon. I mean, she's almost put her in a 2-wave combo.
Yeah, Avalon needs to treat it like that, basically. And nice footwork here, quick footwork here. No, there gets the hang 10. Longer 5, so this is Avalon's best wave yet. She can capitalize on this and stay on her feet, which she can't, unfortunately. I think that was going to be heading for a mid to high range score flick.
Yeah, I liked how she got right up the front of the nose there, quick 10, but I mean, the fall at the end there, I mean, what you said, Matt, is she's got to look at this as 2 waves, right? And with 3 minutes, I mean, a bit of a hard task right now, but it's way easier to break it down as 2 separate waves than one score. But with time ticking down, it's seeming less and less likely.
Yeah, it is. So 2 minutes 50, it's going to be tricky to get out of that near combination situation. I think she will drop a healthy score though, but the aim of the game of longboard surfing is to link the nose and the tail together with that footwork. Talk us through this one, Carla.
Yeah, she resets. She was a little in front of it, so she resets so that she can hit the nose ride. She'll come back and she'll engage the rail. But I just don't think it does give her more. It lessens her advancing necessity, giving her a 5.37. But, you know,
well, good news
we want something more than that.
It took 45 seconds to get back out. She'll have an opportunity for another wave, but it's going to have to be the best wave of the day. And if she could ride out of that re-entry, you'd have to say that would have been around the 6.5 mark, bringing that 8 down to a mid-7, much more achievable. But we'll have to wait and see. Surfing is a wonderful thing, and interferences are a reality, priority interferences. We've seen it time and time again, although you'd hate to think so. But we have seen it here at Huntington across the Challenger and the Longboard World Tour last year in particular. Nolan Raposa up against, it was in the quarterfinals, up against
Reef Hazelwood.
Reef Hazelwood, thank you, goofy footer. And JR Esquivel up against Richie Cravey, so 2 goofy footers. And those guys have eyes for the left, but of course deciding to go right at times. It can cause those interferences. But Avalon, she's going to try and leave it up to her surfing. The hang 10s that we know Avalon is well known for hasn't been a part of her repertoire in this heat, Carla.
No, she hasn't really been able to link it all together. Just hasn't found that rhythm. Whereas Natsumi really came in hot, and that can sometimes chill your own kind of process there. And so Avalon, you know, not that to be said, we've had a few of these upsets happen within 20 seconds left of the heat. So, you know, we've got 45 seconds about on the clock. If a set comes in, she is definitely capable of getting an 8.73, but we're going to have to see a wowzer of a wave.
Well, at this point, Natsumi, who has a second place finish, and she's on the rankings as second, she'll be taking off with a 5th at the very least in the quarterfinals. Look forward to seeing how she can progress through the rest of the year, but that's going to feel really good if Natsumi can crack that. But Avalon, round 16 finish, not what you're hoping for. Not a keeper result, considering a 4-stop longboard tour. This is stop 2. There'll be a stop 3, and then finishing off in El Salvador. For stop 4, we'll take the final 8, and a great concept with some great waves. Count this one out. Avalon not going to get another opportunity, so we'll say goodbye to our Laguna Beach surfer, and they'll embrace Natsumi, a great sportswoman. You can see both legs going up and the hugs embracing. The Japanese surfer Taoka with a healthy 14.10 heat total takes the win from Avalon Gal. A great heat stacked up next. We'll have Honolulu Bloomfield and Sive Gerard, the Hawaiian affair. Don't go anywhere. More action coming up next.
Sublime on the sand here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. Women's round of 16. Coming into play, Natsumi Taoka coming in, and she's in the quarterfinals after her round 16 win over Avalon. And I'm Kuiper Girl, along with my special guests, Megan Godinez, Auntie Megs with a Z. How are you?
Good. I'm good. How are you doing, my brother?
I'm doing good. I'm enjoying Southern California. I'm enjoying this. This is my 10th year doing this event, and I look forward to it every year, and I'm having a good time. And I'm having even a better time when I get to talk longboarding with you, one of the queens of longboarding. And here's one of your disciples right here, Honolulu Bloomfield, up and riding.
Yeah, beautiful surfing from Hono. Always fun to watch. And she also has a very lengthy name, Te Here La'akea Kai Honolulu Bloomfield. Do you know the meaning of that?
Ea.
Eha, iwa, you know what I mean?
Yeah, Honolulu Bloomfield, what, 3-time world longboard champ out of Haleiwa, Hawaii, up against American Samoans. This is Sive.
Beautiful wave, nice hang 5. Just trying to read and trying to slow things down. The waves right now with the tide, it's very tricky. So you can see the surfers even moved farther away from the pier. Yeah. So it's all the sand's moving as we see this paddle battle going on right now.
Here we go, paddle battle for priority after the opening rides between these two. Again, winner moves on into quarterfinal number 2. That's going to happen tomorrow. It is a battle in the Pacific right now, Hawaii versus American Samoa. Let's check out some replays starting with Honolulu, Megs.
Beautiful, nice hang 5, nice high line that she finds. You know, she's not small, she's tall, she's like 5'10", so for her to be able to do that, especially going backside, is very impressive. And she's just working her way in, and you know, these heats are 30 minutes long, so they know that they have a lot of time. So it's all about building that house. It's all about finding that foundation and really building from there. As we see Sive up and riding, nice hang 5, carving back, trying to just find that. As you can see, there's like these little double up and triple ups that are starting to come in, and I think it's because of that tide that's switching.
Yeah, we got a outgoing tide right now, right? We already passed, I think it was about 11 o'clock or so, we had our high tide, got the outgoing tide. We still have that mix of swells in the water as well. We got a lot of this wind swell, northwest wind swell, and with that wind, the water temperatures have dropped, and a little bit of this underlying south swell, so that's why we're seeing kind of these peaky conditions.
Yeah, so you'll see the waves actually come into shore from the pier, and then there's some waves that another bank that they're actually at is coming from south to north, and that's kind of looks like that's the kind of the spot where everyone wants to be right now, especially with the tide sucking out.
So Sive is the first surfer that I've seen in a context. Oh, I'll get back to my American Samoan conversation, because I'm talking about Chun's Reef, local, Honolulu Bloomfield here. Already has a 5-point ride in her score line, so looking to get rid of that half-point ride that she's holding on to right now. Surfers have been, like you said, Megs, have been catching a lot of waves in their heat. It's a short paddle. Surfers, 10+ waves in all of our 30-minute heats.
Yeah, and the thing is a lot of the surfers, you'll see a lot of the vets between the up-and-coming and the vets. The veterans in the sport will only catch probably most at 6 waves. You'll see like Ben Skinner catch maybe 6, Taylor Jensen. Taylor Jensen is one of them that'll catch 3 waves and make a heat. Because that's the point of the contest, is to only score 2 waves. You only need 2 waves to score on.
Yeah, it's quality, not quantity.
That's right.
Much like when you're picking produce, you want to pick the quality pieces, not the most that you can get for the cheapest.
Facts. Very true. Very true, Kaipo.
Omerito, Oh, wait, we're going to hang on. Sorry for that throw because there might be a wave being ridden right now before we get to that interview. We'll see if Sive uses her priority, and she does. The surfer from American Samoa, Megs. It's a little touch of a hang 5 there.
She's trying to work her way in.
Yeah, working her way all the way in. How much more points are left in that?
I mean, you'd be surprised. I mean, if it's finishing, if it is a maneuver that's going to finish strong, it can get you up to like a point, 2 points, you know, and that can make a difference.
All right, now let's hear from Natsumi Taoka. She's into the quarterfinals, AJ.
Yeah, she is, and starting that heat with such authority there, the 717, your first wave of the heat. How did that give you confidence going through the rest of it?
Yeah, the wave was a little bit tricky, but I was focused on the light wave, and yeah, I'm lucky I got really good light waves.
I don't know how much of it is luck or if you're just consistently showing up for these contests, because you got the second place in Bells. Now you're on to the quarterfinals here in Huntington Beach. How have you stayed so consistent with your surfing this year?
Yeah, after I finished Bells, I back to Japan for 3 days, and then I was dinner with my family and then hanging out with my friend, and then keep positive, and then yeah, I was surfing in Japan like a reset and then focus on Huntington. So yeah, I'm happy to be here.
It is paying off. Congratulations. Do you want to say anything to friends and family back home?
日本で応援してくださってる皆さんありがとうございます。クォーターファイナル、次クォーターファイナルで全力でファイナル目指して頑張りたいと思います。引き続き応援よろしくお願いします。Thank you.
おめでとう。Congratulations.
ありがとうございます。
頑張って。Let's go for it. Chew.
She's just the cutest.
She's adorable, right?
She's adorable.
She's been around for a while. Natsumi has been. But this is a breakout year for her. Runner-up finish over there at Bells, and now she's made the finals day here at stop number 2.
Yeah, she is doing amazing, and I think I believe that it has a lot to do with the team that she has. You know, she has Kai, she has Taka, she had Kevin from Japan coaching her, also at the ISAs, and she did amazing. So I think she's really honing in on, you know, things she needs to work on and completing her waves. The way that she's completing her waves now is completely different when I was competing against her. You know, she looks so composed and so put together. I mean, she's going to be a very good top contender for the finals.
Yeah. Again, we take our top 8 men and top 8 women after the finish of the regular season here on the Longboard Tour to qualify for that one-day event that's going to happen in El Salvador, and that's when it's going to be match play, and we will have men's and women's 2024 champs crowned there in El Salvador later this year.
Yeah, that's going to be an insane event. That wave just...
Is it El Sunzal?
Yes.
All right.
As far as I know. Yeah, El Sunzal.
That's where they had them last time, right?
Yeah, and that wave, man, like it's so hot there, but I just remember being so in the moment that I was out there for 4 hours.
Yeah.
Catching waves. I mean, the water itself is 88 degrees and the air is like 89.
I love El Salvador. Right hand cobblestone point breaks, river mouths, and pupusas. Are you kidding it?
Forget about it. I almost didn't make my flight the last time I was there. I was like, oh, you know what? I think I'm gonna miss my flight and actually catch it, you know, next week.
El Salvador is such a wonderful place. That's why they call it Surf City. I actually stayed an extra week after the event this year. I just hung out because I was just like, see you guys.
You kind of have to, because everyone's practicing, you know, everyone, and it's just that point break, so everyone's sitting like really close together and on one another. So when everyone left, I was like, yeah, I'll stay 2 more days.
Thanks, I'm going to take you. I get secret spots over there.
Oh, hey now.
Here we go. Sive, representing American Samoa, needs a 5.77. And she's up against a big challenge where the 3-time world champ Honolulu Bloomfield. First I've seen of this surfer out of American Samoa, and I believe this is the first surfer I've seen in competition from American Samoa.
Yeah, she represented American Samoa in the ISA surfing. She was the only one.
Wow.
And she made it very far. And she actually lives now her mom is Samoan, and her dad is white, so she would afakasi.
Yeah.
As we see this beautiful wave, nice fade. I love the way she steps on that tail to really wrap that nose to get that high line. Beautiful carving cut back, straight back into that power source. just milking her way, and that's it. And these double ups are kind of make and break right now.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of like that section is adding that 1 point, that 0.5 that a lot of the surfers will need at the end of the heat.
Yeah, and there's a luck factor in that because we're dealing with that wind swell. So back to Sive. So your Caucasian dad, Samoan mom, but lives where now?
They live I believe they live on the west side of Oahu. Yeah,
right.
so she surfs Makaha. She surfs. I see her surfing at Haliva a bunch, and she's changed up her equipment. And she used to ride 2+1s like me, and
now
then
she's single.
And now she is single finning it. Chihu, bro.
Talofa.
Oh, talofa.
Hey.
Talofa.
Yeah. You got a favorite Samoan food? I like palusami.
Palusami. That's the one. That's the one, man. That's the one where like cold day, I need, and it's a big swell, like at Swami's or something. Palusami all day, just to get down the line. You know?
Yeah, so palusami is a Samoan dish where we take the taro leaves and cook that taro leaves down with some onions. You put some garlics in there. You cook it all down in a bowl. Sometimes if you want to throw it, you can throw some corned beef hash in there sometimes.
Diet starts tomorrow, yeah?
Yeah.
Diet starts tomorrow.
I missed the main thing. Coconut milk.
Coconut milk, sir.
Come
on now.
You want to grow big and strong, drink your coconut milk.
Yeah, absolutely.
For sure you're going to get big.
Big and strong.
Yeah,
strong. Hey, there you go. Oh, man.
So I love that. So the last score for Sive, a 4.2, so still under that 5.77 mark that she needs. Honolua, though, I mean, not only is there talent with Honolua Bloomfield, but she's sneaky in her heat strategies. She's very quiet, right? Mild-mannered, but she knows exactly what she's doing every minute of the heat.
Oh, as soon before she paddles out, and I know I've surfed against Hono a bunch growing up too, and I've got probably, I don't know, 8 years on her, but I remember every heat she wants to always start early. That's her tactic. She doesn't, and what's interesting is some surfers like to chase throughout the heat. Like they love that fight. They love to be like, ooh, I need a 5.67. I'm gonna get a 7 instead of just a 6. But Hono likes to establish, hey, I'm here. I'm gonna take this heat. She loves to be. If you notice, she likes to be the first one to catch a wave. And that's tactics. That's playing the mental game, playing defense, playing whatever it is to make the heat.
Yeah, and right now she's got heat control. She's got the lead as well as priority, so she's able to really, control the framework of this heat. Honolua Bloomfield, she's changed equipment over her career that I've seen. I think for a while she was riding 3 Crows and stuff, but I don't know. She's had a bunch of different shapers. Do you have any idea what she's riding in this comp?
Now she's on, I believe she's on Myers right now, and she's been working very closely with the shaper and honing in on even like the rails. The rail, I felt her board the other day, and her rails feel even a little sharper towards the edge. That's what gives her that really big turn.
Right. And there's 2 schools of thought on that, right? With sharper edge or with dull edges on the tail.
Yeah, I mean, you could have that 60-40 wrap, or where the edge of the rail kind of tucks under, giving you that push against the water. Or there's that 50-50 where it actually, the rail is above the water, so it gives you more of that gliding effect.
Sive on the backhand. She's this left. It's going to turns right now before getting the board into trim. Still yet to get a nose ride there. Gets the 5. Has to shuffle on back there towards the inside. And you can see that crossed up water and what that's doing on the inside washing machine section.
And then, like we said, that inside, right? She got that really quick tap 5. That's gonna make a little difference in her score. Instead of just kicking out and just kind of, all right, paddling back out, whether it's trying to get priority off of Honolua.
Saw her check her fins a couple times. I mean, when you have 10.5-inch fins, a lot of times you're hitting it on the sand in here.
Oh yeah, I went for a free surf the other day, actually yesterday, and I fully face planted.
Oh.
Caught it, and that was it. I was like, well, there goes my fin, but it was still on there. So nice, beautiful wrapping carve, and she's not rushing anything. She knows that this wave is only gonna give her 50%, so she has to feed into that wave 50%, right? The second you go try and push through it, you're not gonna land anything. And that's also how I coach too, is like you you have to understand what the wave is allowing you to do.
Yeah.
Because surfing at the end of the day is a reactive sport. You're only reacting to what the wave gives you or allows you to do. So second you try to control that, you're off the wave.
Who you working with right now as a coach?
Sophia Cohen.
Sophia Cohen.
Yeah.
And she's seen her this afternoon, right?
Yep. Heat 7.
Heat 7.
She'll be surfing.
All right.
Yeah.
Who's she up against?
Chloe Coleman.
Oh, Chloe Coleman.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, 2 good surfers, both on Michael Takayama's, 2 different models of Michael Takayama. So yeah, and I feel like everyone, like even on the guy side, at least one person's on a Michael Takayama. So kudos to
he's
Michael.
He's putting out a lot of great boards.
Yeah, I feel like longboard, we need to get the shaper points in.
Sive with a 5.33 that got taken away, and it was not enough to take the lead. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with more action, more conversation with Auntie Megs, more surfing by Honolua Bloomfield. That was Waylon Kenworthy shredding the national anthem. And thank you to the U.S. Air Force for their flyover. That happened this Saturday. And I want to give a special salute to Colonel Gail Peck, my father-in-law, former Air Force fighter pilot. Thank you all for your service. God bless America.
Yeah, I mean, my dad was a Master's Tech Sergeant in the Hawaii Air National Guard.
Yeah.
So salute to you, Dad.
There you go. So many things happening here. This is the Lexus US Open of surfing. And right now we're in the round of 16, heat number 3 for the women in the longboard division. Honolua Bloomfield, a 3-time world champ, is out in the lead against American Samoa's Sive Jarrett. Here's Honolua again with some great footwork straight to the nose. Knows how to finish a wave on her feet as well.
That was a very smart move on Honolua, utilizing that priority to keep Sive off. Because of that last wave that Sive caught, that 5.27, now Sive, all she needs is a 4.73, and she can literally get that on a small wave. So that was really smart on Hono to play that little defense there.
Yeah, she got 2 things done at once, right? She utilizes her priority, and then I'm going to go to you and your opinion, Megs, that hopefully she bettered that 5-point ride.
You know, I think it's gonna be up there just because she got that hang 10. It is a smaller wave, but she did surf it to its full capacity. So that was really smart. I think it's gonna be there. It might not replace her backup score of a 5.0. It might come pretty close though, I think, in my opinion.
Yeah, so we're still waiting for the number from the judges. That will be the 5th wave ridden for Honolulu Bloomfield. Now we have Sive, our American Samoa surfer, with priority. It did improve. This was a 5.33, Megs.
Yeah, it was this really nice hang 5, tight hang 10. And this is where that different factor is that little lift, redirect straight down onto that wave. That was a very smart, safe move from her. I love that she didn't try and force it. She just let the board do the work, come up and come back down. And that got her that 5.33, her best score so far.
So we're down to 8 minutes, and it's going to be a patient surfer from Samoa to answer back. Doesn't need a big score. Very tight heat still. Sive just chasing a mid-range 5.07. And right now I'm hearing through, even through the set right now, Megs, is guess what's going on? We got music on the Hurley stage here on the beach. The bass is coming through the walls on the set.
I hear it. I mean, I thought it was another flyover at first. I was like, wait, did no one prepare us for another flyover? But yeah, it's the band jamming at the Hurley stage now.
We have bands from 1 to 4 p.m. every single day here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. So if you're in Southern California, come on to Huntington, check it out, say hi. There's a lot of activations, a lot of sponsors to go through. Make some friends, bring some old ones, make some new ones. Jump in the Pacific, fly a kite.
So many things happen. You know what's funny is I know a lot of relationships that started at US Open.
Sebastian Zietz proposed to his wife, Christy.
That's right.
During this event, by the way, on that pier, and he did it in a brilliant fashion that he had a plane. That can't top this stuff.
Yes.
Hawaii Seabass.
Why things happen.
We're not going to forget
Open.
about that. Had a plane with the message flying by in the sky when he proposed to his now wife, Chrissy. That happened here.
Do you see what I mean? Things happen at US Open. Like it magic flies. That's what Huntington brings here.
I love it. Oh, you just reminded me of that. That was wild.
Yeah, and I'm not. I don't quote me, but I'm pretty sure this is where RIP late Andy met Lindy.
Well, yes, because she was the Von Zipper girl at that time
Yeah.
for Von Zipper sunglasses. Oh, here we go. This is the comeback wave for Sive. Hung on through that section there, Megs. She found a nice trim line and found a way to the nose. That was a great hang 5. Remember, she just needs a 5-point ride.
That was a smart move on Sive. I mean, the way that she read that, that was really smart for her not to walk back and to really, she almost put her weight all the way on her back foot and just basically had her front foot levitating on the nose so she didn't nosedive. So that was really smart, and that was a nice hang 5 through that section. I think it's gonna be interesting with 5 minutes left. I mean, she
could be it. Yeah. Here it is again, Megs.
And she connected it through those little lips there. Yep, and it's just that transition of weight back and forth from that back foot to the front foot to really gain speed or kind of delete the speed from that board. So smart surfing from Sive.
Now, don't call me an expert, but that should be the number for Sive. So we're still waiting.
I mean,
that's beyond mid-range, right? Where you go from 1 to 10, 5 being in the middle. She just needs a 5.
The way that she did that bottom turn to set her up for that was really sick. That was also kind of a late drop too. So she got into that wave at a perfect time.
So judges taking another couple of looks at the replay before assigning numbers. The clock continues to tick down. Honolulu does have first priority, so she's kind of in charge of the peak right now.
And this is what you want, especially like this is why a lot of people do 5-minute drills, is because you want that priority in the lot. You want to have that power and that vantage point. And you were right. Look at that. That score being a 5.90 for Sive.
Sive goes to the lead. She is energized now, knowing that she's 4 minutes away from a heat win. You can see just kind of her frantic reaction to that, Megs.
Yeah, and it's because she has second priority. So right now she is going to just kind of play the mental game with Honolulu. She's going to paddle around her. She's going to get inside her head. She's going to sit closer. I mean, I'm not going to be surprised, and don't quote me on this. I mean, if I were to look in my crystal ball, they're going to paddle for every wave together. right now. I can almost
I like
guarantee
it.
you.
I like what I'm seeing. I like how the switch went on in Sive's head, that she's like, okay, I'm winning now.
Yeah, like you see how Sive is, she doesn't need this wave. Hono needs it. She sold her on it. Sive sold her on this wave, but it looks like it's gonna be a good wave. So that's the beauty of surfing, you know. Some waves are just gonna deliver the score that you need. It's a beautiful ride from Hono.
So nice nose ride, powerful turn. Honolulu needs a 5.85. This inside section could make the difference for Honolulu Bloomfield. Gets hull speed up to get through some jumbled water, but not a lot on the inside.
Wow, but did you see how much Sive was started to paddle to sell her on that? And that's the like the game now. It's like you wanna play that defense, that offense, push them into waves that, you know, like I always tell everyone, like sell them on that wave. Make them think it's gonna be an 8, but really it's gonna only offer them a 4, right? But we'll see what that score comes in as we see this replay of Hono. Nice setup, not rushing anything again, tight 5. Nice rounding cut back into that whitewash. Beautiful ride. I would love to see her get that hang 10. If she solidified that hang 10, that would have been probably close to a 7 or an 8. But this is...
Well, we got to compare it to the 5.9 from Sive.
Yeah, I think it was a tighter 5, but Sive's was a lot more trickier because she did go through like almost 3 peaks going towards the pier, right? So judges look at that. They like to see the difficulty of where the section, where that hang 5 and hang 10 is going.
Look at a smart Honolulu Bloomfield under priority. Finds another wave down the line, but that's not going to equal anything. Now Sive's cluing into this and is going to flex her priority on Honolulu Bloomfield.
Absolutely. Sive right now is on complete defense mode. Sive is not going to catch a wave unless it's going to make Honolulu not catch a wave. Like she's just going to have to sit on her, as we like to refer, is like sit. I tell the people that I coach all the time, like sit in her lap. Like you have to sit right next to her.
See, Honolulu wants to know, and the score is still not there. Is this the mistake, Sive, taking this wave?
Yeah, oh man, leaving Honolulu with a minute left in the heat to have free range of the sets coming in. Personally, I would. That was a dangerous move. Yeah, that was a dangerous move. If I were her, and if I were her coach, I probably would have been screaming at the top of my lungs to not catch that.
Yeah.
It's now now it's that game of like, oh man, now I'm paddling out. I hope time runs out and no waves come in.
Yeah, but you took yourself off the playing field right now. If you use your priority, Sive paddling back out will be a non-factor for Honolulu Bloomfield. 30 seconds remaining for the 3-time world champ. The judges still do owe us one other score, and it's a telltale score that the judges need to provide. Wave coming through here. 17 seconds going to be enough for Honolulu.
Wow.
No outside nose ride. And a jumbled wave, actually.
There's that hang 5. We'd love to see it. Oh, nice little off the lip. Oh, that's going to be tricky. We love to see the hang 5 and hang 10s outside. The wave didn't deliver it for her, but she found that, and she did a very nice finishing move at the end.
And it's not going to matter because it took forever to get the number from the judges, but the previous wave was a 6-point ride. So Honolulu is going to hear as she hits the beach that she did enough on the previous wave to win this heat.
Wow, what a heat. I mean, unfortunate for Sive. I mean, that little mistake of taking that, having that wave and giving Honolulu that priority, it comes down to seconds, literally.
Yeah.
Yeah. So unfortunate, but the very, very good fight. I love the way that these two surf against each other. It's so fun to watch.
So that's how it goes. Sive had the 3-time world champ in a corner, but what world champs do is they know how to fight back when there's a battle in front of them, and it's going to be Honolulu Bloomfield on to the quarterfinals. She's getting her hat on and getting ready for her post-heat interview. Clay, boyfriend over there, supporter. We'll be back, more action from the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by the all-new Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League. And by 805 Beer, properly chilled.
Huntington Beach Longboard Classic, part of the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. 10 days of festivities here on the south side of that iconic Huntington Beach Pier. I'm Kaipo Guro, along with Megan Gordinez, aka Auntie Megs with a Z, and Strider Wazalewski here on the set. And we got another heat out in the water, and we got a former world champ in the way of Rachel Tilley, Strider, on the water.
I can't wait to see this. It's going to be fun. I mean, it's been really fun all day watching everybody enjoy these conditions. I mean, it's kind of super challenging for the longboarders because they're so quick. So watching that fancy footwork go down is pretty quick.
Yeah, and the judges love to see that, you know. That's what they look for.
This is Blue, Tully White from Manly Beach, Australia. And Tully's up against Rachel Tilley, who's already dropped the 4.17. And Tully, in the elimination round, came out with a brilliant last-ditch effort to make it through that elimination round yesterday and find her way into the round of 16 here. Tully White representing North Stain in Manly Beach, Australia. That's a wonderful stretch of coast there. Rachel Tilley, I believe right from around here, or Laguna in Southern California. Rachel Tilley, our 2015 World Longboard Champion. She's still the youngest longboard champion?
Yeah, Sophia would have took it last year, but she just missed it. She ended up getting third. But yeah, so Rachel still has that.
That distinction.
Yeah. And very well deserved. She won that in Taiwan. I think the waves were, I mean, I remember it being like 8 feet and everyone was like, all right, we got to get to the nose. And she did so. She was 17 at the time.
It was pumping.
It was absolutely pumping. I mean, it was stormy, and of course it was pumping, so it was typhoon season, so it was like stormy. There was jellyfish everywhere. So yeah, she won that with at that age too. As we see this replay, just working her way in on these. I think the board she's riding, she hand picks the actual inlay that goes into her boards.
I was looking at her board on the rack and looking at the cut of the thread, and you can see the actual cut of everything and how they laid it up.
Yeah, as we see Tully, nice hang 5 off the top. Just working her way in. Yesterday she had one of the biggest straight up maneuvers I've seen on a longboard in a while, and she got rewarded for it, you know. She got out of the elimination round and is in the round of 16, so good on her.
Live action with Rachel Tilley. And Rachel just a dismount there. I believe Rachel's board shaped by, is it Josh Martin?
Yes.
So Josh Martin out of Laguna Beach, California. Josh, a second generation shaper. Josh's dad, Terry Martin, an absolute legend in surfboard building. And there's that Josh Martin board performing, Megs.
Yeah, beautiful cut back. And she has that very nice style of just leaning a lot with the top half of her body, and when she does need to compress and get down low, she will, but she really just does that really nice beautiful top turn, and that's how she can get that nose to quickly redirect to get to the nose again.
I was gonna say, it looks like the board does the work for you. You know, if you start the momentum, which is all just technique, and then you don't have to have a crazy amount of power to engage, and then the board does the swing, but then you gotta carefully stop the swing and come back the other way just at the right time with the right technique.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of of a lot of the longboarders right now have been working hand in hand with their shaper, whether it's the design, the way that it looks. You know, she's actually in the shaping room with Josh and telling him like, oh, I want a little bit of more tail rocker to get that turn into play, maybe a little sharper edges. So, I mean, all the surfers now are putting in the work with their shapers.
Hey, Honolulu Bloomfield comes in and comes out of that heat. She's in finals day yet again, AJ.
Yes, she is, and we were just talking about how different it is in the water for you, Honolulu, than what it looked like before you got out there. What was the biggest difference in the waves and sort of the strategy that you had to take on once you got out into the heat?
I don't really know if I had that much of a strategy, but I know that the waves are always changing out there. Like, it could be perfect at one spot, like at one bank, the heat before, and then your heat, it's like, oh, it's completely down the beach. So always got to look out for the changing conditions. And I gave myself a heart attack in that one. It was pretty scary at the end there, but stoked to make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, scary for you. I'm sure scary for the loved ones as well. But in those final moments, what were you telling yourself to stay calm, stay present, so you could find the wave that turned the heat?
I was really just like praying for a wave that I could actually like do my surfing on, I guess. And yeah, just staying composed and telling myself I can do it.
So now you're on to the quarterfinals. What's the biggest thing you're going to take from today moving forward?
Oh man, I don't know, really. I'm just stoked to make it, and I'll just restart the day tomorrow and see how I feel.
Tomorrow's a new day. We'll see you then.
Thank you.
Honolulu Bloomfield on to finals day, and here we have the Australian, Tully White. Oh, sinks the nose, Megs.
Oh, that was so unfortunate because she got that hang 10 and she just, it's that weight transition, just leaning back and getting pushed through that whitewash instead of letting it buck you off. So, that was so unfortunate. But she still has a lot of time left, 21 minutes left on the clock to try and get back into the game.
I feel like there's so much on the, like, you know, when you come back in through the turbulent whitewater on a longer board like that, you're almost like walking like the gymnastics are on the
high beam.
Yeah, the beam. Mm-hmm. And it's just like you have to stay so centered and so perfect and just kind of base yourself and get low to come out of it. And exactly. So many, if you try to stay stylish and up, you're gonna either lose points or you're gonna fall off.
Exactly.
So
and
you have to pick, you know.
I love that you said the base of it, because that's what it comes down to, is really basing yourself. If your feet aren't planted, that wave is bucking you off that board. So that's what she needed to do, was almost plant her feet better and spread her feet out to get more of a better fall down into the wave.
Rachel Tilley, great footwork for a couple of trips to the nose, and able to get through kind of an awkward section right there before kicking out.
She's got great style.
Mm-hmm. This is the heat of steez.
Yeah, well, that was just beautiful, light-footed, you know, work right there. I like it.
And that's what Rachel's really good at, that, peeling her feet off of the board and not stomping. It's almost like she has that like cat-like reflexes that gets her that really good response on her board to quickly run to the nose, quickly run back, but still with style.
It's funny how you say peeling your feet off the board, because literally you're breakdancing or you're moonwalking, or you're just trying to find that flow and make everything look good. So you're literally dancing.
Yeah, you're peeling. The second you start stomping, it's not going to work. You're not going to look good. The pressure of the way you're stomping is not going to happen. As we see this replay, you see how she just quickly, it's just like only her feet are moving. Only her feet actually have the pressure. It's not her using her shoulders to push down. It's just it's just from heel to toe, peeling the foot off of the board to step one foot in front of the other.
And it's so amazing. Like when you go and you like where I live in Malibu and I go surf, I'll go surf Malibu and I'll go out and your first couple of waves, you're cross-stepping and you're trying to get your feet, and you're thinking about it and you're like almost tripping over yourself. But then once you stop thinking about it and you let it naturally flow, it's amazing how quick you can do it.
Yeah, exactly. I want to see footage of you on a longboard at Malibu.
Let's
peeling
go.
your feet now.
I'm gonna have to do that.
I want to see you take that and
All
put
right.
it into your surfing. I want to see it, Strides. Let's see it.
Well, Kaipo and I have we're gonna be on tour next year, so
Oh.
I'd be Snoop Dogg crip walking up to the tip
Hey,
over
take
and
it
over
easy
again.
there, sir.
Don't stomp the board, though.
Yeah,
That's just
heel.
heel-toe stuff like that right there.
Exactly.
Toes over the nose. Rachel Tilley already in the lead with a 5.67, a 5-point ride. Looking like she's on her way to bettering her heat total there.
Yeah, that was beautiful peeling of the feet, like we said, right? And it's not about stomping. And even that turn, she was turning on her heel. And it's really, and I think that's what differentiates a lot of longboarders from shortboarders is like we are, you know, when the boys are punting, or even the girls now are punting on the shortboard, they're like using their legs, using everything, the way that their hands are moving. And for longboard, it's just
say it's kind of ugly.
No, it's not ugly. It is not ugly. Stop it, Strider. It is not
And it's
ugly.
more
I think
elegant. What we're watching is more elegant.
it is more elegant. There is that factor.
And I
of,
shouldn't say ugly.
Yeah,
But
it's not
when you're power surfing and you're pushing your board into positions that you're kind of contriving, that and it makes it just it's harder to watch. It's not as fun to watch. I feel like, but it's all good.
Yeah, but I mean, with longboarding, surfing in general is that, like I said, is that reactive sport. You're only reacting to what the wave is allowing you to do. So with her utilizing, she doesn't need to be turning, dropping her knee and turning with her toe. All she did was lean back, utilize her heel, and just did a really nice carving cutback. That's all she needed to do, and she did it.
It's almost like less is more.
Yeah, exactly. Less is more. And you're talking to a person that did still high performance surf with a 2+1 when she wants to at a big day at Haleiwa. But I've been jumping on the single fins, and to me it's like working both sides of my brain now, which is so fun to do.
Nice. Well, it betters your surfing.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, Rachel Tilley on the nose again. Oh, unfortunately, gets caught up on that turn. So I believe the judges owe us 2 scores now for Rachel Tilley.
So have you been down in town surfing a bunch, Mags? What's been happening?
Yeah, I've been in San Clemente at my partner's house, and we've been just trying to find waves at all the swells that are happening down at home. Hopefully have been coming to hit here. I think there's one that's coming up weekend for the shortboarders. So they're going to be stoked for the swell coming in.
There's a pretty good hurricane swell coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like there's going to be some southeast, swell coming up the coast, which will be really fun. Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be so fun.
Go surf the wedge.
Tully White here, currently trailing in this heat. Tully right now needs a pretty decent number. Needs a 6.61 because those scores finally came in for Rachel Tilley, a 5.77 on her previous effort and 3.6 on the last wave. On the paddle back out now from Tully White, and maybe we should check in with Felicity Palmentier and see what Flick's got going on.
Hey guys, I'm down here at the Hogue activation. I'm here with Michelle and Sarah. Hogue is the healthcare provider for WSL California. I was just talking to Michelle. You've got a cool little story unfolding between the two of you here. Do you want to tell me about it?
Sure, thank you. It's actually really awesome that Hogue Hospital is sponsoring local events here in Huntington Beach. And it's a really neat story because I've actually worked at Hogue Sarah's entire life, and she was born at Hogue. So it really has provided the local community with not only excellent healthcare, but community support.
And Sarah, you're competing in this event, Huntington Local. Tell me about how you're feeling.
Yeah, I'm excited to compete at my hometown and just have my mom and all my family and friends here able to support me.
Awesome. Well, there's plenty of fun things out here in the field. This activation right here behind me is a surf simulator. You can jump up on the roof, perfect vantage point to check out the rest of the contest site. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Flick, and back to Tully White. And getting caught up there. Again, Tully's still in a search for a ride of 6.61 or better to turn this heat right now. 2015 World Longboard Champ Rachel Tilley out in the lead. But Tully did it in the elimination round, Megs.
I mean, yeah. I mean, she has 15 minutes left in this heat, so don't count her out. And especially with this tide changing, there's going to be a little bit more peaks to really choose from. So that's why you don't see the surfers kind of sitting next to each other as much as we were in the previous heats.
That was a lengthy 5 there for Rachel Tilley. Another well-choreographed wave for the Southern California surfer. Little redirect here. And this one may have a little bonus inside section. Looks like he's keeping some good energy all the way to the beach. Touches a 5 again. Great wave selection, great surfing by Rachel Tilley.
Yeah, I think that might be up there with, I think that might replace her backup score. That was a really nice, lengthy hang 5, hang 10.
Tully White, just a quick one for her. She didn't like what the future looked like on that wave, so she's going to paddle back out and grab a priority.
I love what, you mentioned it earlier, Megs, but the reality of surfing and following the wave and it dictating your path and then your choice of maneuver.
Yeah.
It's so fun to watch.
Yeah, it's just an ongoing switch of choreography. Like you said, Kaipo, it's a constant choreography that's changing as a wave goes on.
That was well done by Tully White, but our situation is still really unclear because we're still waiting for a score for Rachel Tilley.
A lot of scores to drop. I love that pier view looking down the line. It just looks so cool, that elevated view of it.
So we got 2 scores that the judges owe us. We'll wait for those scores here, but we're going to take a break there. We'll be back after this Bonsai Brew break. Scores, more, a lot more longboarding. What? You can make oysters into hats? That's what FlexFix is able to do there with their sea wool technology. Thank you, FlexFit, for their support of the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. On the water, we have Rachel Tilley up ahead of the Australian competitor, Tully White. Tully also has the disadvantage of having second priority under Rachel Tilley, who has the lead. I'm Kuiper Girl, along with Auntie Megs and the Waz, talking all things surfing.
Absolutely. Here at the US Open, Huntington Beach, I have like this weird love-hate relationship with Huntington. Like, it's a fun wave when it's on, but it scares me. The rip here is insane.
The current gets crazy.
The current
When
is
south
crazy.
swell's on, it's pushing, you're going straight through the pier.
Yeah.
Almost no matter what. You
No
start
matter what.
4 lifeguard towers down to paddle out. And then you got to deal with this once you get here, and then you got to come in and go back around maybe because and then that little rip bowl by the pier that you think you're going to get through,
you don't.
It's almost impossible to
You're
get
done.
back even to the pier bowl.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And I mean, we surf Hawaii where it's like rough and
It's just
crazy in front of your house. It's
yeah, it's
insane.
kind of a different.
It's different.
because it's straight across the shore, right? straight downshore,
Yeah,
longshore.
It's
different. It's definitely different.
It's different and it's scary. It's cold. There's seaweed. There's stingrays.
I surfed the U.S. Open and jumped off the end of the pier once for a heat.
Did you?
When it was
it
so
that big?
I mean, you weren't supposed to, but I did. I hope they don't come after my $125 I made in that contest.
Oh, surfing will take you to.
And that's another, that's another thing with pro surfing. All of us who've had a professional surf career, every one of us has had to deal with Huntington Beach. If you're a professional surfer, one way or another, you're going to have to come through this break right here.
Yes, regardless. Even in the amateurs, the nationals are here now, so you have to come through here.
Rachel Tilley, looking on point. I mean, she's just been calm. Her approach on every wave. She's got the lead. She just picked up another nice wave.
Pure flow.
Pure flow, and that's Rachel. She's always like that on land, in the water. She's always smiling, always happy. She has the best attitude. If there's someone I wanted to lose against, it'd be her.
Yeah.
She's so sweet about it. She has the greatest sportsmanship.
And Tully White coming through here. It's funny you talk about the amateurs and NSSA nationals. And
did you do those out here, Kaipo?
Rachel Tilley's dad was on the national team with me. I'm just
really?
Glenn Tilley, yeah.
No way.
Wow.
just to frame like his arrows in surfing. Yeah. I mean, Glenn's a little older than me, but you know how back then Ian Cairns and Peter Townend would put together
PT, Ian,
all the
crew.
kids from the different regions.
National team,
yeah. Glenn Tilley, dad of Rachel that we see here on the replay.
Beautiful carving turn. Again, just using that body, that upper body to get that nose to redirect into the power source and back up the face. Nice work into the inside. And she's always got a smile on every wave. She will take off with a smile on her face.
Well, if you surf like that, you're going to be smiling.
Right? Exactly.
You're just having a good time. You're flowing. You're enjoying every bit of it. Her opponent seems like hasn't found that kind of open face or the glide. She seems to be fighting it a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, here we go, Tully White. We've been talking a lot about Rachel Tilley, but for more on Tully White, let's go to the Bonsoy Athlete Zone. I think Carla's got some information for us.
Yeah, guys, I'm here in the Athlete Zone. It's such an epic view up here. We're just raised up above the beach, above all the tents and the umbrellas. You can have a perfect view of the lineup. The athletes are all here. We've got shortboarders, longboarders. Everyone's supporting each other. There's a crew of the Aussies down here. Like I said, the shortboarders are here to support Tully on her longboard journey here at the Huntington Longboard Classic. It's really awesome to have this kind of infrastructure set up for the athletes. We've got breakfast, lunch happening. There's acai. We've got all sorts of good stuff. They can get their massage on. It's really an awesome venue. Come check it out. We're going to be here all week, all into the weekend. You don't want to miss it. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Carla. And thank you to Bonsoy. By the way, you got to check out Bonsoy and their sparkling coconut water, which is a beverage that's just crisp, clean. You can get the ginger flavor, Megs. There's the passion fruit. There's the original coconut water. It's just it's one of the many really
just drank the lychee one.
And the lychee.
Was it good?
Yeah, it was, and I'm really picky about lychee unless it's not the real thing.
Yeah.
But that was no really sugar added.
So good.
One of the many Bonsoy products that we have here.
Amazing stuff. I know. I'm like, this cooler is full of them. Maybe I gotta take some.
Actually, where'd you find them?
See, I'm not telling you. You know what you
I don't know.
You
Is
have
it
your
there?
stash. Don't worry. Look at Tully up on this wave. Beautiful quick hang
The
five.
redirect.
Nice. She just has the beautiful stees of those turns. It's so her feet are very close together, but it's almost like she's lightweight when she turns. It's so amazing. Beautiful hang five. Clearly hang five toes over the nose on that. And that's intentional surfing right there.
How quick was that to the nose? I mean, it's so fun to watch.
Like a cat, right? Like we said, it's about peeling that feet really quickly, not stomping, just that really elegant, graceful walk up to the nose.
So waiting for a score for Tully White. She's still looking for a 6.37, just up and down there. previous wave. She came up short again, a 5.87, but she has reduced the requirement, Tully. She needs a 6-point ride now.
And this was similar to yesterday's heat when she needed that like 6.5 or something, but she ended up finding that wave, and it created that amazing 8-point ride. It was that beautiful hit off the whitewash going left, and that's, judges want to see that.
Tully again, so giving herself a lot of chances. This is the 11th wave ridden by Tully White.
Some whistles going down for that one, I feel like.
Well, she's got a big support squad right there in the Bonsoy athlete area. She's got Declan Whiten from Manly, George Pata, Alex Reginato, just the whole kind of Manly northern Sydney beaches that the Aussies are sticking together here.
Yeah, and it's really cool. Like I've seen a lot of the shortboarders. Yeah,
I've seen that I'm seeing that more and more out of the countries and that kind of patriotic feel coming through. And I feel like the Brazilians kind of started it really on tour, and then a lot of people kind of followed suit and got into it. Although Hawaii's always stuck together too.
Yeah, we've always been kind of just like,
we're just a mob.
Yeah, we just come in and we're just like,
There's one thing I know about Hawaii.
We live plenty of people in one
homesick.
house. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And when you're not home and you want to find comfort, you do that with each other. And I noticed that a lot on tour.
Nice quick run to that hang 5. I believe this was that the last wave she got. Nice little redirect up into that whitewash, just to get above that and create that speed to come back down into that wave. It's a good read on
Waiting
Tully.
for that score still, right?
No, we got it in. It's a 5.03, so she's still seeking just a wave that's 1 point more. She needs a 6-point ride.
We know she can do it.
Yeah.
But now she's under priority, so it's going to be a little tough with her opponent kind of shadowing her through the end. There's be some tactics going down.
Yeah, and you'll just see, I doubt that Rachel is going to take a wave unless it's to take it away from Rachel. But Rachel is going to be playing defense. She's sitting on the inside, you see, because she does have that priority. She's going to see if Tully is going to think about catching a wave or trying to get into that position. But Rachel is just going to watch her like a hawk, really just kind of really sit next to her, get the nerves going on the countdown of the heat.
Well, just over a minute.
It's winding down.
Yeah.
This is where you start to feel the pressure.
Here we got some waves too. It looks like there's a couple waves in this set. Spinning around. North Staines. Tully White. Tully on the paddle. Rachel's gonna let her go. Oh, and that's why Rachel let her go. There was no future in that wave.
And that was a veteran move right there. That was a world champion type of move of reading that wave.
Well, left the door open.
Left the door open. Let's see, you know, like the famous words of Mason Ho, you never really lose a heat, you just run out of time.
Yeah.
He always tells me that. He's like, you didn't lose, Megs, you just ran out of time. I was like, you're right. The heat should have been 45 minutes long.
You know, if he ever retires from pro surfing, I think we should just bring him onto the commentary team.
100%, I'm hiring.
As quick as possible.
Gosh, absolutely.
There's Mason Ho and the conversation, and you just never know what's going to come out.
And he spits nuggets of gold.
Oh,
it's just
so
gold
amazing.
every time. Every time he speaks, it's just like this rainbow. And I'm like,
right when you don't think Mason's paying attention, he drops some knowledge. And right now, Rachel Tilley's going to drop into finals day because she's in the quarterfinals now with that heat win over Tully White and some great sportsmanship in the water, hugging it out.
Great camaraderie with longboarding. I mean, we all travel together too, so it's like, you know what? We go in no friends when the horn blows, but after that, we're all best friends. We're going out to eat dinner.
All right, and you need to help each other because getting through the airports with those longboard bags, you guys got to each carry one end each.
Shortboarders have no idea. No idea.
I do not want to know.
Yeah. See, exactly.
I have a hard time carrying 6.0s through the airport.
You still ride a 6.0?
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
I'll get you on a 9.0, Kaipo, don't worry.
Kaipo Guerrero, thank you, Megs. Thank you, Strider. We got more action coming your way from Huntington Beach. Stick around. When we come back, it's going to be the 3-time world champ, Soleil Erico, on the water against Kira Bush. Sports, start your stoke. U.S. Open of Surfing.
Thank you.
Welcome back, straight into Heat 5, round of 16. This is the Huntington Beach Longboard Open as part of the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Nat Chinosky, the Waxhead, joined by Cassia Medor in the booth right now. We've had a lot of stylish goofy footers in this booth over the last couple of days, but none other than one of the Malibu specialists yourself. So glad to have you in the booth. How are you?
I'm great. I'm super excited to be down here at the U.S. Open watching some of the best surfers in the world and longboarders out shredding. It's actually perfect logging days, Matt.
It is. The right board for the right conditions is the motto that a lot of these surfers live by, and we've got perfect little waist-high waves, a little onshore, but that's what we get in California when it's summer and just after lunchtime. And out in the heat right now, Soleil Errico and Kira Bush. Kira making her way back into competition after a hiatus, having a pair of babies. And Soleil Errico, reigning world champion, 3-time world champion from Malibu. You've seen a lot of Soleil over the years. You've called her during one of her world title runs back in 2022 as well, Cassia.
Yeah, it's just so awesome seeing these ladies like growing up and really being like the future, you know, and that future is now. We're living it. And it's so fantastic to really see longboarding displayed at the U.S. Open of Surfing in such a beautiful way. And it's just an exciting time for surfing in general and longboarding.
The world is in a good place when you've got someone like Cassia on the call, and we've got two emerging talents in the longboard era. Soleil Errico, 3 world titles, but she's not done yet. She's putting together some of the best performances we've seen yet, winning at Bells Beach like she did last year. That's how she kicked off her campaign. A win here at Huntington has eluded her, but you get the feeling kicking off this heat with a 5.5, it's not too far away.
I feel like, too, it's like, you know, being kind of more of a point break kid, right? And then you have these beach breaks, and when people are used to those long, perfect lines, it's a little bit different bag to be kind of putting together those same sort of, you know, plays on the beachies. That said, you know, Soleil and Kira, like, they both have such a wonderful repertoire, and it's been beautiful really witnessing Soleil working with some great coaches, people like CJ, supporting her surfing and really kind of expanding what she can do on a board.
Yeah, you've seen Soleil in the last few years really been nurtured by those surfers, but learning more about her equipment, obviously the different waves, going to El Salvador, Bells Beach. She competed over in Taiwan as well. But really working on her equipment, her board IQ, as we like to say. Obviously, the heat IQ needs no introduction. But overall, her general surf IQ, well-rounded surfer that she's becoming, is allowing her to perform at those other destinations. But the real test is here on the beach break at Huntington. She hasn't won here before. And she's had many school surfing battles here with the likes of surfers like Honolulu and Mason Schremer over the years. Look forward to seeing her kick off her campaign here. But against Kira, who's also no stranger to this event. And here goes Soleil on her second wave, trying to back up the 5.5. Getting to the nose, another touch there. That yellow CJ Nelson South Coast surfboard looking super bright here on a lunchtime surf.
Totally, that red and yellow, classic colors, like classic old school colors. Oh, Kira on the nose.
Cutting back there, and a little bonus section there, mistimed it a little, looking for something more on the inside. Kira's riding a Michael Takayama from Oceanside, California.
That's the thing. It's like Kira, too, is one of those, you know, she left for a while to go. Actually, she was part commissioner for a while and then had 2 twins, which is fantastic. And then she was thirsty. She's like, I'm going to come back. I want to get back in the water, get back with my feet in the wax. And what's exciting about her is she is such an awesome competitor. And I think maybe that time away has probably re-inspired her. So I'm really excited to see what comes out of her in these next little bits.
Absolutely, being an observer for 2 years, going away, working on herself and coming back. Now she's in the swing of things in the round of 16. She missed Bells Beach, but this would be, she's on the tour. She got the season wild card. So we'll be seeing Kira coming up in the next event as well. And she'll be looking to an eclipse of good results so she can make it through to El Salvador, where we have our final 8. We've had it at Malibu the last 2 years. And this year, exciting. We go to where Big Wednesday was actually partially filmed down there at El Sunzal. This is a replay of Soleil's wave, Cass.
Nice little wave, you know, kind of fighting through that chop, but then she got a nice little moment to get some nose work in there and really finding those pockets in the beach break, especially when it's peakier like this, really having the time to find those pockets as you see Kira kind of dropping in again, trying to really get that fin engage, get that rail engage, and have enough time to get that board in the pocket to get a proper nose ride out of it. That's what's tricky, especially in those beach break peaky conditions when it's on shore like this. But these are the best.
It
so
is,
they
are.
do.
Great analysis there. Up there holding that extended nose ride for Soleil. Timing it for that snap back to the pocket, looking for that critical section, getting another end section there, and just hot dogging that one on the inside. A little drop knee for some variation. Working with CJ Nelson, one of the greats of our surfing era, at a similar time when CJ was cutting his teeth in the Longboard World, so were you, Cass, and your history goes back, but I'll tell you a little bit of history about us surfing together. We surfed together in Noosa and Byron Bay. We had a heat together at US Open. Might have been 2011 or 2013 at the Duct Tape Invitational.
Oh yeah, that was like, I've surfed at the US Open 2 times. That Duct Tape year, it was the one year that I think I was the only girl,
Yep.
and it was all you cats, and you guys were all shredding, and it's always so fun to be in the water with you, because you're just like, I don't know, your vibe is just so rad, man. So it's always fun.
Still, same goes to you, but you know who beat us both was Alex Nost. He took the win. You got second. I came in third. James Parry from England was in fourth. But that was a pretty fun heat here at the US Open, and a lot of history for both of us in California. But this is Soleil, who's rewriting her history here. She'll be looking to get her maiden win here at US Open of Surfing. Working her way through the inside. She capitalizes on that far right, no pier bowl right, which we're so often seeing that left, that famous shooting the pier of Justin Quintal, which we haven't seen much this year, but it's all rights and lefts down the beach, which looking like a classic California lineup, needing a 7-3-3. Kira fading into this. She's going to take a high line here, gets to the nose, redirects back, staying high on this wave. She gets to the nose again. No hang 10 there, but she's good, and there's a little touch, so she's good for 3 nose rides. Make it a 4th. And with a cool pace, she finishes that off, but I can't see that going 7-3-3, but it'll chip away. But someone who did go in the excellent range, put together a consummate performance, was Rachel Tilley, who's on the glass with AJ McCord.
That's right, Rachel coming in here onto the quarterfinals at Huntington Beach, and I know the conditions we've been told over and over are just tricky. Big sigh of relief. How does it feel to get through that heat?
I was actually just like especially stressed for that heat. Tully and I, since El Salvador event last year, it's been like, this was like our 7th heat shared in the past like few months. So we just keep getting paired against each other, and so I know how amazing she is. I know her capabilities out there. And so yeah, I just knew I had to be on my game, and with it being tricky, you know, it's anyone's game out there. Anyways, I'm more than relieved.
When it gets so tricky, you're going against a competitor you know you have to take so seriously. What do you rely on to give yourself the confidence to stay present in the heat?
I think I rely on my experience out here, especially here at Huntington. Growing up here in Southern California, I've surfed a million heats that look exactly like this out here at Huntington. So I was trying to just rely on that. I have that experience, and I know how to read these waves, and tried to just trust in that, and you know, have that positive self-talk and whatever. And fortunately, it worked. It
worked out quite well. And I'll have you guys know, Rachel, competing a little injured here. Walk us through what happened with the brace and how it's affecting the surfing, if at all.
It's not really affecting my surfing, fortunately, but I was, right before Belle's event, I was tow surfing I was tow foiling actually behind a boat, and I pulled myself up towards the back of the wake and had all like the slack line in my hand. And then I fell eventually, and the slack line like tied around my wrist, and then the boat kept going, and then it yanked through everything. It was super gross and really painful. And so Belle's was more of the one I was nervous about how it was going to go. we're getting better to recovery now. So I have the brace, it's fine, and fortunately I'm surfing on my feet, so it's all good.
Yeah, so no handstands out of Rachel Tilley is what we just learned. Breaking news. On to the quarterfinals, though. Back to you.
Great insight there. Thanks, AJ. And that must affect some paddling as well, just with your thumb in your hand.
Well, and even just like holding onto your board, turtling a wave, you know. I actually just went and caught a couple waves, you know, with her out front before her heat. I just like got a couple lefts and I was like, yo, what's up with your hand? And she was like, yeah, she told me the story. And I was like, well, how you feeling? She's like, I feel good. And we were actually talking about the conditions. I was like, well, how do you feel out there? The wind's coming up. And she's like, hey, you know what? This is what I've been doing my whole life. Same conditions for everyone, and that's what it is. And she took that heat, and I'm just like so happy to see. She's such a fantastic surfer.
She's up against Honolulu Bloomfield tomorrow in the quarterfinals, and we have a regular footer taking on Natalia Wunderlich, one of the highlights and the rookie coming on tour. She's made it through against Natsumi Taoka. That's going to be an epic quarterfinal matchup as well. So we'll see Rachel coming up against three-time world champ Honolulu, and it's going to be a very even match. Both surfers with terrific wave IQ. Their competitive prowess doesn't need any introduction. Some great viewing for tomorrow. Finals day here for the longboarding. And we'll kick off with the Challenger Series on Wednesday as the swell starts to pick up a bit. But conditions really conducive to traditional style longboard surfing. And Cassia, who's joining us in the booth right now, is a stalwart of that style of surfing and in general a massive influence on women's surfing throughout the last 2 decades. And how did you start surfing, Cass?
I started surfing because I was like, you know, listening to the Beach Boys and watching Gidget and all those cool old surf movies. As we see Kira up and riding on a smoker, came from behind the peak to get up on that nose. Definitely seen everybody's having a hard time with these kind of choppy conditions, keeping their rail line engaged. And I think that that's something so different about longboarding as opposed to shortboarding, seeing it here at Huntington. When it gets a bit choppy, it's really hard to keep that rail in. So when you drive into a turn, it easily kind of slides out.
And a 5.33 on the wave before last for Kira. She lessens the requirement to a 6.5, but that one you'd think isn't going to be it. Early indication is that it'll fall underneath the 3.17. Experienced competitor at the halfway mark at heat. She knows that won't be the score, but Eriko looking to drop a low of a 5.5. We know that she's good for it. So as we said, this is a great matchup because Soleil and Kira, their history goes really deep. And of course, Kira was in that leadership position the year before last. And she was the one sending us our messages, keeping us updated as to what was going to happen on the World Longboard Tour. But now stepping back into competition, mother of some twins. She's been busy in the off season.
She's been busy, yeah. And so yeah, like surfing wise, you know, junior guards, all those classic old movies, and then just wanting to surf, like being fascinated with surfing and surf culture. And it was that surf culture, that community element that really got me inspired to surf. And I was actually reflecting on that, Matt, and I love that you brought it up. It's like we had a heat together here. I was the one woman surfing against a bunch of the guys out there, you know, and it's just like so awesome to see such a big and beautiful pool of very talented women that we're seeing right now. People like Kira, Soleil, like everybody in this event, as well as all the kids coming up. They have so many wonderful people to look to, so many like awesome legends that are kind of doing it. And it's just like so neat to see where longboarding has come, as well as where surf culture has come in general and the women in surfing.
And you've been a big part of that, Cass, as you said, the only female in that whole draw, and your surfing spoke for itself. That was the thing. It wasn't just a novelty that you put in there. You actually were a leader. Your style, your performance, and you're an anomaly, but now we have that new gen that are coming through, equal pay, equal play, and it's a big influence, and it's the encouragement that they feel comfortable in that lineup. As you were nurtured by a lot of the men at Malibu, but I know your story, it wouldn't always have been very easy as well.
Yeah, no, it's like, you know, it was definitely a different time, you know, it was absolutely a different time. And there was like a couple of us really surfing and surfing well. I feel very grateful to have been fortunate enough to be so supported by both my own community as well as the global community and the longboard community, because I think that that's something that's very special and unique, like surf community and longboard community. It's like when we were doing all the events and had such a great time, like in Noosa back in the day, it's like you'd have Phil Jarrett there.
Yeah.
You know, you'd have Donald Takayama. You know, you'd have Bob McTavish. So we had a chance as kids to be around these legends of, you know, some of the godfathers and goddess mothers. You know, Linda Benson was there, people like that, of surf culture. And it's really important to, I think, like continue that lineage. And that's what I love about you, is that you're so fantastic at really helping to share the history of surfing and surf culture. And I feel like, you know, what is it, 65 years that this event has been happening? Probably one of the longest standing events ever.
It is.
And it's just so amazing because there's so much iconic legacy that really exists here. So to have longboarding back here in such a beautiful way, it just, again, it feels like a full circle experience.
Well put, Cassia, and that's it. Surf City is bringing to us this Huntington Beach Longboard Classic, and it is the legacy. It is a legacy lifestyle. It's a sport, of course, but it's the art and the culture behind it that makes these surfers sick. They'll be doing it with or without the rash vest on. 3-time world champ Soleil looking to earn a 4th up in the water now. We'll get more into that philosophical chat shortly, our favorite subject, but Kira Seal on the bush on the outside and carving this one through to the inside. See Soleil, very match style, very similar hands, similar boards, colors as well. So these guys, these women are really trying to see an element of difference. The scores across the board, very similar. A 6.5 needed for Kira in the blue. We'll wait and see the judges, that they're going to have their work cut out for them to try and distinguish the difference between those waves.
I mean, that's when like judges probably wish they had 4 eyeballs, because how do you keep your eyes on bull surfers when they're up and riding? And too, that was also like such a nice showing of those styles that you pointed out, Matt. That connection, that kind of flow, and we saw them like, you know, back to front. They each had wave after another. Just like really gorgeous surfing by both of these surfers. And two, they both have that real classic longboard style, point break style.
They do, and there's Tom Neville from Neville's Automotive supporting Kailis Flint. They're there to cheer on Soleil Erico because their team, CJ Nelson, they're all there. It's really cool to see some coaches working with some of the surfers and mentors, you know, passing on that legacy, that history, that IQ about the boards, the design. Longboarding is on the world stage right now. There's a 4-stop longboard tour, so why not get good surfers around you and good mentors, which does make the world of difference. As you said before, Cass, that is what a big part of longboard surfing is. It's a community, the culture. So nice to see the support. Tom's come up from Oceanside to support Kai and Soleil, and Soleil's got her fair share of Malibu crew here. And
so exciting. And it's just like so cool because I'm like, as you spoke about, and I think it's so important, like equipment, you know, what everybody's riding. As you see Soleil sliding into this one.
Soleil still in the lead. Kira with the score to drop. She goes up and over after a quick nose ride there. So that one's just a 2-maneuver combo, but it's not about these days how much we get done on the wave. It's about the package, how we make it look, which is the flow element, Cass. And don't we wish that was inbuilt into the longboard criteria many years ago?
Yeah, it's a different time, you know. It's like a lot of us were riding logs, and, you know, there was a lot more kind of progressive style, you know, longboarders at that time, and it was a real split, really, it felt like, within the community, and it's really beautiful to see, like, everything coming together and people doing a lot more kind of like involvement style surfing on retro boards, which is really what kind of, you know, inspired me about longboarding, and I know it inspired you about longboarding, and I'm like a geek for equipment.
Well, we're going to come back. We'll go to a Bonsai brew break and come back more for equipment talk. 3-time world champ in the water, taking on Kira Bush from Hawaii. Action galore. Heating up here, Heat 5, round of 16. Coming back soon. Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. We are down here on this Monday morning, day 3 for the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. Cassia Medor in the booth with the Waxhead, Matt Chinoski, bringing you all the action today. Solly Eric over 707, out in the lead from Kira Bush, is chasing a 7.6. Action galore, but you had some action earlier down the beach, a sound bath. Tell us a bit more about what you did and what you're doing with Eventbrite.
Yeah, so it was super cool because I was actually reflecting on that this morning. This morning I'm coming down to the beach and I'm actually filling up a cart and walking down with all my equipment, and my equipment wasn't a surfboard. It was a gong and some singing bowls and my drum and a flute, and it was really nice to be able to bring a different element of wave riding, and that was sound waves. So I was able to support, you know, starting off the event. They just started the first heats, you know, we're setting up, and I'm like, oh, what a cool thing to bring. So I just brought a lot of love, a lot of sound waves. We did a great like movement practice, a little stretching, meditation, and a sound journey for people, and it was just so lovely. And it's really, again, that full circle moment, being here when I've come down the beach and put on a rash vest and had surfboards, and now I'm getting to come down here and bring my sound equipment and support the community and support, you know, this lifestyle that I love so much, which is surfing, with that. And it's just so cool that Eventbrite is here supporting the event, because there's so many things going on, from concerts to skateboarding to autograph signing, everything happening, my sound bath today. And you know, the community can really navigate it super well with the app, with Eventbrite, and it just makes it totally accessible for people.
And you can check out Cassia as well. Cassia Surf on Instagram.
Yep, Cassia Surf. I keep it easy, you know, so I can remember it.
The Waxhead, myself as well. We've been good friends for a long time, but Cassia's talking about those sound waves, and these women out in the lineup are surfing waves that have been generated. There's a little bit of mixture of wind swell, but you know, 5,000-10,000 miles away at times, and that aquatic energy is coming all the way in here, and these women are putting on a show for us. And this is the replay of Soleil's 707. Tapping that one off the top, and just style galore. We talked about that length of wave and the amount of maneuvers isn't necessarily about what you do, but it's how you do it. Soleil just put that together in a really sweet package, which garnered her those points. Different to point break surfing, of course.
Way different to point break surfing. I'm wondering what she's riding here and what kind of, like, you know, CJ and that whole crew has her on here at this event, as opposed to what they would have had her on at Bell's and or Malibu or a wave like Sunsol, right? Because it's like, it's a different kind of break in the wave. You're looking for different things, you know? It's like really interesting to actually see a lot of these surfers that surf a lot of point breaks surfing this wave. And then you see kids that are surfing Sano, or kids that are surfing more beach breaks, and how they put it together out here. So I think that that's an interesting point of difference. You know, you see someone like Taylor, who's surfing a lot of oceanside, surfing a lot of beachies, you know, and seeing how he puts stuff together here is definitely interesting. So I remember being a kid, and Joel Tudor, you know, he said this one thing to me, and he was like, don't get point break syndrome.
Ooh.
And that...
learn how to go left.
Well, yeah, but also get off of the perfect waves. Go surf Sano, go surf other waves. And that always stuck with me, because it really helped me later on in life, because I was like, oh yeah, surf everything all the time. And, you know, I'd ride a different board here than I'd ride over at Malibu for different reasons.
Really well put. East Coast of America, this is an on day. This is maybe one in, depending on where you live, you know, 1 in 30 days is actually like this. So this is a great day. Place in Japan, Korea, Philippines, Taiwan. You're stoked getting waves like this. And this is the reality for a lot of people who grow up with weaker wind swell, and to be able to adapt to it. Huntington, we know what to expect. There's always going to be waves here. There's going to be lefts, there's going to be rights, and you have to adapt. And it is all part of our surf culture. It's not all perfect waves. And really, what is the perfect wave? It's up to anybody to show us.
Yeah, and perfect waves are just like going out and having fun, right? Like the best surfer in the water is the one most having fun, which is super true. And also, it's something that's so interesting about longboarding is that nose rides are really critical maneuvers. As much as people are like, oh, it doesn't really look that crazy, it's actually like so critical to be able to position in your board in a wave in the steepest part to really get an effective nose ride. So what these ladies are doing out here is critical surfing. And it's really hard to do with a longer rail line because there's so much more board in waves that are choppy and onshore and kind of like these, what you're saying, shorter period wind swells.
Let's have a look at the recap of the heat so far and some of that critical nose riding. This was Soleil here, opening up the 633, getting on the nose, see the tail way back in the pocket, stepping back on the tail, showing the rail work, the combination, of course, linking with the footwork, which is just so important in longboard surfing. And Kira
with a smooth one, you know, she's looking for that wall, she's looking for that critical pocket, which she finds there and wonderfully navigates it to the nose on that one. And then again, lovely little cutback, she's waiting for it to reform, and then Soleil, I like that little stall. She needed to stall quickly to get that little pocket, and then quickly, that footwork was great to get back and get that little Rio.
Catching up, the final minute here with Kira, an answer back, searching for a 7.6 right now, and she'll kick out of that. A previous duct tape invitational winner herself. Kira is no stranger to the podium, having competed all around the world, right throughout on the World Longboard Tour, through Europe. She's been into Australia. She surfed obviously all around North America and Central America. She's had a lot of opportunity since she's come back from kids to hone her skills, but obviously not as much as she would like. So we look forward to seeing her coming up with whatever this result pans out into the third event. But this is a replay. Let's see what she caught up with. Take it away, Cass.
Got a little left, navigating up to the nose, little cut back to get back in that pocket, and you'll just see it was really hard to get a little pocket out of that one. She's kind of wiggling through the reform. It doesn't quite hold up for her. So she did the best she could with that one. Again, there's still high scoring potential out there. In the last 11 seconds, if you get a runner through the chop, you can really she could still get the score she needs. Counting down though.
3.57 on that last one. It did fall short. Soleil had a little one in the break. Doesn't look like it'll eclipse the scoreline at this point. But Soleil Erico, three-time longboard champion, she'll move forward into the quarterfinals. Kira Bush bows out on her return for competition. And Cassia, I hope you do return to us in the commentary at some point. It's been a pleasure having you to call this heat. Cassia Surf on Instagram, sound bath queen, and one of the most stylish goofy footers of all time, joining us here for the WSL Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico.
Thanks for having me. It's such an honor and a pleasure to see these ladies and these men do it right and do it high and tight on the longboards.
On that note, we're going to sign out and bring you in Heat 6 after the break. Welcome back. Straight into Heat 6, and there is Vera, the mother of Soleil Erico, who just took out that heat. Mom, don't hold my hand. And we are into Heat 6 of the US Open of Surfing. CJ Nelson, the coach there of Soleil, three-time world champ making her way up. She'll move into the quarterfinals tomorrow. Look forward to hearing that post-heat interview. Welcoming back into the booth, Carla Zamora, joining myself, the Waxhead, for the call. Some amazing surfing throughout today and a French-on-French battle. I can't wait.
Super exciting. These girls actually had to go up against each other in that opening round. Alice getting the nod, jumping all the way to this round here. Zoe having to fight it out in the elimination, making it through and up and riding. She's already opened up with a 3.83. This is just a throwaway score, really, right here. She's going to want to maximize on her wave knowledge and her wave IQ and get some better waves. We got an in and out for Elise. It'll be interesting to see how these ladies battle it out.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a tough competition. Elise has gotten the jump on Zoe when it's counted in the past. Zoe has beaten Alice in the past as well though, but not at the pointy end of competition. So look forward to seeing how this one plays out. Alice, almost a veteran compared to Zoe, hailing from Reunion Island under the French flag. And Zoe, she's been on tour now since 2019. Her breakout year, 2021 over in Malibu, where she took out Soleil Erico in the quarterfinals, finished with a career-best semi-final finish. Here goes Alice, ISA world champ from the year before last, and she'll make her way through to the inside section here. Quick footwork, taking after Natsumi Taoka, the Japanese surfer, who really set the precedent for her elegant footwork. And you see her jumping up and down the board. Actually, the last time we were in the heat together talking, it was when Natsumi was running up and down, just getting those amazing scores.
Yeah, that's right. That was a fabulous heat. The conditions have kind of deteriorated slightly here in the afternoon as that onshore wind comes, but you see Zoe negotiating that wave quite nicely, getting that nice high-rised 5. She's setting it up again. Both these ladies are going to probably focus on the rights. We've seen a lot of lefts being written in the last few heats, but Soleil, Kira, and now these girls, they're going to probably be focused on the rights.
Little kick out there for Zoe, straight on the stomach. Those little things count. Good footwork, linking the tail to the nose. It's all those little stuff the purists enjoy watching as well. These two French women, they've been traveling together a lot, and I've noticed the French surfers really uniting over the last year in competition as well. So it's not uncommon to see Edouard Del Pero, and we'll see Zoe and Alice all camping out together, going to and from the comp site, often sharing a car, and you just see them congregating. It's really nice to see that that nationality support.
Yeah, I think that push to with the other circuit, the ISA circuit and the Olympics coming in, and the potential of longboarding getting into the Olympics in 2028, it's really helped bring that camaraderie and kind of sportsman-like behavior, the team aspect, being able to travel with your fellow teammates. It's really a new thing to be brought to the table. And
all those surfers tuning in right now, or even just fans, the Olympics is on, but guess what? They're watching longboard surfing, which may as well just be inducted into the LA Olympics 2028. Makes complete sense. It's a different form of surfing, the older form of surfing, more popular than the shortboard style as well in many aspects. And this is the replay of Alice's wave.
Yeah, she gets that tip time. She gets a bit of 5 up there. Another nice 4 uninterrupted steps up to the nose. She's very careful with her hands. You can see Zoe, she's going to be taken off behind her. Here's that replay. She gets that nice 5 there. I'd say Alice getting maybe, well, she's going to get this second tip time here with Zoe. Kind of equal looking waves. I think I might like the footwork that Alice may have displayed just a little bit more than Zoe. Zoe opened up with a 3.83, Alice with a throwaway, but she came in on that second wave with a 5.17. And Zoe has followed up with a 4.23, currently putting her in first place. But things are really early in the journey of this heat, so we'll wait to see how things play out.
And Zoe finishing off down there at Bells with a fairly good result as well, but you just get the feeling that a breakout result for Zoe is not far behind, because she's, going into this one, just almost pokes the nose, wanting to utilize her priority. She'll go down on that, utilizing the leash there, so she won't have to swim in. She'll get back out in the lineup in about 20 seconds, but conditions, lower tide now, wind up, a lot of those clean faces starting to deteriorate, and Soleil Erico did a great job in that last heat to make it look really easy, a 13.4 heat total. And we'll be catching up with her shortly as we see Zoe keeping really busy here, stepping forward and linking to the nose. That wave shutting down, and I thought that board was going to kick up and roll on its rail, but she does really good to pull it up, looking for a 2.89. Oh, she's gone into the lead actually with that 4.23, but looking to better a 3.83. That's probably the game plan, right? To stay really busy?
Stay busy, I think. She knows what Alice is capable of. Alice can throw out some pretty big scores. She's got that signature kind of soul-arching 5 that she likes to do. The judges have always been big fans of that. So she's going to know she's got to kind of stay busy with Alice, with priority. She's probably just going to stay a little inside of her, keep things moving. That's worked for a lot of our surfers, and hopefully that'll work for her.
As we see Zoe making her way back out, we'll go find out what the game plan was for Soleil Erico, who's on the glass with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, always good to catch up with the world champ. Well, Soleil, you've been here a few times now, the US Open. This is old hat for you, but what is the game plan when you're coming up against a competitor like Kara?
Just do my thing, get a lot of waves, get into rhythm. It didn't feel too much like a heat out there, just because I was just getting like kind of wave after wave and finding my flow, and I couldn't really hear too much. When we were sitting out there, we could hear, but like paddling out, not too well. But yeah, Kira's a good friend of ours. Our moms are really close, and her babies are amazing. I love them. So yeah, it was cool to share the lineup with her.
And you're coming off a win at Bells Beach, coming into the US Open. I mean, that was just a few weeks ago. Are you still going to carry that same momentum into this event?
Yeah, I really want to win the US Open. It's such an iconic contest and it's like legends have won here, and it has so much history, and I've always wanted to win, so it would be cool to take it out. I'm just gonna take it heat by heat, and hopefully it's fun tomorrow. Yeah.
And your opponent for the quarterfinals will be decided from this heat between Zoe and Alice. Who would you prefer to come up against?
I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm just surfing. Like, I kind of just try to focus on myself and what I'm doing. That's been one of the things I've been trying to focus on this year. But yeah, whatever. If there's waves, like, I'm just gonna surf and enjoy myself.
Can't wait to watch you in finals day tomorrow. Thank you for your time.
Thanks Soleil and Rosie, and some critical surfing there from Soleil, showing the commitment, the control, and the footwork. And unfortunately, in live action, Lemoyne goes down, and that one was just a good old classic nosedive.
Bit of a face plant, unfortunately.
Yeah, wipeout reel for Alice, but hey, 20 minutes remaining, plenty of time to add to the heat total and hopefully not see what's on the ocean floor. And we've all done it. We do it regularly.
Oh yeah, and it's something easy to do. You can see that onshore wind is creating a little bit of that bump. You got these kind of multiple lips, if you will, on the face, so it can be kind of hard to negotiate and predict. The best of the best are going to be able to kind of plow through it, but even the best of the best are going to have those faltering moments.
And we talked just off camera before, and also just then, Soleil mentioning the greats have won here. We've had victories, of course, from Justin Quintal, one of the most winningest surfers here at the US Open of Surfing, who won the Vans Duct Tape Invitational and our 2019 World Champion. Joel Tudor has won his fair share of victories out here as well. On the women's side of the draw, Caitlin Mickelson won a duct tape, but also Khalees Kalupar, who's out of the draw. She took it out in 22 and 23. She bowed out earlier on with a surprise loss to our rookie, Natalia Wonderlich. That was an amazing heat. And you think back to that one, there was a couple of waves where both women didn't finish, and it's because they thought it was going to suck up underneath them, but it was the opposite. It was higher tide. Lower tide now, there's that little suck up, that little ledge. So that's where we've got to pull the nose up, step back on the tail, right?
Yeah, we have to keep that nose out from purling. We don't want to see no purling. There's no crying, there's no purling in surfing. So the girls are going to be really working. Right now, it's been a bit slower of heats. We haven't had that consistency that I was in when I was in here last. It seemed like we had a little bit more consistent waves coming through, but these girls got plenty of time on the clock. Again, at least looking for a 2.89. She's got 3 scores on the board. She really hasn't, it's almost like she hasn't quite started her journey. She's got that one nice 5 sitting in there, so if she can back that up, she'll be running into the lead.
Well, if we have a look at that last wave of Alice, she's staying really busy, but unfortunately went down in that last one. We talked about the difficulty in the changing conditions, that little rib in the wave. She goes forward, up to the nose, and you just see off camera there, she actually did pearl. That little rib in the wave got in the way, and when you've got a 9-foot longboard, That's what we say purling, nosediving. You've got a lot more area for you to go under. And we see the replay there. So that little front wave goes forward, steps down. On a shorter board, you don't have that issue. Of course, you're not trying to run to the nose, but very unique to longboard surfing. And you don't want that to happen. And I'm sure she'll make sure, do her best, that it won't occur in the rest of this heat.
Yeah, she's going to want to really keep an eye on that little rib, as you mentioned, and just keep that nose out, make sure she's making smart movements, really using that wave IQ, try to pick out the best waves. The girls are going to be looking for waves that give them that scoring potential kind of right off the takeoff. We like those nose rides right off the start, and then being able to kind of fish and wiggle and wind it around into the inside to get a couple of those little taps on the inside.
Would the second wave of the set be your pick out there right now?
You know, I'm always somebody that I really like to see what's going on. If the first wave seems to be the one that's happening, perhaps you will. But depending on your position and priority, I can't always say that that's the best wave.
Well,
Up
Zoe
and riding.
making way for Alice there. So that one, see, that it didn't really eventuate, the little front wave. So the reason I asked about the second wave, often when it's onshore, that second wave can be a little more groomed with the wind swell.
Right.
But we'll have to wait and see, because we've got that wind. It's a southwest wind coming in right now, but we've got this crossed up northwest wind swell, and it's unusual. It wasn't meant to be as comboed as it is right now, but still super contestable for the longboarders. They've locked in nearly 10 waves between them both. We're nearly at that halfway mark right now, but relatively sleepy. Low heat totals by both of these women's standards. Zoe put in a great effort over there at Bells Beach. Her equipment looked fantastic. She's opted for the triple stringer here, the single fin by Phil Grace. And Alice is on a Luffy style nose rider, a little smaller than she has ridden in the past. I think that one's around 9'2", a little bit more maneuverable, and also to fit into the pocket of the wave. Approaching that halfway mark, you can look out to the horizon there. We're looking straight south. That's where the swell is coming from. And right now we're expecting a little bit more of that to start building tomorrow and through to the weekend, where we have the Challenger Series kicking off on Wednesday. The longboard finals tomorrow on Tuesday. Zoe Guapion, the French woman, stepping to the nose here. This is a cleaner section. Gets back fast, falls down there and unable to capitalize. It's trying to better a 3.83. You can't see that one being that score.
No, she had a little bit of a misread there. She was trying to kind of stay high, but she misread how that wave kind of flattened out. She needed to set a little bit lower of a line so she could have connected into that next section. You'll see it here in the replay. Gets her bottom turn, just a little easy bottom turn. Tries to reach it to the tip. Finally gets up there on a second try. But you see she comes up too high. She's out of control there. She needed to kind of be back a little bit on the tail so that she could have redirected it back into that little hook, the little power zone, and connect into that inside section.
It's another thing of the triple stringer boards too. They don't flex very well. They're stiff, and often we talked to Kai Ellis Flint, a surfer shaper who's made it to the quarterfinals, about his board. Certain stringers allow the board and the foam to flex in those little sections. Of course, bottom contours, the rocker, the rail, the fin, all those elements contribute to fitting the board into the pocket of the wave. But a triple stringer, a bit stiffer, it is difficult to rebound those boards and get them to fit and fit into the pocket of the wave. But they're stable and they nose ride very stiff, and you can get a lot of control on the heavier boards through the chop. So there's counterbalance with everything, and equipment has more of a factor, I would say, in longboard than it does in shortboard. There's so many differences.
Yeah, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but it appears as though Zoe's board is a bit flat.
Yeah.
Doesn't have a lot of rocker in it. That can make it challenging in these kind of conditions, beach break and bumpy conditions. However, that flat rocker, it makes the board fast, and it really gets that speed. You'll see her riding near. Decides to go right. Curious if there was anything on the left there. It almost looked like the left had a little more open face, but not gonna count into her two-wave score.
Yeah, she rides a more performance-y style single fin on the better waves, and that one, they're her more traditional version. And then, yeah, we talked about rocker. So the rocker, that bend in the board from nose to tail, and you can just literally see it on some boards. Rocker can slow you down, but also fit you into the pocket of the wave. A lot of the surfers, like Alice, she's riding a Luffy board, a Portuguese-style board, but a lot of these are influenced by what Michael Takayama was doing in the last 5 to 10 years. Bigger, wider nose riders with big, wide tails, And they add these flip tails, they knife out the tails to get them really thin. And then they add flex, they get big fins to hold them in. A lot of, I would personally call them counterintuitive elements, where you can just get a narrower tail. But those boards work and they're stable and they've got results for these surfers time and time again. Zoe, on a more traditional aspect, stepping onto the tail there. That wave really not giving her much opportunity. Looking to drop a 383. But yeah, those boards, if they feel good, you have to keep riding them because they're getting results for these surfers. And here's Alice feeling really comfortable on that turn. That's an example of what Rocker can do.
Yeah, and you can. Alice has been waiting for this wave. She's got that 5-1-7 and just a bunch of throwaways. I think this is definitely going to help her situation. She only needs a 2-8-9. You can see more of that rocker both in the nose and the tail on her board. That kind of helps give her a little bit more maneuverability off the tail, but in certain areas could maybe slow it down, just depending on how she sets it up and depending on the wave.
Absolutely. That's what we just talked about with that counterintuitive nature. But here, that nice fade of Zoe and the replay, and her board is trimming through, but the waves, yeah, really weak choice there for Zoe, but just looking to really get rid of that 383 and build some pressure.
Yeah, but then here's Alice. Alice getting those 5-4 steps up to the nose, hits the 5. Nice cut back into that whitewater. You can see that little rib zone. I like the way you call it, the rib, but she manages to kind of drop back into it. And Alice pulling in at 5.57, so she's now in the lead. Puts Zoe in a situation of requiring a 6.51 with 10 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. We are waiting for a score to drop for Zoe. We'll see if it comes into the 6.5 range.
And the coffee is brewing, and we're about to get the bonsai ready. It's a bonsai brew break. 10 minutes remaining. Stay tuned for more of Heat 6 coming up next.
You've been on my mind like Superfly. Play it one more time.
Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing. We're in the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic here on the south side of Huntington Beach, and I want to acknowledge Shiseido. Shiseido, a great product, an official partner of the World Surf League. This particular stick, 50 plus SPF, it's broad spectrum protection, goes on clear, stays on in the water, is water resistant, and also Shiseido's Blue Project is partnering up with WCell, What Ocean. We're doing some beach cleanups here, some oyster restorations, all happening here at Huntington Beach, and thank you for the protection, Shiseido.
Thank you for the shout out and the reminder, Kaipo, to be sun safe. And Shiseido's got the activation tent down there on the beach. If you're anywhere near the OC or LA, come down and enjoy our 9 days of the US Open of Surfing. This is day 3. There's so much more. Another week left, and I can't wait. Monday down here right now. We've still got a few heats of longboarding left. This is Heat 6. We're going to go up to Heat 8 today and round out the round of 16. We'll be back tomorrow for the quarterfinals and finals day of the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. Then we'll be kicking off with the Challenger Series, the much-awaited stop. These surfers building momentum after Bolito over there in South Africa, and they'll be looking to build their intentions to see if they can make it on that championship tour. But these surfers, the longboarders, this is their longboard tour. This is their championship tour. Carla rolling in the booth with the wax head. Let's have a replay in the break.
Yeah, during the break, Elise coming through. She dropped a 5.57 earlier, and I think this was a 7.0 that she pulled out. That put Zoe into second place. We're going to see a replay also of Zoe in a second, but you can see Alice here really maximizing her scoring potential there, and then Zoe answering back here with the quick footwork to the 5. She'll bring it back around into the whitewater here. This scored a 4.90, so did factor into her 2-score range, but not putting her into first place yet. She needs a 7.67.
No risk on those nose rides for Zoe. A couple of critical moments, critical sections, but just unable to get the hang 10 and really levitate and extend that nose ride. Coming from behind the section was Elias with that 7-point ride. So 7.67 required for Zoe. Her mum, her dad, and her sisters will be tuning in right now, watching their Zoe do her best. She hails from Anglet, Biarritz region in the south of France. And she's supported by her sponsors there. You can see the big Roxy sticker on the board, the face of Roxy over in Europe, as well as Phil Grace Shapes and Bell Surfing. And this little chip shot there for Alice. Gets the hang 10 into the foam and unable to ride out. And that board flipping around. She gets the hand up to make sure it doesn't coil back.
She went down with style. She definitely went down with some style, but that one wasn't going to stay afloat for her. She's going to paddle out, try again. She's got Zoe out there now sitting in priority. 5.5 minutes on the clock.
Let's get a replay of that. Look at that, managing the ribs, and she chip shots into this section.
Yeah, and it almost sets up to be quite nice, but she holds on to it a bit too long. I think if she had ran back, she could at least counted that nose ride.
Have a look at that ruffled surface. Doing really well, Alice, to get a 7 and a 5.57 out there. That's a respectable heat total in an afternoon heat. And we're still quite a way away from low tide. Should be around 4 p.m. today, 3:30. So another hour to go. Cast our eyes out to that cargo ship out there. We do have Long Beach Port just to the north of us right now, and all the way along Huntington, Balsa Chica up to Seal Beach and Long Beach down there. So that's a common site here at Huntington. We've got obviously the famous pier, Surf City. You can walk all the way out to that pier and watch the surfing. And south side, we're on south side right now. That's one of the most iconic venues for a surfing competition. There's always waves here all year round. Cops North Swell, South Swell, and we're going to be getting quite a lot of it this weekend, Carla.
Yeah, this weekend's posing to be super fabulous for the rest of the event, and to see the shortboarders tear it up out here. The U.S. Open, Lexus U.S. Open of surfing. Right now we're at the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. As you said, longboarders are the feature right now in the water. This is heat number 6 of the round of 16. Currently, Alice, she's leading that heat with a 7 and a 5.57. Puts Zoe in a situation of needing that 7.67. She's only got 3 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. If a set comes through, she's 100% capable of getting that score, but we'll just see if Mother Nature provides for her.
The competitors area was stacked there. A lot of the shortboarders starting to make their way down and keep an eye on conditions. A lot of them will be thinking, I'm surfing at a similar time, so I want to make sure I'm onto it, what the conditions are doing. And the Bonsai athletes area filling up, and here's Alice making a move in the final few minutes of this heat. Huntington Beach, the home of surfing since the late 1950s, when it was the West Coast Surf Championships, and some of the greatest surfers of all time cut their teeth here. Surfers like David Nueva is one of them. That left-hander was, well, it's Machado's peak now, but it was once Nueva's peak. Zoe chipping into this, needing a 7.67 behind the peak, gets to the nose, unable to hold it, squats down into that section and taps it off the top. So a very similar wave to what she's had in the past. She's had 5 waves in the 3s and 4s mark, but I don't think that one's going to get into the 5s.
No, I don't think so. And what I found interesting was when we watched Elise start to paddle around there, and she's under priority, And it seems as though she kind of got into Zoe's head a little bit and sold her on that wave, knowing likely that that wasn't going to provide the score that Zoe needed. So maybe a bit of a mistake on Zoe's hand, just kind of not reading or thinking into that a little bit more deeply, being a little stronger in your positioning, hold your ground a little bit more. You can see the replay here. She goes for it. She gets a nice little like kind of slide out bottom turn, trying to hold out for the tip time. She gets the quickie, but we've talked earlier, you need to get more time on that tip for it to really be a considerable score.
Yeah, super strong. She trains a lot and she prepares for these moments. She'll know what a 7.67 is, but really just playing it conservative and safe in this heat. At this point, she needs to push it. She needs a wave that's going to be critical. She needs to get the hips activated on the nose and show the judges that style and poise that we know that she possesses. But she's going to have her work cut out for her to try and snavel a wave underneath Alice. You can't help but think maybe if she goes north or south that she might get a little bit more respite, but Alice is just going to follow her around the true gamesmanship form. Alice will try and close out this heat. She's becoming fast becoming one of the most experienced veterans on the tour.
Yeah, right now I think Zoe's the honey, Alice is the bee. She's going to keep following her and sticking to her until this heat is over and making sure that she can't get anything in there.
Because she has the P next to her name.
Exactly, and so if she's smart, which I know she is, she'll be using that P to her advantage. And with only a minute left and Zoe needing a 7.67, it's a fairly decent score to try to garner, so she's not going to want to let her slip in even a little bit.
And we see now in the final minute, Zoe taking a paddle here, activated, trying to sell Alice. She does, she goes. Quick footwork up to the nose. Alice soul arching that section, hands above the shoulders, snaps into that turn, a little bit more vigorous and a bit more animation on this wave here from Alice. Gets to the nose and this wave's completed. She pops off, she's happy with it. 30 seconds remaining. That would feel good, and you'd have to say that 5.57, maybe even 7, could be eclipsed on that wave.
Yeah, I definitely think that the footwork into that nose ride was really clean, and then, like you said, a really animated and kind of powerful, high-energy turn that she finished out of that. I was a bit disappointed on the jump off. I'm a bit hard on those. I really want to see.
No, you're just calling it what it is.
You know what? We're professional level. You know how to kick out. Yeah. Step on the tail, stall it, finish it like you've just been a queen all the way through. Finish it like a queen.
Judges agree. A 6-point ride. It didn't go better than that 7. The kick out perhaps affecting the scoreline. But great work there from Alice Lemoyne, Reunion Island surfer, moving forward and knocking out Zoe Guopion in what was it was a pretty much one-sided battle from the get-go. And Zoe, she'll be licking her wounds on that one. That one will sting, and it's a long way to come, and she'll get ready for event number 3. But a 9th place finish is not a keeper result at this level. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with Strider and Kaipo for Heat 7 straight after the break. Join us for the Huntington Beach Longboard Open. Stay tuned. More action coming up.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by the all-new Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Hurley, born from water. By Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League. By Eventbrite, on or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. And by Rad Power Bikes, the official e-bike partner of the US Open.
Here we go. It is the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. Sophia Culhane up and riding. This is heat number 7, the round of 16 for the women's division. Head-to-head competition. Winner moves on into tomorrow's quarterfinals. It's Kaipo Guerrero, along with Firewire team rider, former CT surfer, and rad mom, Rosie Hodge. Also, Lost team rider, the original team rider, an expert in everything surfing, a mere encyclopedia of surf culture, Strider Wazalewski. And we're happy to be here talking about surfing, a subject that we all enjoy, Rosie.
Yeah, it's just so great to be back at the US Open, back in Huntington Beach. Got that same vibe about it. The weather's been amazing. You can't complain about the waves, but the surfing has definitely been the standout of the show.
Well, here we go. It's Chloe Coleman in her challenge up against Sophia Culhane. And tricky conditions continue here, Strider, on the south side of Huntington Beach Pier. It does, but everybody's playing in the same sandbox, and you've got to deal with it no matter what. You've punched your ticket here at the US Open and the longboard event here, and you have to deal with what's at hand and make the best of it. And you know what? If you're on a longboard, you've kind of got some good options because you get glide, you can get some momentum, you can find little sections to hang on with the tip time. There's plenty to do out there.
Yeah, you got options.
We've seen some really competitive heats in this round, and we've seen a lot of heats come down to just, really the last exchange, the last couple of minutes. And I think that's indicative, Rosie, of just how many waves that these surfers are catching. Here we go again. This is Sophia Culhane on her 3rd wave already. She's already got 3.8 and 2.5. This one looking like she's going to have a nice low row double up. And just looking for a little more opportunity. It's not going to present itself on the inside for the 18-year-old from Waikiki Beach on the island of Oahu in the Hawaiian Island chain, Sophia Culhane. She made it to the top 8 last year and to a chance for a world title. She's a number 3 seed going into that championship at Malibu First Point. She wants to repeat, at least getting into that performance, and it all starts here at stop number 2 on the Longboard Classic. Rosie, check out this replay.
Just a gorgeous style as she goes through the motions of this one. Just the cross step. Opted for the leash that she's tied around her upper calf there so it doesn't get tangled in her feet while she's doing this footwork. But just beautiful poise with those hands down by the waist.
Afternoon glare, a little bit sea breeze on the water. Tide's been dropping out through the afternoon. Turning around here, Chloe Coleman. Touches the nose there for a 5, and you can see that wave just, with a short period wind swell, split into a couple pieces, Strider.
Yeah, it looked like it was actually going to be a nice wave, and I think she just kind of picked the wrong road as she was coming off that nose ride. It looked like a no paddle takeoff too. Super clean.
One more look.
Look.
Chloe.
No paddle takeoff. I mean, it's so fun to watch. Hits the nose ride, but then see how she kind of slapped the water, and instead of kind of coming back down into it, she could have actually gotten some great points out of that wave.
Live action there with Sophia Culhane. Caught on her heels a little bit, Rosie.
Yeah, just got thrown off kilter there, but you can see these waves kind of breaking into 2. I think that's what happened also on Chloe's wave. Like, you either take the high road or the low road, and kind of just misjudging where that wave was going to double up. Sophie just getting pushed over on her heel edge there
Well, Elise Lemoyne out of France, Reunion Island specifically, again, surfed a great heat. We're going to see her in finals day, Flick.
Yeah, we are. You're coming up in finals day. Congratulations. How are you feeling?
Oh, super great. I'm super happy. The wave was a little bit tricky, so I was happy to find 2 good waves, so I'm stoked.
You mentioned the waves and the conditions. You know, they've obviously deteriorated since this morning. How did you adjust your game plan to make it work for you out there?
Yeah, I was watching the wave all the afternoon, and I saw some right here, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna stay there and try to find some good ones. So I'm pretty happy to find it.
And you're coming up in the next quarterfinal. You matched up against Soleil. What's your thoughts on that?
Same like last year. So yeah, just want to surf, to enjoy, and to catch the good wave.
And do you want to say something in French to your friends and family back home that are supporting you?
Allez Joanne, je crois que tu es en demi-finale, donc on est de tout cœur avec toi ici aux États-Unis. Un gros bisou à ma maman qui est en train de me regarder, à ma famille, à mon coach Johan qui ne dort pas des nuits pour me regarder. Je vous aime et on va aller loin.
Merci and good luck on finals day. Back to you guys.
A great moment there. And an exciting Alice. We'll see her tomorrow in the quarterfinals. The numbers in. Sophia with a 4-point ride and a 3.83. She's got the lead over Chloe. Chloe needing a 5.83 to turn the heat. Sophia there in the red jersey. Looking left. Fading right. Going left. Just really trying to get a trim line going there. Redirection for Sophia. And just hope for a reform on the inside, which she's not going to get. Looks like Sophia Rosie's opting to surf without, oh no, it's a clear leash. It's a nearly invisible leash. So there is a leash on there.
You imagine, you know, the history here at the Huntington Pier, and the waves are pumping, and you know, back in the 60s, no leashes, and they're just going for it. Helmets on, going through the pier. It's just wild to think about what they risking everything, basically going through the pier.
I like it. Here's a replay here, and the score comes in. It's not going to be factored into her top 2. That's just a 2.2 ride. I like it, Strider. I like it. I like consequence for falling. You got to swim. Like my grandfather and my father before him. You fall on your wave, you swim. And actually, my father's theory was that it kept order in the lineup because the surfers that were better didn't lose their boards as much and got more waves.
Yeah.
Which is fair.
But also, I mean, you're pushing yourself as well to get better waves in position, and if you do fall, having to swim all the way in, you are going to stay in some
good shape.
Really good physical shape.
I need to do some swimming myself. Chloe Coleman really milking this wave all the way to the inside. But because of the lack of walls, I feel right now, Rosie, haven't been seeing too many nose rides right now from our surfers in this heat.
Yeah, it's got a little bit more crumbly with that kind of sea breeze that we've seen pick up throughout the day. Oh, there we go.
That's what we asked for, and Sophia Culhane delivered for us. So that was a nice opening nose ride. And look at the planing on this board just to kind of cut through water and make that connection all the way to the beach. Pintail on the board too. I think it's a Michael Takayama design, Strider, on that pintail for Sophia Culhane.
You know, are there many women shapers out there when it comes to longboard?
Good question, but we did have Megan Gordinas in on the set earlier to talk story with us and talk us through some heat. And Megan does shapes her boards. She glasses them too.
Wow.
Which is that, like, shaping's
cool.
Shaping's one thing. And I've shaped boards.
Yeah.
but I can't say I've ever glassed the board, because the glassing is the intimidating part to it, Rosie.
Yeah, there's a science. Like, seriously, like, you've got to know how it's going to catalyze on that surfboard. There's a timing to it. As we watch this wave from Sophie, just beautiful tip time there. I think Sophie's got a lot of support on the beach. You can tell that she's been looking back at a certain marker, probably looking for the tells on the beach of where to situate herself, and maybe a little bit of you know, instruction as we watch Chloe. Oof.
Yeah, Chloe going down there and swims to her board, which is telling me that she does not have a leash on. Is able to retrieve it quickly. She's still searching for that 5.36. She's trailing Sophia. A full 17 minutes on the clock.
Oh, Chloe took that wave right to the
What was going
chest.
on? Yeah.
You see that?
What happened here, Strider?
You know, she didn't get much momentum off the takeoff, but she tried to steal the tip time to get it out there, and then unfortunately went over the falls with the lip. But then as she was paddling back out just now, she was trying to go through a wave, and the wave just basically gave her the... It was like trying to drive through a closed gate.
Ooh.
It just clotheslined her.
And with second priority, she gets this wave, but that thing had no future in it.
So Sophie Colhane is actually working with Megs Godinez, who were just chatting about shaping surfboards, but she's opted to have her coach her and be in her corner again this season. I know it was the same for last year's season on the Longboard Tour. Such a great person to have to bounce ideas off, to kind of get the instruction before the heat, get your mind in the game.
Do you have a coach, Rosie?
I didn't. I had a
Even
couple
a friend?
coaches growing up.
Oh, yeah? Couple, yeah.
When I was younger.
Some nice footwork by Chloe Coleman. Coleman looking to find the trim there to make the connection, and still battling with the challenging conditions here. We'll continue to search for that wave that provides her with a 5.36. We're taking a break right now. We're stepping away from the action. We'll be back with the conclusion of the round of 16, heat number 7 for the women here at the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. Oh, this is going down right here. Lexus X Game vert competition on the sand. The Vert Pro happening this weekend. We're gonna have the qualifications and the finals here on the 25-foot monstrosity, the vert ramp, and we're gonna see some high flying action. One of the many things happening here in Huntington Beach. You can see the Hurley sound stage over there. We have daily music. where Sublime played, that you're listening to right now, last Saturday night. And in the cool Pacific Ocean, we got the cool operator here, Sophia Culhane, in a lead over Chloe Coleman in this Heat 7 of the women's round of 16. Winner moves on to finals day tomorrow in the quarterfinals. I'm Kaipo Guerrero with the wonderful Rosie Hodge and the incredible Strider Wazalewski. Bringing you all this action, Strider.
A lot of action happening. I mean, so smooth on the takeoff. This young lady throws down a quick carve, but the wave kind of gets away from her. So she kind of missed opportunity a little bit there for her, but she'll get back out there. She's got plenty of time. She's sitting out in front though, really comfortable, looking really confident in the water at the moment.
Yeah. Back in 2022, Sophia Culhane came so close to a world title, finishing up runner-up in Malibu in 2022. Here we go with Chloe Coleman, who's starting to make a name for herself in the longboard scene. Nice connectivity there to get over the hump and make the connection. Riding a little sliver of whitewater, but able to keep the trim and forward momentum going on this wave all the way to the sand, Rosie.
Yeah, that was a good answer back. You can tell that she's kind of surfing into rhythm. She's had a couple, like that fall just before. So just to see her get a complete ride. I mean, Chloe, this is the second time we're seeing her surf in this event. She won her round of 24 heat. She actually eliminated Khalees Kaleapa'a into the elimination round. So she's already got a lot of confidence from that opening round. This is the second time we're seeing her surf in this event.
Yeah, Chloe's traveling with her dad, Chris, over here to Huntington Beach, Southern California, supporting the family there. And speaking of Chris, Waxhead's with the dad right now.
I'm in the Bonsai athlete zone, and it's also reserved for coaches and family as well. Waiting for a score for Chloe. How are you feeling, Chris? All the way from Montauk over here on the West Coast.
Yeah, we're having a great time here in Huntington Beach, and it's been so fun watching Chloe go and surfing against one of her good friends, Sophia, who's just such a great surfer in person, a great family, and yeah, we're just pumped to be here, and yeah, excited. Wish the conditions were a little better. It's tricky out there right now, so yeah.
Coming from the East Coast, these surfers are used to these conditions. Sophia, Hawaii, this is probably more of a challenge in her ballpark, but how good is it to have your daughter as a rookie on the World Longboard Tour?
Yeah, it's been such a treat. This has been so fun, and she's been glowing, so like my heart is so full watching her just excel and enjoying and meeting all these people from around the world, and everyone's been so great. So this has been, it's been such a treat, you know, so. Yeah, and Sophia is one of the real reasons why she's just such a special person and a great talent. And these two are good friends out of the water. So, yeah, it's been awesome. So.
Well, this is the future of world longboarding here. This is the Coleman clan, and over here, this is where Sophia's clan is sitting right now. And they're all, well, I mean, Sophia, she doesn't need any introduction. This is Sarah Culhane, her mum, but this is where it all goes down. The future of longboarding out in the water right now. Let's catch up with live action and the scores.
And there goes Chloe with an up and down there. Chloe's still searching for a score, although the requirement has been reduced for Chloe of a 4.4. Sophia out in the lead. Chloe from Montauk, New York, where Strider, I hope to go one day in the winter so I can walk through the snow and surf that point.
So is it ditch plains where Chloe would be calling her home break?
Depends on which part of, you know, where she's living out there.
Here's Sophia Culhane, our heat leader. Oh my
wow.
goodness.
Careful.
It looks, she looks fine there, but some of these wipeouts, even though it's like a 1 foot wave, Rosie, looks spooky.
Yeah, for sure. You got that lunker of a surfboard coming towards your head. It's no joke. That thing will give you a dead leg and a massive bruise, and that would be getting off lightly.
Broken up wind swell. Gosh, I feel like this wind swell, Strata, and I know you're a part-time oceanographer, that it feels like it's taking over on the south swell that we saw earlier.
It is true. Unfortunately, what we had was it's kind of dying away, but You can see them. There's still little peaks out there, which, you know, I feel like lends themselves to the longboarding, and you don't need much to get going on a longboard. You just got to kick it up and find a section to get a maneuver in on. And so, you know, for like say Chloe here, the wave never really offered up much, but she walked around on that board like it was standing still. So she looks so comfortable on that, just running around out there on her surfboard.
I like that you said earlier, Strider, like a lot of the longboarding footwork is like a gymnast on a balance beam. I thought that was one of the better analogies that I've actually heard you of all time.
I feel like, well, thank you. Thank you.
It's good from you.
It's really good. It's an easy way, to me, like I'm not even being sarcastic, because it's an easy way to explain what they're doing to someone who doesn't know what they're doing.
It's true.
How many gymnast balance beams have any of us been on?
But we understand the concept.
But to balance in a very small space.
Yeah.
Yep.
On something where, you know, you really have to have precision in your step, and that's what these young ladies have to do.
There we go with the nose ride for Sophia Culhane. So nice effort there. Gets back one more time with a touch of a 5. And this could be her best wave so far in this heat.
Yeah, I think for sure that's going to be their best wave. I mean, that was one of the first waves of you know, substance where we had a nice long drawn-out moment, and she enjoyed that.
One of the first right-handers that we've seen from Sophie.
That's right.
She's had a lot of lefts.
Check it out again, Rosie.
Yeah, love it that she just opted to go straight to the nose on that little critical section. She does hang out there for a little bit, touches 5 there. Good linkage through the maneuvers and the flow. I don't think it's going to be a huge score, but I think it's just going to kind of up the ante a little bit.
Number comes in at a 5.67, and she increases her lead. A 6.17 is what's needed now by Chloe Coleman. Because there's a Chloe Coleman too, that was a Freudian slip of the Brazilian surfer, but this is Chloe Coleman from Montauk, New York. And I'm speaking kind of in beat, I'm sorry, Rosie, because the reggae music that's playing right now on the Hurley stage is coming through, and I don't know why I'm vibing and trying to talk surfing at the same time, but the bass is just hitting me right now, right?
You just gotta go with it and start freestyling on the mic and let it flow.
Could we do that for the last 5 minutes?
I don't know, why don't you kick it off?
With the, if I start, I'm not gonna stop.
1984, they dropped it to the floor.
You want some more? We're bringing you the longboard, some walking galore.
Want some history? We'll let you have it for free.
And don't think there's not Bonzoy Light Chi. Chilled right here. The need for blue is 617. And she has priority. So she's in a good place with 4.5 minutes remaining. It's not a big number, but it would be the highest score so far in this heat, Rosie.
Yeah, that's a big ask. I mean, we're watching her. She's kind of built up her rhythm. She's improved her situation slightly in her last 3 waves. 617 would be the highest of the heat so far. She's going to be looking for a set wave and get critical and crucial on the takeoff. Here we go.
Running right is what she needs, but we'll see if she can find it.
Oh, could be it here.
She needs the wall.
Again, needs to work the entire length of the surfboard here. So it's a nice wave, but still lacking that nose ride. And I don't think that's going to be enough, Rosie.
No, that's just not it. It just didn't have that linkage. These women have caught a lot of waves.
Yeah, so 12 waves ridden by Sophia Culhane and 13. I'm sorry, that was the 14th wave. No, that was the 13th wave ridden by Chloe Coleman. And that came in at 2.37, not enough. She's still seeking that 6.17. Sophia with priority. hanging tight out there for the final 3 minutes.
Yeah, Sophia's in such a great position now with the 3 minutes remaining and the priority.
Uses the priority there. Once again, finds a wave with a bit of a wall for a touch on the 5, but may not have increased her score line with that effort. So a glimpse of hope for Chloe Coleman, as Coleman now has priority, and looks like the waves are starting to show up, Strider.
Well, definitely a set on the outside there. She's trying to paddle out to get position, to whip that log around and get some momentum into one of these waves and find that tip, you know, run right to the nose and hang 5 or hang 10 if she can.
Here she goes, scratching into this one. Walks up, gets a 5 through that section. And again, the waves just, gosh, just unexpected, like, stop signs, Rosie. Like, a lot of these waves that you look like they're going to run down, you know, the beach, just have these stopping points to them.
Yeah, you get a little bit of hope built up as they're paddling into the wave that it's going to deliver something crispy, and it just kind of mushes out on that middle section. She's going to regain priority, though. That's going to be important with the 1.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, good call, Ro. Looks at this one, decides not to go. Now she's got 90 seconds of hope in the Pacific Ocean for a wave with some connectivity, a wave with a straight line on it, and not the broken up wind swell that we're seeing take over this afternoon. Down to 58 seconds, and the search continues for Chloe Coleman. Wave coming through here. Looks like a bit of swell action, and it does look like it has a line on it. She's reversing her sights, paddling towards the right. There's a little bit of a bump and a double up there. Pulls back. Did not make an effort, so she's going to maintain her priority, but the problem for her is she's just got 30 seconds for one more chance. And taking a look at this, it does not look like that chance is going to happen. Hooter sounds, and now it is official. Sophia Culhane on to the quarterfinals. So she's going to be in quarterfinal number 4 on finals day. Hugs from the two competitors. There's the number. Low scoring event, but 9.67 was enough to get Sophia Culhane into quarterfinal number 4. Who's going to meet her in quarterfinal number 4? We're going to find out when we come back. The last heat of the day, round 16, heat number 8 in the water here at the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. Thank you for joining us here at the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic, part of the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Last heat of the day on the water, and Sophia Culhane was successful in her bid to make an appearance in finals day. Sophia advances out of the round of 16 into quarterfinal number 4. One more spot in those quarterfinals. And that is going to be this last heat of the day, where we have a matchup of the USA, represented by Mason Schremer, up against the Peruvian Maria Fernanda Reyes. Kai Pugero, Rosie Hodge, Strada Wozlowski on the call. And we got some challenging conditions, some chopped up surf to end the day, but yet no matter what happens, someone's going to take the W, and someone's going to take the last spot we have left in finals day, Strider.
I feel like if you could just stay calm, keep your surfing clean, you get a moment on the tip and then a little bit on the wall, and finish with a little closeout turn, you're going to make it through your heat. You get those 3 elements in there on a wave, you're good.
Well, here's Maria. This happened during the break, Rosie.
Yeah, so Maria getting the early exchange as we see Mason. So both women, not really waves of consequence there. I think by the end of the heat, it's just going to be up to different exchanges. A little bit off balance there as she tries to get to the tip, Strada.
Yeah, you know what, though? She finds it, and she's going to finish off here on the inside with a little bit of a float, so a completion, and get a couple of those in there. I think you're going to be feeling pretty confident.
I think an early start too when conditions are like this, just to kind of get the nerves out of the system, get a couple numbers on the board.
Yeah, pretty important, right? To build momentum and to keep your head in the game, especially when the waves are not good. And you have to still manufacture something out there, Rosie. I mean, I'm sure you've surfed many heats in challenging, tough, small conditions.
Well, I think especially here at Huntington is you have to be so adaptable. Like you coming down to the beach every day, it'll be one way in the morning and a totally different scenario in the afternoon. So every 30-minute exchange, you've got to have eyes on the water, just keeping close tabs of how the conditions are changing throughout the day and be ready to change your game plan.
Right. Strider, I think the toughest heats are the first heat of the morning and the last heat of the day.
Yeah, most of the time you've been sitting there all day watching too on the last heat, so that can be tough. You got to conserve your energy. Look at that though, beautiful tip time.
Touches a 5, Mason Schremer. Spent some time growing up in Honolulu, Hawaii. I believe now Mason lives in Noosa, Australia, where she helps working with her sponsor, her board builder of Thomas Surfboards, Thomas Bexton.
How cool is the surf world? Anywhere there's a wave, you can end up there living and enjoying the lifestyle that you want and find work and do what you want, but really it all boils down to just being able to surf.
Yeah, it's a global community, right? And Mason Schremer shredded that wave for 4.43, so that puts Mason in the lead. Yeah, global community, Strider. And I would love to kind of follow some of your theory and like leave a board in every location that we go to, and then you're like board free to travel around the world and just, you know, already have a board stashed with your friends in every location.
It's a good way to go if your pocketbook or your sponsor can handle it.
Yeah.
For you, it's awesome.
Yeah.
And
It's
having
like
a surfboard and luckily, I have lost surfboards in Mayhem, and they have places all over the world where they're building boards, so it's easy to grab one while you're there.
Yeah, it's like the Easter Bunny just hiding eggs all over the world. Instead of eggs, they're surfboards. But the surfboards come in different colors, so I guess they're kind of like eggs, Rosie.
Yeah, they're collectible. It was funny, when you would spend a bit of time in different places, you'd leave like boards in Hawaii because you got a specific quiver. I had a couple boards in France that you knew were always going to be there.
Wow, Maria really had to stroke into this one. I think it's rewarded. It's a nice 5 there. Just needs a 2.44 to take the lead back off of Mason Schremer. Redirects on the inside here.
I wonder if it would really benefit the longboard community to have an understanding of where they're going to be and have boards just left in.
Yeah.
You know, because traveling with longboards can be. I mean, we heard Megs talk about it earlier. You need help carrying your boards through the airport there.
And I think these boards are glass pretty heavy, so they're pretty solid, you know?
Oh, yeah, they're not light. The board bags are twice as heavy, if not 3 times as heavy as a short board.
But I think, they're solid enough to throw in the rafters or throw underneath the house.
Well, sometimes the boards are so long in the bag that the airlines won't even accept them. You know, when they get the tape measure out and they're like,
That's always a bad sign.
That's not a good sign.
The tape measure.
Anytime the ticketing agent grabs that tape measure, every surfer's heart drops.
Yeah.
Or when they ask how many boards are in the board bag, and you already just did not tell them the truth to their face, and they zip it open and find the number that you told them.
Man.
You gave them a number, and they count a different number in
Little
the board
white
bag.
lies.
I always just tell the truth.
Yeah,
Me
you might
too.
as well.
Yeah.
Unless it's zip tied and gorilla locked.
No, they're going to get in there. They'll x-ray it.
Yeah.
They don't care.
All right, well, you know what? Let's hear from Sophia Culhane. She's heading to finals day, Flick.
Yeah, she is heading to finals day, and she's all smiles. Congratulations. How are you feeling?
Good. I mean, I'm stoked to make it through another round, and yeah, it's super tricky out there, but excited for tomorrow.
So you matched up against a good friend in that last heat, Chloe. Talk to me about your thoughts and your feelings on that.
Oh, it's always hard matching up with one of your close friends. I mean, I love Chloe and I love her spirit. She surfs really good, so it was really tough to be out there with her, but I'm happy to make it into tomorrow.
Yeah, and you know, this afternoon, obviously the conditions have deteriorated a bit. Did you change anything up in your game plan so that you could get this win this afternoon?
I mean, not really, just try to go out there and find whatever I could and just try and find a good wave, but yeah.
Well, congratulations. Through to the quarterfinals and finals day. Back to you guys.
Yeah, that's right. Sophia Culhane, we'll see her in quarterfinal number 4 when we talk about finals day. And she will be up against the winner of this heat. Hey, let's check out our bracket for the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. Honolulu Bloomfield, Rachel Tilley. Those are 2 former world champs going up against each other in quarterfinal number 2. And we have our defending world champ, Soleil Erico, going up against Francis Elise Lemoyne, Rosie, in quarterfinal number 3. What do you think about quarterfinal number 1?
Yeah, that's a great one. Natalia has been amazing to watch throughout this event. She's a wild card here, and Natsumi, such a great surfer from Japan. She had such a great season last year, so stacked field.
Yeah. Natsumi Taoka also coming off of a runner-up finish in that first event of the year. So that's how finals day is going to shape up, and that's Mason Schremer putting a power turn there after some great footwork on her Thomas surfboard. Last score for Maria Fernanda Reyes, a 2.53. So Maria takes the lead. The Peruvians back up and riding here. Cutting through the water, gets a quick 5. On the outside, nice trim through the inside here. And cross-stepping for a finish. So we are owed scores by the judges for both Mason Schremer and Maria Fernanda Reyes. Replay here, Strider, of Maria.
Yeah, nice clean surfing. I mean, she finds her putting into the repertoire, right? Trying to get out there on the nose, trying to have a little trim line and then hit an oncoming section. So she's kind of got the equation down. It's just sometimes the waves are going to let you down. But this wave, she got pretty much got all 3 in there outside. So she's going to get a little score out of it.
And coming to the conclusion there of another ride by Mason Schremer. That's going to be her wave number 4. So judges owe us 2 scores for Schremer.
Yeah, I think Maria, she's in the lead at the moment, but I think as soon as Mason starts dropping those scores, I was about to say, I think Mason's second last wave was gonna kind of turn that situation, and it does.
Yeah, 4.57 for Mason Schremer. She goes into the lead. Last score for Maria Fernanda Reyes comes in at a 3.37. So Reyes now looking for a 5.5 to take the lead off of Mason Schremer. Schremer here looking to improve upon her score line. Some great footwork, nice cross steps, gets the 5, a little redirect there, convergence of water. She stays stable on her board, gets back up to planing speed.
I like that. I thought she was looking super comfortable in a good flow on that wave. She does seem like she's found an easy ride to her style and the way that she's approaching the heat now.
Yeah,
a comfort level.
Yeah, the 4.57, I think that's even that notch better. I mean, going left, fading right, just using the entirety of that wave.
Maria gets a little stuck there. So waiting for scores for both of our surfers, and they both have to make the paddle back out. Nearly halfway through the heat, 16 minutes and 15 seconds. Let's go through some replays, Rosie.
Yeah, I love the way this wave started out. She gets that little bit of tip time, doesn't hang on to it for a long time, but still the cross step through here, there she starts to extend that 5, turns, goes left, gets a little whitewater rebound. Like you said, that flow.
Yeah, she has a nice momentum, the swing of the board and the style and how really everything happened with the wave and not fighting it.
And I guess, you know, that really is, that's the story, right? Is to find speed, don't fight the wave, let the board find its top end speed and get through all these sections, and that connectivity is how you're gonna really dress this up.
Yeah, it's just it's fun to watch too when someone has such a good self-awareness and what the wave's gonna do before it happens, but doesn't rush through the sections. I thought that wave was going to improve her situation.
It's just
under.
Yaman came in at a 4.20, and it's wasn't enough to improve the situation for Mason Schremer.
The local music influencing Kaipo's commentary. Still, we love it.
It's wild right now. We have a little bit of a lull, no one catching a wave. It's wild right now how many things are going on right outside of this set. Yeah. You know, we have all the activations going. We got the Hurley music stage. They're pumping some righteous reggae right now. We got...
and you can sit right here on the beach.
Yeah.
Literally in the pier or just above it and watch everything and have a drink and food. And I mean, everything's just so surf-centric down here.
Yeah, they got the Pacifico VIP beer garden. You got to be 21 and older to go there, but if you are, come and check it out. Come on, check out all of this stuff. Surf competition daily starts at about 7:35 a.m. Finals for the longboard's going to be tomorrow. Finals for our Challenger Series will be Sunday, August 11th. Live music, man, I told you. 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. on the Hurley stage, absolutely free on the sand. Lexus X Games Vert Pro skate event this Saturday, this Sunday, and Rosie, all the activations out there.
Yeah, you don't need to be 21 to go to the Lexus hangout stage right there, and then you got the Yeti stage next to that. All the activations are open.
Check out the new GX. That's a new body style for 2024 with a new power drivetrain.
They got a couple on the beach over here.
Oh, I drove one in Hawaii. It was incredible.
Yeah, smooth.
Smooth. It had massaging seats in it.
Oh,
that's one of the packages that you can get in that Lexus GX.
Sign me up, Kaipo.
Well, yeah, we're gonna
tow us in, Cubs.
Hey, Lexus is coming back. You know, so like we're gonna work on all of that stuff. We got the Lexus WSL finals coming up. Strider, Rosie, perhaps we can all carpool in a GX.
I think they should definitely shuttle the athletes down to the beach in the GX.
Or commentators.
We can ride on the roof.
I like it up there. All right, 12 minutes, and guess what? The situation's the same. 5.5 is the need for Maria Fernanda Reyes, our surfer from Peru. A wave-rich country with a long, long history of surfing. There's a debate. Did Peruvians invent surfing? Did Hawaiians invent surfing? Pretty sure Hawaiians did, but the Peruvians were not far behind.
Yeah, they have those boats made out of the reeds that they would surf.
If you want to call that surfing, sure.
Well, he didn't have foam and fiberglass.
Well, I know.
The wooden
Maria
alliance.
is ripping right here, guys. Couple of nice cutbacks.
He's trying to give me the wrap it up signal. And you're right. That couple of cutbacks there by Maria, but the lack of a nose ride is going to keep that score suppressed. Remember, she needs the highest score so far in this heat. She needs a 5.5. And so that's going to take a wave with a wall and a line to walk up to the nose. Hey, we're going to take a break. We're going to be back with the last heat of the day, so stick with us. There's the Hurley music stage. Rock on.
For over 40 years, the world's best surfers have ridden on the shoulders of history. From pipe to bells to all the points, slabs, and bars between. The road to the Final Five has been fought wave by wave, heat by heat, stop by stop. This September, one day will decide it all. History will be made, legends will be crowned.
That's right, Surfing Super Bowl, a one-day event happening at Lower Trestles, just 40 miles from our place right here. The one-day event will crown both men's and women's champ. Window, September 6th through the 14th. Little intro piece for the Lexus WSL Finals. Voiceover by Sierra Kerr. Sierra Kerr, we're going to see her in the Challenger Series here when we get that kicked underway Wednesday of this week. Lots of stuff happening. It's a busy end of summer in the surf world, and you can catch all that action at worldsurfleague.com or take it to go with the WSL app. Our Pacifico fan picks: Mason Schremer with 57%, Maria Fernanda Reyes with 43%. You can go to worldsurfleague.com, click on the heat, any heat, and pick who you think is going to win. It's Kuiper Girl along with Rosie Hodge, Strider Wazalewski, last heat of the day. But fear not. Well, we'll get to that after we watch our heat leader, Mason Schremer. Now I can say it. Fear not. The surf action will not be done, even though there's the last heat of the day, because, Rosie, we got the 8:05 post show to wrap everything up. You want to stay tuned in for that 8:05 post show with our Cup Noodle wave of the day. top 5 moments and some highlight heats from all of today's actions. Brought to you by 805. AJ, Carla, Waxhead on that 805 show. Drink it up. It's happy hour.
I'm with you. It is happy hour. It's time to kick out.
It is. And 805's got that wonderful Cerveza style beer too in the white can that has just like been one of my favorites, Rosie.
Yeah, that is a
little lime swipe on the rim.
Ah, now you're talking. That's how to do a post-show. 7 minutes, 15 seconds. Schremer in the lead. Fernanda Reyes seeking a 5.5. Fernanda in the blue jersey there on your screen does have priority, so she will have first pick of any wave coming through and can turn the heat just with a mid-range score. And really, I'm going to say right now, Strider has to figure out the jigsaw puzzle of Huntington Beach. Well, she picked her piece here. Gets up to the nose, got a line, just a touch on the 5, getting a little bit ahead of it, looking for this wave to rear up again. A couple of cross steps, unable to get a second nose right there. Looked like there was a line there, Rosie.
Yeah.
Just too far out ahead of it, just not staying in that. We have seen, you know, a lot of success with kind of backdooring that little bit of a peak, running up to the nose on that critical section where I feel like, unfortunately for Maria, she just got pushed out on the open face.
Yeah, here it is again, Rosie.
Yeah, you can tell she's just out ahead of it, just that touch too far. She does get the touch of the 5, but doesn't hang out on the nose.
Yeah, so Maria last year was knocked out in this round. She took away equal 9 from Huntington Beach, so she's going to want to get through this wall that's out in front of her, and here's a wall of white water for her to deal with on the paddle back out. Well,
that was unfortunate. That wave had a solid score written all over it.
I agree.
And mistimed and missed hit. The last section was unapproached.
Yep.
Unfortunate. That wave was one of the better waves that we've seen through this entire heat, yet the execution was not there.
Mason Schremer, currently number 5 on the rankings. And looking to improve upon her low of a 4.43.
I don't know if the water warmed up, but
I feel it has.
It must have.
You surfed earlier today.
Surfed. It was cold this morning.
Yeah.
But I feel like throughout the day it
low
has.
60s?
Yeah, low 60s for sure.
Yeah, that's chilly.
But maybe warming up today. Another look at Schremer here, Rosie.
Yeah, this was nice. Just camps out on the nose. Has to do that down carve.
I kind of dig the down carve.
I didn't mind it either.
Hey, the judges liked it too. She got the 5.5 that Maria needed. So Mason Schremer has upped the ante for Maria Fernanda Reyes. Reyes now needs a 6.57. 4 minutes remaining, Strider.
Yeah, I like the down carve. I like that flow that because we see a lot of surfing up into the lip line and out over into the flats, and you kind of get that weightless feeling, but you don't really dig into your rail. And the turn that she keeps doing, she did it on her backhand and she did it on her forehand.
It's powerful.
Where she's actually throwing all that speed instead of up at the lip and then kind of slowing down. She just uses it into the power zone.
Yeah, here's our heat leader, Mason Schremer. And just, whoa.
Ooh. You don't want to fall in front of a train.
It always...
And your board is like a train coming at you. Those boards are so heavy. And those huge single fins on them, you know, probably 9.5 to 10.5 inch fins.
We've seen a number of near misses today. So I'm knocking on wood right now that surfers avoid those 9-foot plus fiberglass javelins that are coming through the water.
It definitely is on a track too. You're not stopping that glide. It's only just a blunt force trauma.
Yeah. All right, 3 minutes. Maria on the paddle, on the search, trying to work out the jigsaw puzzle. That's the lineup here in the south side of Huntington Beach Pier. Let's take a look at our heat recap to see how we got here, starting, Rosie, with Maria Fernanda Reyes.
Yeah, just the tidy footwork from Maria. She's had some good waves. She's had the 3.5 and the 3.37. She's had a couple moments. She's had a couple opportunities, but to me, Mason's just been in that rhythm. She's been very just in touch with the equipment, in touch with what the waves are doing. She's built from strength to strength in this heat strata.
Yeah, and you can see the control, the carves, really utilizing all the power of and the speed of the wave.
Here comes Maria. Just kicks it, karate style to the nose. Wave tapers. And she's struggled with that one. So that's not going to turn the heat first. She's going to go paddle back out, hoping for a 6.57. But now she has to do it under the priority of Mason Schremer. Schremer there with a strong lead and heat control. I feel like Maria needs to paddle away from Mason at this final 90 seconds.
I think she's trying to, but Mason's hunting her down. She's not going to let her get away from her.
Pretty calm, both of these surfers in this final 90 seconds. And the chase just a little bit. Maria hits the brakes. Trying to sneak away. And you can see, looking to the south from the Huntington Beach Pier, what the lineup looks like here. Mason uses her priority there, sees a wave with the wall, finds a wave with the wall, finds a nose ride, a tap on the 5, hung up on the rail there, so that slows some of her forward momentum. She's able to regain herself with a little roller coaster finish. Maria right behind her, trying not to get caught up in the footwork. It's a nice 5 there. Nearly takes the tail off of Mason Schremer as she paddles back out. Glides through this intersection of whitewater. Presses down on the hull to make it all the way to the beach. We're waiting for 2 scores and see if that affects our final standings. Both waves are not in the top 2, so it's official. Mason Schremer moves on into quarterfinal number 4. Well, she will face Sophia Culhane tomorrow, finals day. Maria Fernanda Reyes walks away with another equal 9th from Huntington Beach. Show's not over. We got more for you. The 8:05 post show. After this break, AJ, Carla, Waxhead, they're going to talk you through all the action.
day 3 of the Lexus US Open of Surfing delivering. Welcome to the 805 Post Show, where we are going to recap all of it here from Huntington Beach. Really fun crowd throughout the day. Really great surfing they were treated to. Cannot wait to get into all the action. Welcome into the 805 Post Show. I'm AJ McCord alongside Carla Zamora and Matt, the Waxhead, over here. You guys, so much fun. This is where we start to see the competition really get intense for these surfers. They made it through the elimination round, and now you have a spot in finals day on the line. Carla, what stood out to you about the way the surfers performed today?
It was right from the start, right early this morning. Waxhead and I were in here, and it was boom the first 2 heats. We had upsets. It was really exciting to watch, and it kind of just kept unfolding the day. We had numerous instances of upsets. It was really exciting.
Yeah, and for me, I think stands out, we've really given birth these rookies on tour, and they're going with so much confidence. And some of the old seeds, some of the veterans, they're starting to feel the pinch a little bit. Challenging conditions here at Huntington, but with the 4-stop World Longboard Tour, we did that halfway mark. A 9th was not a keeper result. Moving into the quarters, it's going to be very interesting tomorrow.
It's so interesting to watch, too, as we see some of the next generation of these longboarders, right? We're like watching some passing of the batons and trying to figure out who can hold their ground today here in Huntington Beach. Well, one of those people, let's get into our men's round of 16, the second heat. J.R. Esquivel, this guy looks so good, so solid, so consistent today.
Yeah, just a smooth silky surfing, but he's up against Kevin Scavana. Both of these surfers had very similar skill set and in each other's wheelhouses, so it came down to wave selection. Kevin, towards the end, actually clinched victory, but JR had a minute and a half, and he did it.
Yeah, I think it was 20 seconds remaining, and he clinched it. And that just goes to show the focus that JR comes and brings to the table. He really just narrowed in and locked in the score.
He told me afterwards just how excited he was to see that consistency in his surfing. Made it to Malibu last year, wants so much more than just to make it this year. And you see the emotion, understandably, from a fantastic crowd that always shows out to support JR. So here's a look at our men's longboard bracket for the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic heading into finals day. Quarterfinals are set. Waxhead, what matchup are you most looking forward to tomorrow?
I mean, Ben Skinner, Kyla Splint, designers and shapers of the equipment. That's going to be 2 regular footers, powerful surfers. That'll be one to watch.
Carla, what about for you?
I'm looking forward to that first heat, to be honest, that rematchup of last year. We saw Richie and JR go head-to-head. JR pulled out some sneaky maneuvering, and I know Richie is ready.
Cannot wait for that. Finals day here in Huntington Beach tomorrow for the longboard event. And of course, the women also have to finalize their bracket for finals day. So the round of 16, you want to talk about some upsets. My goodness, did we have those today on the women's side of the bracket? And it started really, here's heat number 1. Okay, it was Natalia Wonderlook taking down Khalees Kaleopa'a, the defending champ here in Huntington Beach, Carla.
Oh my gosh, this was another exciting heat to watch. Both of these ladies have amazing style. They really have this longboard finesse is what we're looking for, and the criteria it matches. It ticks all the boxes, but it was Natalia that ended up taking it away.
Yeah, style, flow, and grace epitomised in this heat. 2 of the young guns, some of those stylish surfers we've ever seen grace the World Longboard Tour on display here. Can you believe the round of 16? This is like a final performance, and we're stoked to have been witness to it.
So cool to watch again, because it says so much about the status of competitive longboarding, right? That we are seeing some of these newer faces to the tour have these moments against someone like Khalees, who is just one of those iconic style, beauty, flow, grace, all of it. She defines it when she does her surfing, but she did not make it to finals day. Instead, Carla, here is a look at the women who are competing still for the title here at the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. Which one has you really on the edge of your seat?
I think all of these are really excellent matchups, and oh gosh, I don't even know. Waxhead.
How do you pick?
I'm really excited for all of these. That first one again, Natalia and Natsumi, I really like both of those surfers. I've gotten to know Natsumi pretty well, and she's got a lot of fire under her. But Natalia has kind of been this dark horse, if you will, that's just kind of come under the radar. She's a little soft-spoken, and it's been really fun to watch that.
Yeah, I think Honolulu Bloomfield up against Rachel Tilley, two former world champions. They both bring the best out of each other, and there's been ups and downs in both of their careers with confidence, but I feel like they're both coming to a point where they're on an upwards trajectory.
And the last person just locked in their spot, Matt, I want to ask you, what stood out to you about the way Mason Schremer got it done today?
Resilience in conditions less than ideal. Mason is typically, she's a hardworking surfer, but she would have been very unenthused. But before that heat, she had a lot of motivation, and she showed that she did have that resilience to put up with the terrible conditions.
Let's talk to the resilient surfer who has punched her way to finals day here in Huntington Beach. Mason Schremer on the glass with Felicity Palmatier.
Thanks, AJ. Congratulations, Mason. It was tricky out there, but you got the job done.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, look, it wasn't pretty, but got the job done, so that's all that matters, and on to finals day, so I'm excited.
I know you've been basing yourself in Australia, in Noosa, for the last 5 years. Obviously, very different wave to, the beach breaks here at Huntington. How did you manage putting that heat together with, the difference between where you live and here?
I just think staying busy really helped in that heat, because when, there's not really any great waves, like you kind of just have to take a chance on whatever comes your way and then hope one of them kind of works out for you, and it worked out for me just then, so that was good.
I know you got a 5th place at Bells, and you've now equaled that, maybe better. Your thoughts going into finals day tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm just really excited. I feel really good about going into finals day, and it's good to kind of keep up like quarters or better, just to stay in the top 8 for the end of the year, so yeah, I'm excited.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Good luck for finals day. Back to you, AJ.
Thanks so much, Flick. A massive moment for these surfers as they punch their ticket to finals day, and how critical it is, Matt, like you talked about, halfway through the longboard tour and all of them eyeing, making sure they're in that top 8. Let's go now to our Cup Noodles wave of the day. It was hard to pick, but at the end, it was Heat 6 of the men's round of 16. Taka Inui with the 8.57, Matt. Let's talk through it.
Yeah, technical. This was at the very end of the heat. He decided, he almost had an earpiece to what the commentators in the broadcast were saying. He got his hands down below the waist, showed that flow, the patience, the style, the grace that earned him that excellent range score.
Yeah, he's really got a lot going in his tool belt, and what we were talking about earlier during this heat is that if he could just take a breath, calm it down, and you can see that happened on this wave. He kind of took a moment to gather himself, put together all his skill set. He said he was pretty happy about that wave, and it really was nice to see that the judges awarded him.
The composure was so impressive. And again, these competitors, you can feel them getting into the rhythm here of the competition here at the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. And it is time to lock it in, because we are heading into finals day here at Huntington Beach. Let's take a look at our Surfline forecast, get an idea of what these surfers are going to face tomorrow. Waxhead, take it away.
So we still have some of that wind swell. You can see that south swell coming from Australia, combining with those low pressure systems underneath Cabo in Mexico, spreading up. So we've got combo swells. We don't have that dominant south push just yet. Today was a real mixed up type of surf. They said 3 to 4 feet, but it wasn't. It was more 2 to 3 feet faces. Tomorrow we're looking for that 2 to 4 feet, but the onshore wind, it'll be up early, but super contestable. That's why we come to Huntington.
Yeah, the buoys are going to say something, but obviously when it hits the beach, sometimes a little bit different things happen. Might not be quite so big today, but we will be getting quite the pulse for the weekend for the finals of the Challenger Series.
Looking forward to that. So much action here to come still at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. But before we move forward, let's take a look back, because these top 5 moments deserve their moment in the sun. Moment number 5, Richie Cravey defeating Kai Salas. What an upset, Waxhead.
Reigning world champ goes down early. He was the only surfer to sit on that pier bowl right, like we saw on day 1 and 2. And unfortunately, he was the last person, because the world champ didn't make his heat. And there's a reason, because Richie Cravey had the pick of the lefts, and he was on fire.
Yeah, he really dominated this heat here. Richie just, I was saying yesterday, feeling himself. He had that hair toss and check his nails. He was definitely on it. Yeah, and well-deserved for Richie. He's been a strong competitor here. Number 4.
So Soleil Erico, a 3-time world champ. She'd seen too many upsets by the time she got in the water for heat number 5. And Carla, she said, that shall not happen to me.
No, and she's got the eye of the tiger. She wants to win this event. She's come out winning bells. She's looking for another world title, and she's ready to put it on.
Yeah, surfing very technical. It was a measured performance by her means. But I tell you what, there's something that she's got hiding underneath there. I don't think we've quite seen it yet. She's on an upward trajectory, and I look forward to seeing her on finals day.
Speaking of looking forward to seeing on finals day, J.R. Esquivel advancing with a 15.23 heat total. Waxhead, this guy has just improved every single time we see him take the water.
Yeah, he's actually undefeated in his region back in Asia. Every time he puts on the jersey, he brings the fire. And it's that competitive prowess, that real eager eye that sharpened him up for the World Tour. And his compatriots had made sure that he was busy in the off-season, and it shows, Carla.
Yeah, definitely. You saw a moment there, it was slow, and he was able to turn it on and make a change.
Moment number 2, let's head to the women's round of 16, heat number 2. Natsumi Tioka advancing with the highest women's heat total of the day, Carla, 14.1.
Natsumi was also on fire today. That's why she's in that number 2 slot for top 5 of the event today. She was just putting that fast footwork together, nailing those critical 5s and 10s, and just showing the judges that she knows exactly what to do with the criteria.
Yeah, also in a roll, undefeated in the Asia region, taking out the same events that JR did, so it's no wonder these two in the off-season have been some of the hardest working surfers, and the results are there in the proof.
And moment number 1, I'm pretty sure we're never going to get tired of watching Take Inui with the buzzer beater 857, Matt.
Yes, technical surfing. He just, that soul arch 10, but as we talked about before, just a deep, decompressing breath, and it was enough to bring out that style and flow.
Yeah, I really appreciated that. It's almost as if he must have felt our vibes as we were kind of trying to coach him in a mental, telepathic state. And he really put it together. The judges rewarded him, and hopefully he'll put more of that into his game plan tomorrow.
Cannot wait to see how these surfers bring it on finals day. Huntington Beach is going to do what she's going to do, which means it's going to keep these surfers on their toes, and they can handle it, is what we have absolutely learned from these longboarders day in, day out, event in, event out. So before we wrap up, Carla, just give me one thing that stands out to you about today.
The upsets.
Yeah,
the wild cards, the regional wild cards, and the underdogs kind of coming in and saying, you know, take a look at me. I'm here.
Matt, what about for you? What are you looking forward to tomorrow?
The opportunity for these surfers and the rookies like Natalia to put on a show at the biggest stage in longboarding. It's not the finals, but here at the US Open Surfing, Surf City, Huntington Beach, it's where it all goes down. A lot of eyes are on these surfers, both on the camera, but in real life too, and that's a pressure that these surfers are not used to.
Absolutely. The pressure is on, and they look ready to perform. Longboard Finals Day starts tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. Pacific time at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Thanks so much for joining us all day today. We had so much fun watching these surfers just do their best here at Huntington Beach. For Waxhead, Carla, AJ, the rest of the crew, thanks so much for being here. We'll see you guys tomorrow, bright and early, for Finals Day.
You.
He's got another one. He's straight into this one, setting up really nice 5. Right through that 10 minute window, found it up there. That's it.
Yo, when I say I can't stop, man, I really mean it. Was already at the top, it was so scenic. Man, I was really at the top, boy, you should have seen it. But I couldn't keep my nose clean, no Kleenex. They know that I'm a real one, no fraud. And I believe in second chances, on guard. A couple years ago, I could barely pay the rent. Now I'm thinking if it makes dollars and it makes sense. No stopping, baby. I was poor, had no big wheel. Now 50,000 in my backpack's no big deal. Look, you have to just believe you're the greatest, cause no one's gonna pat you on the back till you made it. I had to change my way of thinking with discipline. So now when I'm talking in a room, I see them listening. Whole new energy, a new state of mind. I ain't picking up the phone if you're gonna waste my time. No stopping, baby. No stopping.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.
Take time and commitment to get to the top. And when we get there, we ain't never gonna stop.